Chapter 183. It was early September, and the weather in Tingen had already turned from cool to slightly cold. However, the afternoon sunlight still made one feel warm. Klein passed through the wall of spirituality and the oriel window. He floated in midair outside his bedroom and looked down at the pedestrians and carriages that passed by on Daffodil Street. At that moment, a man in a grayish-blue worker's uniform suddenly raised his head and looked over. Klein jumped in fright. He wanted to hide, but he couldn't find a suitable place to do so. After circling around and seeing that there was no other way, he tried to sneak back home. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the man's gaze had only swept past the window on the second floor. He kept following the movements of a sparrow and was regrettably shaken off. Birds could occasionally be seen in Tingen City. Phew! I forgot that ordinary people can't see me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he hadn't fully adapted to his current state. With confidence in his heart, he lowered his flying altitude and approached a relatively wide street. Just like that, he floated above the heads of the pedestrians. As he got closer, Klein immediately realized that his vision was equivalent to spirit vision. He didn't need to activate it, but there was a limit to its range. In addition, other than the aura and emotional colors, he could vaguely sense the existence of every pedestrian soul. It was hazy, illusory, and transparent. In my current state, I seemed to be able to penetrate the body and attack the soul. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He circled around and prepared to test his maximum speed. Therefore, he tried his best to fly towards Iron Cross Street. Not long after, he stopped and returned to the apartment he used to live in. It should be as fast as an ordinary car from my previous life, the kind that can run at high speeds. Unfortunately, I can't freely enter and exit the spirit world. Otherwise, it would be perfect. However, if I were to get lost in the spirit world, the consequences would be severe. Just as Klein finished his self-assessment, he felt depressed, gloomy, and indescribably repressed. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that this place was shrouded in a darkness that normal people couldn't see and that sunlight couldn't dispel. The remnant emotions of numbness, despair, and pain were layered over each other as though they were corporeal. It's the same as what I experienced with my spiritual perception after I advanced to seer. Iron Cross Streets, Middle Street, and Lower Street have never changed. I wonder how many years it took to accumulate such repression and gloom. Klein thought of the past and sighed as he flew up to the third floor. Here, he finally felt the sunlight and got rid of his gloomy mood. Klein flew along the lower street. From time to time, he could see residents in ragged clothes with numb expressions and malnourished faces. He even encountered 2 cases of natural deaths, both of which were caused by prolonged starvation, poor health, and sudden illness. Who knows how many people die in pain every month? But the bankrupt farmers and former slaves from the southern continent will soon fill their places. Klein exhaled silently, changed his direction, and flew toward the south sector. That was the industrial zone of Tingen City. There were steel factories, lead factories, ceramic factories, printing factories, metal production factories, machinery manufacturing factories, and so on. As he flew, Klein saw the tall chimney-like furnaces, the pervading dust, and the thick gloominess that was only slightly better than Lower Street. This place was filled with fatigue, pain, pessimism, numbness, and other emotions. The workers in their 30s were the minority. Just as Klein was about to descend and carefully observe the area, he suddenly felt weak from the inside out. My spirituality can't sustain this state any longer. Klein was alarmed. He was in a hurry to return home, but he soon thought of a better possibility. I was summoned. Once the summoning ends, I will naturally return. He calmed his mind and carefully sensed his own condition and his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, he discovered that there was a subtle connection between him and a place that was infinitely high and infinitely close. Following this connection, Klein tightly wrapped the flaring sun charm and gave a strong will to end the summoning. A massive and terrifying suction force came over. His transparent, almost formless figure leaped up and disappeared from the material world. The endless, grayish-white fog spread silently, and the illusory and still crimson stars twinkled. Klein once again appeared in the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence. He appeared at the seat of honor at the ancient and mottled bronze table. That's the entire process. Also, Klein looked at his spirit body in pleasant surprise and saw that it was wrapped with a warm and pure thin piece of gold. Flaring sun charm. I've indeed used the method of summoning myself to bring the real world above the gray fog. He couldn't hide his smile as he took out the charm and fiddled with it repeatedly to confirm that it wasn't a virtual product that had been conjured. Klein stood up and paced around smugly as he thought in anticipation, "That's not a good idea." As expected, materials and items can also enter this mysterious space, as long as I can find the right method. However, this method is rather complicated. I need some time to achieve my goal. Furthermore, it will damage the fool's image if I'm constantly summoned by a member. Only I can use it myself, or after I understand more, I can design an incantation that summons the fool's adorer, but also points at me. Am I born to be a coolie? Why does the incantation have to point to me? When the time comes, I can create a dependent that's similar to a messenger, but even more special. It can receive and give me the materials. Klein's thoughts ran wild as he came up with ideas one after another. However, due to his limited strength and knowledge, he was temporarily unable to realize them. As his weakness worsened, Klein didn't dare to stay any longer. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling into the gray fog. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his bedroom and saw the bright sunlight shining through the gaps in the curtains. He examined himself and confirmed that the flaring sun charm hadn't been brought out and had been left above the gray fog. After I have a good rest, I'll repeat the summoning ritual at dawn and bring the flaring sun charm back to the real world. Sigh, if only I could maintain that state for a little longer. That way, I would be able to search for houses with red chimneys faster. Unfortunately, it's not possible at the moment. After flying for a while and searching a few houses, I'm afraid I'll have to return above the gray fog and rest for half a day. It's just as inefficient. Klein walked to his desk and extinguished the silently burning candle. After packing his items, he didn't immediately remove the wall of spirituality. Instead, he sat down, took out a pen and paper, and began writing. A letter to Mr. Aztec. After writing the title, "Dear Sir," he deliberated for a few minutes before writing, "My Lord, I recently received intelligence that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, has infiltrated Bakeland. He has a mystical item called Creeping Hunger, which can provide him with powers similar to a shepherd. And a shepherd is a sequence 5 Beyonder who devours different souls to obtain a corresponding power. It's said that they can graze a limited number of souls at the same time, but they can be replaced. Zillings has many Beyonder powers. I have no idea what he wants to do in Bakeland. According to the intelligence, it might involve a very important and mystical item, one that can make Zillings become a high-sequence Beyonder, or an item that can match a high-sequence Beyonder. Klein roughly described the matter regarding Zillings with the help of a fabricated intelligence source. In any case, he believed that Mr. Aztec wouldn't seek confirmation from someone at the level of a Nighthawk captain. Here, he didn't directly request for help. Instead, he casually mentioned it to warn Mr. Aztec to be careful. Regardless of whether he would get Mr. Aztec's help in the future, it wouldn't be wrong to lay the groundwork first. If such a day really came, then it wouldn't be so abrupt. Klein slowly exhaled and began writing the main content of the letter. The mastermind hasn't taken any further action. I still haven't found any relevant clues. The reason why I contacted you so abruptly is mainly to ask you about the sacrificial ritual. I encountered something similar during a recent mission, with Sun's description and Mr. Aztec's answer as a comparison. I should be able to attempt the sacrificial ritual, and conversely, it would be bestowment. This would be more suitable for the exchange of materials and items than the ritual of summoning myself. Yes, I hope that Mr. Aztec has recalled this knowledge. Klein nodded slightly and put down his pen. He didn't sign his name. There was only one copper whistle, and he was certain that Mr. Aztec wouldn't make a mistake about the sender. Therefore, Klein chose to be careful and didn't leave his name. After folding the letter, he looked at the 3-meter-tall floor and hesitantly picked up the copper whistle from the bed. It's perfect. I'll let it crouch to receive the letter. Klein emphasized inwardly as he raised his right hand and placed the copper whistle to his mouth. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. The copper whistle did make a sound, but Klein acutely sensed that his surroundings had instantly turned cold. He activated his spirit vision and saw white bones glowing with a hazy luster surging out from the desk like a fountain, rising higher and higher. The white bones quickly gathered to form an illusory and massive monster. Its head burrowed into the wall of spirituality and extended to an unknown location. Looking at the skeletal thighs and body, the drooping arms and the open right palm, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he threw the folded letter upwards. With a sweep of its skeletal palm, it firmly grasped the letter. At this moment, Klein didn't hesitate to pick up the copper whistle again and blow at it. The monster instantly disintegrated, turning into white bones that fell onto the desk before burrowing into the illusory wall and vanishing. After doing all of this, Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality. Amidst the sudden gust of wind, he staggered to the coat rack and placed the copper whistle back in its original spot. Then he quickly ran to the bed and fell down. Chapter 184. After dinner and chatting for a while, Klein sat on the sofa in the living room. He picked up the Awa Evening News, which had just arrived, and began reading leisurely. Banson wore a bitter expression as he sat opposite his sister. In front of him was the table that Bella had wiped clean. There were grammar books, classical literature, accounting textbooks, pens, and paper. Similar to him, Melissa also had textbooks and stationery in front of her, including but not limited to pens, paper, rulers, compasses, and other things. This reminds me of a decade ago when I was still a student at the church's Sunday school. Banson grumbled, but he still lowered his head and studied seriously. Not bad. This scene makes me feel a sense of accomplishment as a parent. Klein smiled. Knowledge changes fate, and hard work creates glory. I just made up the latter half of the sentence. I don't know if Roselle has said it. He silently lampooned. The room quickly turned silent, except for the sound of the pen nib scratching across the paper and the pages being flipped. Bella had already washed the cutlery and tidied up the kitchen. She returned to her bedroom on the first floor, which was originally the small guest room. Klein read the newspaper, drank Side black tea from time to time, and chatted with his brother and sister. He was having a very pleasant time. Suddenly, the gas lamps in the living room and dining room dimmed at the same time, as though they had lost sufficient fuel. Banson and Melissa raised their heads at the same time and looked at the lamps, trying to find the reason. Klein also looked over. At that moment, he felt something touch his arm. Something in the living room, where there was no one alive but him, had touched his arm. His hair stood on end as Klein retracted his arm. He turned his head and saw 5 tiny pale fingers growing from the tip of a red tongue. Below them were irregular fangs. Klein first reached into his pocket, where he kept the slumber and requiem charms. He then saw the 5 baby-like fingers holding a neatly folded piece of paper. Letter messenger. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the 5 pale fingers holding the paper touched his arm again. Klein looked at Melissa, who was about to stand up to check the gas lamps. He grabbed the letter with his left hand and quickly retracted it, hiding under the newspaper. Right on the heels of that, he saw the pale fingers, red tongue, and irregular fangs dim and vanish from the corner of his eye. With a thought, Klein tapped his left molar and secretly activated his spirit vision. He saw the 5 abnormally tiny fingers again, and the long red tongue filled with white fangs. They retracted back into the transparent face that had no eyes or nose. A second later, the face burrowed into the ground, and the gas lamps in the living room and dining room returned to normal. A second later, the face burrowed, and the lights in the living room and dining room returned to normal. Why is it that the girls in our family are in charge of such matters while the men watch from the side? Klein shook his head and laughed as he deactivated his spirit vision. When spirit-type creatures were willing to be seen by others and had the corresponding abilities, ordinary people could also discover them. What happened just now was an example. After discussing the problem of the gas lamp, the Moretti house became quiet again. Banson and Melissa once again immersed themselves in the sea of knowledge. Under the cover of the newspaper, Klein unfolded the letter with one hand and tucked it between the pages. He began reading Spirit Guide Daly's reply. I must emphasize once more that I prefer the title of shaman. I'll give you an affirmative answer to your question. Yes, the art of mediumship can also be used on living creatures. Remember, it's not just on living humans. However, this will be quite troublesome and dangerous. The remnant souls of the deceased are pure. They don't have too many impurities or chaotic thoughts. You can communicate without any obstacles, raise questions, and obtain answers. Of course, you can also use dream divination at this step to directly see the corresponding scene. But it's not possible for living humans. There will still exist, resisting the unprotected communication between spirits. Upon reading this, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He confirmed that the person who replied was Daly herself. Unprotected communication? That's really her style of speaking. Looking up at his siblings and brother, Klein continued reading the rest of the letter. When faced with such a situation, we only have two solutions. The first is to rely on our own strong spirituality and profound psychic skills to defeat the opponent's will and communicate with them roughly. The second is to use some medicine to help them relax. The medicine I use the most are the Amantha extract and the Eye of the Spirit potion. I believe you definitely have an impression of them. After entering the official mediumship phase, you have to take note that unlike communicating with the remnant souls of the deceased, you are also in a spirit body state. To put it simply, your spirituality has entered the other party's spirit world. Take note that professional spirit mediums have no lack of self-protection techniques in such a state, but you can't. Even if I tell you the techniques I know, you won't be able to learn or use them. Therefore, you have to maintain sufficient lucidity and rationality. Only then will you be able to withstand the storm of the other party's chaotic thoughts and come before their spirit body to communicate with them. Yes, this is communication at the level of the body of heart and mind. At this stage, you similarly have two choices. One is to use techniques to forcefully read the other party's memories, but you have to be very careful. This is because you have no way of knowing if what you read is what you want to know. And if you receive a person's massive memories without distinguishing them, it might very well crush your spirit body. Furthermore, this will severely damage or even destroy the target soul. For non-professional spirit mediums, I don't recommend using this method. The second choice is to gently communicate with the other party's body of heart and mind. Regardless of whether you use brute force or drugs, the target will definitely be in a dazed state. It's almost impossible for them to lie. No, you can't recall your encounter, even though I know you definitely can't remember it. I'm sorry, Ma, I'm Daly. I was very lucid back then. Klein laughed inwardly as he moved his gaze down to read the last part of the letter. Such communication can allow you to obtain the truth, but it might not be all the truth. You should understand what I mean. Anyone who has come into contact with journalism will have heard of Roselle, the Great's famous saying. I don't remember the exact details, but the gist of it is to tell the truth. Only the truth, the complete truth. In short, a spirit body might not remember everything because many of the memories are in his subconscious or even in the collective subconscious. Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Dunn calls it the evil theory of psychological alchemy. Therefore, you have to know how to guide and be good at designing questions. Do you understand? The specific techniques are: the above are all normal situations. Towards a crazy beyonder, what should we pay attention to when performing mediumship? This is because a beyonder's spirituality is very strong, and a lunatic spirit body is also filled with chaotic thoughts. Let me give you an example. A normal person's consciousness is an island, and the subconscious is the part of the island that's hidden under the sea. The collective subconscious is the surrounding sea, and the sky belongs to the spirit world. A beyonder's island has an active volcano that can be controlled, while a lunatic's island has a volcano that is erupting, shaking the bottom, and polluting the sea. When you come into contact with a lunatic's spirit body without any protection, his chaos might very well infect you, just like how polluted seawater will follow the ocean currents and spread nearby. Yes, mediumship in such a situation is equivalent to you connecting your sea with the other parties. Therefore, you have to pay attention to the problem of infection. A few examples would be when certain spirit mediums were doing something similar, but due to their carelessness and lack of protection, they ended up suffering from the same mental illness as the target. Normally, mental illnesses aren't contagious, but in the field of mysticism, in the world of spirit mediumship, it can indeed be contagious. Maintaining one's lucidity and rationality and not being affected by the other party's chaotic thoughts is something you have to pay attention to. After that, you have to induce questions and obtain answers. A lunatic can still be effectively communicated with. If you wish to give it a try, I suggest that you consume the Tranquility Potion ahead of time. The formula can be found behind Tinjin City's Chinese Gate, as well as the finished product. It can effectively help you maintain your lucidity and rationality during mediumship. Of course, you can also get Dunn to request help from the Bakelin Diocese. I'd be happy to witness the spirituality of a sequence 7 psychiatrist after he goes mad. Clarity and rationality, these are my strong points. Even when I am being channeled, I am still able to maintain clarity and rationality. Of course, I am not an arrogant person. I will still apply for the Tranquility Potion, Amantha Extract, and Eye of the Spirit Potion. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and was a little eager to give it a try. He put down the newspaper, stood up, and went to the bathroom on the first floor. He ignited the paper with his spirituality and poured the ashes into the toilet, flushing them away. That night, Klein once again attempted the ritual to summon himself. He brought the flaring sun charm back to the material world and into his bedroom. At the same time, he didn't receive the expected reply from Mr. Aztec. Perhaps he needs some time to recall his knowledge. Perhaps he doesn't have the time to reply for the time being. Or perhaps he's afraid of disturbing my sleep. Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality, guessed a few reasons, and lay in bed. The next day, which was Tuesday morning, Chapter 185. Please come in. Dunn Smith's mellow and warm voice sounded. Klein twisted the doorknob and pushed open the door. He saw the captain enjoying his breakfast. To his right was a cup of fragrant coffee, and in front of him was a plate of white bread, toast, and bacon. Dunn placed the buttered toast into his mouth and silently pointed at the chair opposite his desk. Klein didn't disturb the captain's meal. With a smile on his face, he sat down and waited patiently. Seeing that he wasn't in a rush, Dunn relaxed his straight back, picked up the coffee, took a sip, and swallowed all the food in his mouth. He took out a soft tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth. "What's the matter?" Klein nodded seriously. "I've met Daxter Guderian, the psychiatrist, a member of the psychological alchemy." As he spoke, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that there was an open magazine in front of the captain. "What information did he provide?" Dunn asked as he clasped his hands together in enlightenment. Klein briefly described. "He told me that before Hudugin went mad, someone visited him frequently. That person's name was Lenevis." Lenevis. Dunn rubbed his temples. "I think I've heard of him somewhere before, The swindler who stole at least 10,000 pounds, Klein reminded him. Dunn thought about it with a serious expression and shook his head, indicating that he had no impression of him. Captain, you're not sensitive to money at all. Klein lampooned inwardly and recounted the important matters regarding Lenevis. This swindler falsely claimed that he had discovered and purchased a high-grade iron mine. He privately raised funds to develop it in Tingen City and made off with more than 10,000 pounds. A friend of mine from the divination club suffered a loss. In addition, a lady was deceived into getting engaged to him and became pregnant with his child. He visited Hood Eugen several times before he went mad. Dunn muttered, "A Sequence 8 Beyonder swindler? The Marauder Pathway. Captain, you sure have a good memory when it comes to such matters." Klein sighed in amusement and nodded gently. "That's also my guess. As the steel company set up by Lenevis is in the South Borough, the victims are of all faiths, so this matter wasn't handed over to us in the end. Even if the police department found any traces of Beyonders, they would hand it over to the mandated punishers." Dunn finally understood the whole story. He looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. "What do you want?" "Ahem, Captain, don't be so sharp." Klein replied seriously, "I want to use the mediumship ritual to communicate with Hood Eugen and find out why Lenevis is looking for him. I want to know if this is the direct cause of his madness." Dunn nodded slightly. "Even if you didn't apply, I would have tried something similar after I confirmed that Hood Eugen had really gone mad. However, Daly told me that there's quite a bit of risk involved in this. Are you sure you're confident? Or I can apply for assistance from the Bakelin diocese. It shouldn't be a problem to delay it for a few days." Klein's main motivation for becoming a Beyonder was to study mysticism and find a way to return home. Now that he had a chance to put it into practice and was confident, he naturally wasn't willing to give it up. "Captain, I've already grasped the knowledge in this area, so I have certain level of confidence. Of course, I need the Amantha extract, the Eye of the Spirit, and the Tranquility Medicine to assist me." Tranquility Medicine. Dunn ruminated over the name and confirmed Klein's professionalism. He remembered that Daly had mentioned that it was a rather rare but very useful medicine in the field of mediumship. After deliberating for more than 10 seconds, Dunn Smith leaned back in his chair and said, "Then write an application and go to Cheney's Gate to collect the corresponding medicine." "Then write an application and go to Cheney's Gate to collect the corresponding potion." I don't know if there are any finished potions. If there aren't, collect the corresponding ingredients and concoct them yourself." "All right," Klein replied happily. However, he didn't stand up. Instead, he sat firmly on the chair. Seeing this, Dunn raised his hand to rub his temples and pondered carefully. "From this afternoon onwards, it'll be my turn to monitor the asylum. We can't look for Hood Eugen directly. No one knows if there are other members of the psychological alchemy among the doctors, nurses, workers, and patients. No one knows if the psychological alchemy is secretly monitoring Hood Eugen. We have to be discreet and not expose the fact that Daxter Guderian has become our informant. We'll go at midnight and sneak in secretly. Yes, I'll stand guard by the side to prevent any accidents. That's for the best. If Hood Eugen is only faking his insanity and I use a mediumship ritual on him, wouldn't that be equivalent to jumping into a zoo and dancing in front of a tiger?" Klein was relieved. "Yes, Captain." He stood up and turned to walk to the door. At that moment, he saw the title of the magazine in front of the captain from the corner of his eye. "Donningsman tree sap from the southern continent's rainforest has an obvious effect on hair growth." Klein retracted his pitiful gaze and walked out of the captain's office. Suddenly, a funny thought flashed through his mind. Actually, Beyonders don't have to go through so much trouble. If old Neil was still around, he would most likely suggest designing a hair-growing ritualistic magic to pray to the goddess for help. As for whether he would end up growing hair all over his body and become a curly-haired baboon, that would be another question. And how would the goddess react? If it were me, I'd definitely say, "Mother asterisk her." This thought immediately tainted Klein's happiness with sadness, and the sadness was hilarious. He entered the clerk's office and sat in front of the Ackerson Model 1346 typewriter. He typed the application. After Dunn Smith signed and stamped his seal, he took the application and went underground. He walked along the corridor illuminated by the gas lamps and walked towards Cheney's gate. It was only then that Klein thought of a problem. This would be the first time he entered that mysterious door. I wonder what it's like behind the door. He quickened his pace with a hint of anticipation. He came to the double, black metal door that made people look up to it. After handing the application to Sikatron, who was on duty today for registration, Klein took back the document with an additional signature. He knocked on Cheney's gate, only to find the echoes echoing in the distance and emptiness. After waiting for nearly a minute, he heard no footsteps, but he saw the double door with the 7 dark sacred emblems open heavily and creak. Cheney's gate stopped after it was wide enough for one person to pass through. Klein used the light from the gas lamps on both sides of the corridor to see what was happening nearby. Behind the door stood an elder with deep wrinkles and sparse hair. He wore a black classic robe and held a lantern. The dim light from the candle shone through the glass, illuminating the elder's expressionless face. It made his light blue eyes look like they had been frozen for 1,000 years. "Document," he said in a hoarse voice. Klein had seen this elder before. Every evening he and his companions would come out of Cheney's gate, pass by the duty room, and turn toward St. Selina Cathedral. They were old nighthawks, volunteer keepers of the house. According to Klein's understanding, there were 5 such keepers. "This is my application." He handed the document in his hand to the elder in front of him. The keeper with a pair of light blue eyes raised the lantern and read it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he retreated to the side and allowed Klein to pass through. Klein slowly walked into Cheney's gate. Before he could take in his surroundings, he felt an indescribable coldness. This wasn't the harsh cold of winter, but a coldness that made one's spirituality tremble. Looking up, Klein saw the candlesticks on the wall. He saw silver candles with engravings on them, and the flames that burned had a ghostly blue luster. They did not waver at all. Creak! The keeper closed Cheney's gate, and the surroundings instantly became extremely quiet. In front of Klein was a wide aisle paved with ancient stone slabs. There were stone doors on both sides of the aisle, labeled with the words material, potion, and information. At the end of the aisle, there was a flight of stairs that extended into the darkness, as though it led to an abyss. It should be connected to different sealing points for different sealed artifacts. It's said to be split into several levels. I wonder which level St. Selina's ashes are placed on. Just as Klein got used to the brightness behind the door, he suddenly felt something invisible in the air brush past his skin. It was a bone-chilling sensation. He shivered and couldn't help but activate his spirit vision. Then he saw his surroundings. He saw that the entire area behind Cheney's gate was filled with thin black lines. They swayed gently, sometimes clumped together, and at other times extended. They were densely packed, leaving no space. This is the power of the seal behind Cheney's gate? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He reined in his thoughts and followed the keeper into a potion room behind a heavy stone door. Soon he found the Amantha extract, Eye of the Spirit, and Tranquility potion according to their initials. He had seen the first 2 before, but it was his first time coming into contact with the latter. Inside the translucent glass bottle, there was a ghostly blue liquid gently rippling. Just looking at it made him feel like he had returned to his mother's embrace. There was even a label on the bottle, stating the date of production and the fact that it was effective within half a year. Thankfully, it's still usable. Klein put away the 3 bottles of potion and left Cheney's gate with the keeper. He escaped from the chilling feeling that reached deep into his soul, as well as the strange experience of being swept by black lines. When Cheney's gate closed, he couldn't help but turn back to look. He mumbled to himself, Staying in there for a long period of time will affect both one's body and soul, right? It's no wonder the keeper has to be a volunteer. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein locked his bedroom with a special method, pushed open the oriel window, and jumped down. The height of the second floor posed no danger to him at all. He stood firmly without swaying. The carriage of the Nighthawks was already parked opposite him, waiting for him. Without any unnecessary communication, Klein quickly arrived at the Tingen City Mental Asylum in Northborough. Following the instructions, he circled to a corner of the wall without any streetlights and saw Dunn Smith waiting there. "Let's go in." Dunn nodded slightly. "I've confirmed that there's no one nearby." "All right." Klein quickly moved closer to her. "Enter." As a clown, entering the mental asylum. This always reminds me of a famous saying, "It's just like going home." He made a self-deprecating remark. Following that, he followed Dunn, and with the help of some protrusions on the wall, he nimbly and quickly flipped into the mental asylum. His movements were agile, and his balance was outstanding. Dunn looked back and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The two of them crouched low and passed through the lawn, an activity square from the shadows and secluded areas. They entered the mental asylum's 3-story building and arrived at Hood Eugen's room on the top floor. As Hood Eugen was aggressive after he went crazy, he was arranged to stay in a single room. The Nighthawks hadn't wasted their efforts in monitoring him during this period of time. They had long since made a copy of the key. "Kacha!" With the soft sound of the door opening, Dunn entered first. Klein looked past him and saw a person sitting on the bed. Hood Eugen's face was long and thin. His eye sockets were deep, and his light yellow hair was disheveled. He was using his grayish-blue eyes to look at the metal railings of the window, looking at the crimson moon outside. Klein closed the door and laughed. He asked casually, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Dunn was stunned for a moment. He immediately remembered that the other party was a Sequence 8 clown, so he maintained his silence and retreated to the corner of the wall. Hood Eugen turned his head around and looked at Klein. He smiled foolishly. Chapter 186. Waiting for the cake? That's an answer I didn't expect. No, if I can guess the answer of a mental patient. Doesn't that mean I'm not far from it? The thought flashed through Klein's mind. He maintained his casual smile and asked as if he was chatting with a friend, "Who wants to give you the cake?" Hood Eugen's expression crumbled. His face became thinner and thinner as he wailed, "Don't worry." He wailed, no cake, no cake." "You stole my cake." His voice suddenly rose as he glared angrily at Klein with widened eyes. Before Klein could think of a reply, Hood Eugen barked and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then he jumped off the bed with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He approached Klein and reached out with both hands, attempting to grab Klein's shoulders. Then he dragged Klein in front of him and bit down hard. Although Klein panicked at the sudden attack, he reacted in time. He bent his knees and half-squatted. At the same time, he turned his body and raised his left arm. Poof! His elbow struck Hood Eugen's abdomen, causing the latter's eyes to roll back and more saliva to drip from his mouth. But Hood Eugen didn't stop. He went with the flow and opened his arms, intending to hug Klein tightly. Klein tilted his body and rolled to the side. He was so familiar with it that it was as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. He supported himself with his right hand and did a backflip. He planned to switch from defense to offense and pounce on his opponent to subdue him. At that moment, he saw Hood Eugen standing there dumbly. His eyes had lost focus and were empty and vacant. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the corner of the wall and saw Dunn Smith, who was wearing a black windbreaker and a silk top hat of the same color. His hands were clenched and his head was lowered. Captain has dragged Hood Eugen into a dream. Klein came to a realization and stopped what he was doing. He took the opportunity to take out the silver ritual dagger that couldn't hurt anyone and used it to create a wall of spirituality to seal off the single patient ward. Then, Klein took out 3 candles mixed with mint and placed them on the windowsill in an inverted triangle. One symbolized the Evernight goddess, one symbolized the mother of concealment, and one represented himself. Not long after, he set up a simple altar and lit all the candles by rubbing them with his spirituality. Just as he was about to turn around to warn the captain, Dunn had already raised his head and chuckled. Hood Eugen's dream is a mess. There's no way to guide him. Before he finished speaking, Hood Eugen's eyes regained their vigor and were no longer empty. Then the crazy psychiatrist leaned back slightly and yawned comfortably. For a moment, Klein did not know what to say, so he did not say anything and picked up the metal bottle containing the amantha extract. He dripped the transparent liquid extracted from the night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile into the flame of the candle that represented him, allowing the serene fragrance to spread to every corner of the room. Hood Eugen's tension, anger, and comfort all disappeared. He sat lazily on the bed and stared blankly at the crimson moon outside the window. His eyes lost focus once again and were at peace. Klein also felt the transcendent feeling of the dead of night. He put down the amantha extract and sat beside Hood Eugen, planning to find something to make him drop his final guard. Only then could he use the eye of the spirit potion to slowly make Hood Eugen's spirit enter a state of confusion. After all, I'm just an unprofessional spirit medium. He had thought of a solution beforehand and took out a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. There were only 22 cards in the deck, and the reason was that it was easy to carry around. It was a weapon that Klein had successfully applied for. Every card was embedded with pure silver or a metal wire that could harm undead creatures. The patterns were complicated and gorgeous, making Klein want to keep it as a collection and not use it against an enemy. Klein cut the cards with one hand and smiled at Hood Eugen. Let's play cards. Play cards? Hood Eugen retracted his gaze from the window and repeated the word in confusion. Klein did not reply. He stuffed the tarot cards into his hand with good intentions that could not be refused. Hood Eugen mimicked his actions from before, using one hand to cut the cards with great difficulty and successfully completing the task. This mental patient among the Beyonders slowly turned his attention to the card in his hand, which had excellent hardness and elasticity. He flipped the card on the surface. A man in tattered clothes had his hands tied up and was hung upside down. There was a faint halo above his head. The hanging man. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He took the opportunity to get up and hold the eye of the spirit potion. He dripped the amber liquid onto the candle flame. It was still the one that represented himself. The ethereal fragrance of alcohol wafted out, making one feel intoxicated just by smelling it. Hood Eugen's expression slowly became lax as his gaze lost focus. The tarot cards in his hand slid onto the bed one by one, but he remained seated and did not collapse. Klein relied on cogitation to resist the effects that made his body and soul feel light, floating, and confused. He took out another small metal bottle from his pocket, twisted the stopper, and poured the dark blue liquid into his mouth. Tranquility potion. The cold liquid flowed through his mouth, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. Klein instantly became abnormally clear-headed, no longer in a trance. He slowly exhaled and skillfully picked up the other essential oils and herbal powders, dripping them into the 2 candle flames that symbolized the Evernight goddess. In the thin fog, he took 2 steps back and solemnly chanted in Hermes, I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with Hood Eugen and the spirituality of the Beyonder beside me. As the incantations reverberated, Klein saw darkness spreading out from the candle flames that had been dyed with a gloomy luster. He did not dodge or resist, allowing the dark night to envelop him. In his abnormally lucid state, he felt that his spirit body had left the protection of his physical body and entered a void that felt like the depths of the universe. He was surrounded by boundless, soundless darkness, and the sky above his head was filled with indescribable, transparent shadows of different shapes. They were pure brilliance of different colors that contained countless knowledge. Spirit world. Klein was no longer unfamiliar with it. Just as the thought appeared in his mind, he saw a hazy world enveloped by a glowing storm appear in front of him. Klein knew that this represented Hood Eugen's spirit, his body of heart and mind. Hence, he approached it and entered the storm that acted as a wall. In an instant, he saw countless beams of light hitting his body, and he heard the murmurs of hundreds of thousands of people discussing something in hushed voices. The murmurs were very chaotic and illogical. A moment ago, they were praising the elegance of women, and the next moment, they were describing the smoothness after using the toilet. A moment ago, they were crying, and the next moment, they were reveling the crazy storm of thought spit at Klein's mind in an attempt to assimilate him. But Klein maintained absolute lucidity and rationality. He quickly flew towards the interior of Hood Eugen's mind world. Compared to the terrifying murmurs and roars before I entered the mysterious space above the gray fog, this is like a beautiful concert. Klein chuckled inwardly. Through the storm, he saw the muddle-headed, transparent, and blurry Hood Eugen. This sequence, 7 psychiatrist maintained his appearance as if he was in the outside world, looking over with a blank expression. Klein stopped in front of him and asked softly, "Do you know Lenivus?" Hood Eugen replied in a daze. Hood Eugen answered in a daze, "That's right." Yes. The surrounding light and shadows changed accordingly, as if Hood Eugen had opened up and revealed the sea of his mind. Soon, the crisscrossing light and shadows depicted an ordinary-looking young man with black hair and brown eyes. He had a full forehead, wore round glasses, and wore a sarcastic smile. It was Lenivus, whom Klein had seen on the wanted poster. Klein nodded in satisfaction, calmed his emotions, and asked in an enticing tone. "Why did Lenivus come to you?" he said. Hood Eugen's voice gradually became softer. Suddenly, he changed into a magnetic voice and laughed slightly crazily. "Hood Eugen, this is the worst of times, but it's also the best of times. As long as we can seize the opportunity, we can also become the controllers of the world, becoming true immortals. As long as you provide me with help, not only will I tell you how to control the potion's power and prevent you from losing control, I'll also promise you a bit of divinity in the future, an immortal divinity. You should be able to tell who's backing me. My promise is his promise, and in a certain sense, psychological alchemy is also related to him. Don't doubt it. Psychological alchemy isn't powerful enough at the moment. It can't provide you with enough help unless you're willing to stay at your current level forever, controlling the potion's power and preventing me from losing control. Why does it feel like I'm using the acting method to tempt others? Lenivus sure is ambitious. He's only a sequence 8, but he's already worrying about divinity, just which hidden existence is backing him. This guy seems to be plotting something, and it's not just to swindle money. Or is swindling money just his hobby? Klein's thoughts ran wild as he listened. When he saw Hood Eugen stop, he hurriedly asked, seeing Hood Eugen stop talking, he hurriedly asked, "What kind of help does Lenivus want you to provide?" Hood Eugen didn't answer immediately. The entire mind world fell silent. Then he laughed out loud and replied in a very confused manner, "Help, help, help. Ha ha ha, I provided help. I provided help." At that moment, his words came to an abrupt halt. His blurry spirit body began to bend. The surrounding light and shadows that symbolized the mind sea rapidly changed, forming a sinister, terrifying, and dark altar. On the altar, there was a cross. There seemed to be something hanging upside down from the cross, and there was a pile of blurry objects at the bottom. The light and shadows squirmed, and the hanging object was about to become clear. The entire mind world suddenly shook as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Chapter 187. Countless glimmers came at him, and the chaotic murmurs of millions of people poured into his ears. However, Klein didn't care about any of this. The clown's ability told him that his spirit body was being engulfed by a rapidly expanding and spreading black shadow. The black shadow was a huge cross, and there seemed to be a person hanging upside down on it. Kacha! The chaotic and terrifying storm of thoughts turned outwards and became unified. Hood Eugen's spiritual world disintegrated inch by inch. Klein realized that he was flying at the highest speed he could reach during the experiment that day. His spirit body had become significantly stronger after temporarily absorbing some of the power from the mysterious space above the gray fog. Just as the black shadow of the cross was about to engulf him, he rushed out of the hazy world and sensed his own body. Skillfully descending, Hood Eugen's lanky face and messy yellow hair appeared in Klein's eyes. He also saw the 3 candles burning quietly on the windowsill. He broke free from his psychic state in time. In that instant, he saw black scales grow on Hood Eugen's face. His blank pupils turned vertical, and he became unusually cold and ruthless. Oh no, he's going to lose control. Klein's pupils constricted, but before he could react, he saw a figure in a knee-length black trench coat and a silk top hat of the same color walk in front of Hood Eugen. The figure raised the custom-made revolver in his hand and pressed it against Hood Eugen's head. Bang, 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 bang. Dunn Smith pulled the trigger 5 times. Hood Eugen's head swelled up like a watermelon falling to the ground from a high place. Red and white blood sprayed into every corner of the room. He had taken care of Hood Eugen before he completely lost control. Klein's face and body were covered in blood and dirt. He stared at Dunn Smith in a daze, feeling that his captain was very handsome at that moment. As long as he doesn't talk about his memory. Captain is very trustworthy. He praised him in his heart. What happened? Dunn put away his revolver and watched Hood Eugen's nearly headless body slowly fall to the ground. Just as Klein was about to organize his words, he saw the body turn into a pile of bloody flesh and the hospital gown that covered it in a few breaths. It seemed that even the most basic structure had been destroyed. Only a few complete items were left on Hood Eugen's body. One was a few dozen scales that shone with a faint black light, and the other was his heart that had been dyed light blue and had become crystal clear. The heart was flowing with dreamy colors, like a diamond being illuminated by the light. Sometimes it made people quiet, sometimes it made people mad, sometimes it made people tense, sometimes it made them chaotic, but other than that, there was nothing special about it. This should be a controllable item. Dunn put away the revolver, took out the black glove, and put it on his right hand. Then he squatted down and picked up the crystalline heart, an item that can be controlled. According to what the captain previously said, this can be used as the main ingredient for the sequence 7 psychiatrist formula. However, will this make it easier for Beyonders who advance because of this to lose control? Klein took out a handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains on his face and body. He also took back the specially made tarot cards and cleaned their surfaces. He looked at the ground and asked curiously, "What are these black scales?" This is a material that has been tainted with a certain amount of extraordinary power. It can be used to create items with long-lasting effects. For example, our demon hunting bullet's ability to harm undead and other monsters will be significantly reduced after 3 months, leaving only a little demon hunting characteristic of the material. If we use similar black scales as the material, the effect will last for a year or even 2 years, and the effect will be even better. Of course, due to the problem of the characteristic, these black scales are clearly not suitable to be used to make demon hunting bullets. Dunn explained as he took the paper from Klein. He wrapped the light blue heart and the black scales. It's like a part of a Beyonder species that can be used as a potion's main ingredient? Klein asked as an example. Dunn straightened his body and nodded slightly. Yes, if I lose control, I'll really become a monster. Klein sighed. While the room was still sealed by the wall of spirituality, he hurriedly recounted his encounter. When I was communicating with Hood Eugen's spirit, I saw a shadow similar to the true creator in his mind. However, it was different. It wasn't a giant tied up and hung upside down, nor was it the eye behind the curtain of shadows. It was similar to the one you saw in Hannas Vincent's dream, Captain. Hannas Vincent was a member of the Aurora Order. As Selena had peeked at his incantation and performed a complete magic mirror divination, he was investigated by the Nighthawks. And in his dream, Dunn Smith saw a scene that was close to the true creator, but it was different from the widely circulated image of the true creator. In the end, one was injured, and the other died mysteriously. As for what happened before, Klein had already expected it when Hood Eugen flipped over the tarot card, the Hanging Man. However, he didn't expect it to happen in such a manner. Of course, it was considered an indirect contact. It couldn't be compared to him directly peeking at the eternal, blazing Sunday. The worst outcome was that he would be injured or slightly corrupted. Upon hearing Klein's description, Dunn's expression turned solemn. He furrowed his brows slightly and said in a low voice, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, a huge cross, black nails, and a naked, blood-stained man hanging upside down. I didn't see it too clearly. That's why I wasn't injured. I only noticed the huge cross and the figure that seemed to be hanging upside down. Klein answered tactfully. He was only focused on running back then. Dunn nodded as though he was in deep thought. Lenivus's visit to Hood Eugen has something to do with the true creator? It has something to do with the Aurora Order? Klein hurriedly described the conversation and the scenes he had seen during the spirit channeling. Finally, he said, that's right. Finally, he said. Lenivus used the acting method to tempt Hood Eugen. It's the so-called immortal godhood. But I can't understand why he would say that this is the worst of times and also the best of times. Perhaps this is the unique speaking style of a swindler? The help Hood Eugen provided involves a sinister, dark altar. I suspect that Lenivus is plotting something terrifying. As he spoke, his heart stirred. Captain, do you remember the letter to Mr. Z? The letter from the Aurora Order member I killed. In the letter, he said that when the time is right, it seems to be some doomsday, he will sacrifice all the lambs in Tingen to the so-called Lord. Could this have something to do with Lenivus's plot? Could Lenivus be the Aurora Order's Mr. Z? Dunn Smith thought carefully and said, I don't think so. Lenivus can't be Mr. Z. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up a fake steel company to cheat others of their money while he was working on the Aurora Order's official business. This would make his main mission full of variables. If there were any accidents with the operation of the steel company, he would be exposed to the police and us. He would have no choice but to flee Tingen and stop his plan. Of course, if he were a complete lunatic, it would be normal for him to do anything illogical. But from the way he set up the scam and calmly took away the money, he isn't really a lunatic. That's why I don't think he's the Aurora Order's Mr. Z. Of course, it's very possible that he's involved in the matter mentioned in the letter, the matter of sacrificing all the lambs in Tingen to the so-called Lord. At this point, Dunn paused for a moment and paced back and forth. This matter might be rather serious. We have to reinvestigate Lenivus and try to find some clues. We'll clean up the scene and cover up the traces here. We'll let everyone know that Hood Eugen is dead, but we won't be able to figure out who killed him. This way, the psychological alchemy or other beyonders who pay attention to the asylum will jump out. They might know something. The Lenivus scam is either still in the hands of the police department or it has already been transferred to the mandated punishers. We'll use the clues we obtained while investigating the Aurora Order as an excuse to intervene in this case. We'll work with the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind to gather all of Tingen's forces and carefully investigate the people and items related to Lenivus. If necessary, we'll seek assistance from the Bakelin Diocese and the Holy Cathedral. After saying that, Dunn turned his head and looked at Klein. He deliberated for a moment before saying, after some deliberation, he said, Is there anything you want to add? Captain, you've said everything. Klein shook his head solemnly. No, He seized the moment and used ritualistic magic to remove the necessary traces with the help of the simple altar that had yet to be cleaned up. This was to ensure that under normal circumstances, no one would be able to find out that he and the captain had killed Hoodugin. Then he put away the materials, extinguished the candles, removed the wall of spirituality, and left the ward silently with Dunn Smith. They climbed out of the asylum. Go back and rest. Dunn stood in a corner of the wall without any streetlights. He pressed down on his black silk-top hat and said, "Many things can only be carried out tomorrow." All right, Klein wasn't a sleepless who only slept 2 to 3 hours a day. He immediately bade farewell and left. He took the Night Hawk's exclusive carriage that was waiting nearby and returned to Daffodil Street. Before he entered the carriage, he looked back and saw that the captain was still standing in the darkness where even the moonlight was blocked. He seemed to be thinking about something quietly. The streets were deserted in the wee hours of the morning. The carriage sped along, sometimes going straight and sometimes making turns. Klein was pondering over the matter regarding Lenevis when he suddenly fell into a trance. He saw the colors in front of him suddenly become richer. The red became redder, and the black became darker. It was like an abstract oil painting. Everything around him slowed down, and the carriage seemed to have entered a strange world. Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm and pulled out his revolver. At that moment, a huge skeletal hand reached in through the carriage's window and threw a folded letter. As the hand retracted and disappeared, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly returned to normal. The carriage was still driving steadily on the street. Chapter 188. The might of a messenger shocked Klein for a full 5 seconds before he snapped back to his senses. He bent down and picked up the piece of paper. Even if Mr. Aztec is unable to use most of his Beyonder powers due to his amnesia, just sending this messenger should be enough to deal with a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 Beyonder, right? His heart reflected his astonished and envious expression. He wasn't in a hurry to open the letter, but instead put it in his pocket, together with the slumber charm and other items. The carriage continued forward and arrived at Daffodil Street. When Klein walked out of the carriage, he subconsciously glanced at the carriage driver, Cesar. He saw a smile on his face, his eyes calm and relaxed, as though he hadn't noticed what had happened. After switching to his spirit vision to take another look, Klein nodded indiscernibly and returned to his door. He looked at the balcony and water pipes on the second floor and pondered for a few seconds. He decided to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and not attempt to climb up. As for the blood-stained clothes, he would bring them to the Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow. The police department would step in and hand them over to a specific laundry lady to deal with. This way, he could avoid scaring the maid, Bella, and his sister, Melissa. Before jumping out of the window on the second floor, Klein had secretly unlocked the front door. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, he took out the key and opened the door without making a sound. He nimbly entered. After closing and locking the door, he heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the second floor with light footsteps. Stopping in front of the locked bedroom, Klein calmly took out a tarot card and inserted it into the crack of the door. With a light flick, he easily dispelled the lock he had created using a special method. Following that, he pushed the door open, took off his clothes, and completely relaxed. Just like a thief, Klein smiled and shook his head. He calmly took out his revolver and stuffed it under his pillow. After finishing his work, he lit the gas lamp, took out a piece of paper, sat in front of the desk, and began reading it seriously. "I'm sorry for replying to you only now. I've been busy tracking down my past, and I've been having gatherings with my former teachers and classmates until late at night. After reading your letter, I finally understand what happened in the past 2 days. First, the police came to search every room in the hotel I'm staying in, and at night, someone secretly circled the place. Yes, I'm talking about people with Beyonder powers. So it's the Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings who often appears in novels and newspapers. He's infiltrated Bakeland and caused quite a massacre. I remember that not only is he wanted by our Kingdom of Rouen, but he's also on the wanted list of the Faysac Empire, the Republic of Intis, and the Feynapotter kingdoms. So, how much was the bounty? This thought subconsciously surfaced in Klein's mind. He did not get an answer, because Aztec changed the topic. I find the shepherd powers you described very familiar, as though I've seen or encountered it somewhere before, but I can't recall it. It should be an experience in one of my previous lives. Not being able to recall it makes me feel terrible and vexed. Mr. Aztec has a certain interest in the shepherd. This is an entry point to get his help. Yes, it's a bit of a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. It's inevitable. According to my deductions, Mr. Aztec has lived for more than 1,000 years, and he's very likely a high-sequence beyonder. Then, in his earliest life and his previous lives, he must have seen the beyonder powers of many sequences, and he must have had a deep impression of some of the more special ones. In other words, not only does Shepherd give him a similar sense of familiarity, but the unshadowed, demon hunter, guardian, and other jobs should also be able to do the same, as long as a mystical item corresponds to a particular sequence's powers. Mr. Aztec would find it familiar and be interested. It's understandable. Klein was puzzled at first, but he soon came to a realization. He felt a lot more certain. He moved his gaze down and continued reading. As for the sacrificial ritual that you asked about, I recalled some of it a long time ago. It seems to be because I have a very deep impression of it. Perhaps in one of my lives or in my earliest life I was a priest. I have to warn you beforehand that you have to be extremely careful when using the sacrificial ritual. You cannot place your safety on the conscience of evil deities or certain hidden existences. They don't have such things. In addition, you need to have a strong ability to distinguish between the two, because evil gods and demons will create seemingly harmless identities for themselves. My opinion is that you can't offer sacrifices to existences that you don't know, or else your soul will become a sacrifice. In layman's terms, evil gods and devils will wear sock puppets and disguise themselves as identities that are easily trusted, just like in an online world. There might be a burly man squatting behind a seemingly cute girl's account. Even if you meet them offline and confirm their looks, you still have to be careful. It might even be a cross-dresser. Klein didn't ignore Mr. Aztec's warning just because it was a sacrifice to him. He nodded in agreement. After Aztec emphasized the things to take note of, he quickly explained the sacrificial ritual he knew. First, set up the altar. Whichever deity or hidden existence you wish to sacrifice to, draw the corresponding symbol and use herbs and ores that belong to their domain. Of course, you can also make holy oil, balm, incense, and other items in advance. Symbol? Klein was taken aback for a moment. He realized that he, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, actually didn't know what the corresponding symbol was. With a thought, he quickly connected it to the complicated symbol behind the high-back chair at the end of the long bronze table. It was a complicated symbol formed from the pupil-less eye, which symbolized concealment, and the contorted lines that symbolized change. This should be my symbol. To be precise, it's my symbol above the gray fog. The domain is very simple. Concealment, change, good luck. But I can't be sure. I can only try. Yes, even if the symbol is wrong, under the premise that the honorific name is correct, the sacrificial target won't point to another existence. At most, it will cause the ritual to fail. I'm certain of this. Klein rubbed the surface of the paper in thought as he came up with a plan. His eyes regained focus as he read the rest of the passage. Secondly, you have to figure out if the sacrifice to the corresponding existence needs to be made at a specific time. Then, follow the normal ritual process until you finish chanting the honorific name and the prayer. You have to remember that you have to use Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. Use their direct connection with the powers of nature to complete the communication with the corresponding existence. You can design the specific sentence yourself, but it has to include the key words such as pray, watch, offer, kingdom, door, and open. Finally, you have to use materials with spirituality and combine them with the vibrations of the powers of nature caused by the incantation to build a preliminary passageway that connects to the corresponding existence's kingdom's door. If that person is interested, your sacrifice will be completed. This step isn't necessary. If you can make the corresponding existence very interested, then as soon as you finish chanting the incantation, he will automatically open the kingdom's door and build a stable passageway. However, this often means danger because orthodox deities and relatively friendly secret existences rarely do so. Only evil gods and devils will respond directly for certain reasons. Materials with spirituality aren't cheap. I wonder if I can open a sacrificial passageway similar to the door of summoning just by chanting the incantation. I wonder if I can use some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, I'll head to the underground market to buy materials with spirituality. There's no need to use beyonder ingredients, right? It'll be fine as long as they have a certain level of spirituality, right? Klein thought of the 300 pounds in his anonymous account and the dozen pounds he had just saved up. Beyonder ingredients and materials with a certain level of spirituality weren't exactly the same. For example, Hood Eugen's heart was a beyonder ingredient, while those black scales were materials with a certain level of spirituality. After reading Mr. Aztec's letter, Klein rubbed his fingers together and ignited a spiritual flame. He burned the paper to ashes and threw it into the trash can. It was already late at night, so he wasn't in a hurry to try it. He planned on making a plan first and finalizing the things he needed to take note of before putting it into practice. He had long been aware of his own problems. That was, when he had a contingency plan, he would act cautiously and rationally. However, once he encountered a situation that wasn't part of the contingency plan, such as a flash of inspiration, it was easy to only consider the good and ignore the bad. To put it simply, it's easy to court death when you're impulsive. Klein reached out to cover his face. The next day, Dunn Smith, who had communicated with the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind, began assigning tasks. Klein also accepted the corresponding assignment to investigate some people who were related to Lenivus. However, according to his own opinion and the internal rules of the Nighthawks, he didn't need to be responsible for people he knew previously. Of course, his combat lessons in the afternoon continued, and Dunn didn't use him as the main investigator. Bakeland Hillstonborough, in a house with a stable and garden. Zillings, who had a unique wide chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man on the ground, took off his clothes, and put them on himself. Then he leisurely walked to the mirror and watched the black glove on his left hand squirm as if it was digesting. He watched as many distorted lines appeared on the back of it. A few seconds later, Zillings saw his reflection in the mirror be covered with a faint light. His muscles, skin, and bones were all undergoing a strange change. Not long after, he turned into the man on the ground. Be it his height, appearance, or temperament, they were all identical. Chapter 189. He had a straight nose, sparse eyebrows, slightly drooping cheeks, and light blue eyes. Kalengos looked at himself in the mirror and scrutinized himself from head to toe. He was sure that he was no different from the unconscious man. After mimicking a few of the man's habitual movements, he bent down and dragged the man to the side, stuffing him into the wardrobe. Then he reached out his right hand and snapped the man's neck. Kalengos took out a handkerchief, wiped his palms, and closed the closet door. He slowly walked back to the dressing mirror, put on a black, double-breasted suit and tied a bow tie. Then he picked up a bottle of amber perfume and dripped a few drops on his wrist, then wiped it on different parts of his body. After combing his hair in front of the mirror, Zillings walked out of the room, closed the door behind him, and said to the butler waiting outside, "Do not let anyone enter my room. Don't let anyone enter my room. There are important items inside. Yes, Baron Grammar." The mottled butler pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Your carriage and accompanying servants are waiting for you downstairs. The Duke of Negan's invitation is there as well." Zillings maintained the bearing of a baron and nodded slightly. Accompanied by the butler, he walked arrogantly to the staircase. A baron who is burdened with so much debt that he can't even afford to hire ordinary security personnel actually maintains a butler, a valet, 2 attendants, 2 first-rate maids, for second-rate maids, 2 laundry maids, a carriage driver, a horse feeder, a gardener, a chef, and a chef's assistant. To these foolish nobles, dignity is more important than anything else. I have no choice but to waste time learning their strange pronunciation of certain words and so-called aristocratic accent. Zillings thought coldly and disdainfully. Bakelind, Sherwood Borough, in a cramped apartment. Zio Dericha sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at Fur's wall, who was reading a novel under the light from the window. How despairing! Zillings didn't leave any clues behind. We can't figure out what he's trying to do in Bakelind. They followed their plan and called the police, secretly sending a letter to the police station, describing in detail the strange situation at the crime scene and the suspect Zillings. The police department's response was within their expectations. To be cautious, they handed the matter over to the mandated Punisher team. After a day of preparation, the news of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings infiltrating Bakelind spread to all the law enforcement teams. Zio and Furs also left the place they rented and went into hiding to conduct a covert investigation. They didn't wish to be brought back to the police station to assist in the investigation, be it the mandated punishers, the Night Hawks, or the members of the machinery. They viewed beyonders who didn't belong to the authorities with hostility and viewed them as potential criminals. Therefore, not only were Zio and Furs evading the possibility of Zillings pursuing them, they were also evading the law enforcers. If it were that easy for us to figure out his motives, Zillings would have long been buried in a cemetery. The tombstone would definitely be covered in lush weeds. Furs replied unhurriedly. What we need to do is to wait patiently. As long as this intense investigation continues, Zillings will definitely make a mistake. I have to say that a mystical item that can change a person's appearance is really enviable. Zio hugged her knees and looked out the window. I'm just worried that Zillings will take action in a short period of time and escape Bakelind before anyone can react. If that happens, I don't know when I'll be able to advance to Sequence 8, much less Sequence 6 or 5. She paused for a few seconds and muttered in a daze. I don't even know when I'll be able to take back what belongs to our family. I haven't seen my brother for almost a year. Furs gave a comforting smile. When you fulfill your wish, please allow me to write your experiences into a story. It'll definitely be very exciting and interesting. Well, actually, I believe that with Miss Audrey's generosity, even if this matter ends like this, she'll still give us a generous reward. After all, we've been busy for so long. After all, we've made Zillings take the initiative to appear. I hope so. Sigh. Why can't I have a fortuitous encounter? Zio scratched her shoulder-length blonde hair. Furs frowned slightly. In the Beyonder world, fortuitous encounters are often accompanied by danger. To this day, I still don't know what the ravings that appear during the full moon represent, or if it will cause any negative changes. Fortuitous encounters without danger do exist, but they're very, very rare. It's really difficult for your wish to be fulfilled, unless we can obtain the blessings of an orthodox deity or the attention of a friendly hidden existence. However, it's very difficult for us to tell if it's an evil god or devil in disguise. Zio straightened her back and drew a crimson moon on her chest. May the goddess bless me. In the Duke of Negan's mansion in Bakelind's Empress Borough, a grand ball was being held. It was split into 2 sections. One was the dance hall, which was located on the ground floor. It was paved with gorgeous stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. In the corner, there was an excellent band belonging to the Duke. Going up the hall stairs was a circular corridor on the 2nd floor. The guests held their wine glasses and stood in front of the railing, looking down at the dance below. It was similar to watching a fencing event from the stands. From time to time, a gentleman would walk in front of a lady or a madam and invite them to dance. If they received permission, both parties would walk down the stairs while holding hands and enter the hall. On the other side of the corridor that wasn't close to the hall, there were doors after doors. Behind them were rooms for guests. However, behind one of the doors was a corridor. On both sides were different plaster statues that belonged to the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the corridor, one could see the other section of the ball. It was also a hall with long tables and all sorts of delicacies and wine. Another band belonging to the Duke was playing melodious and relaxing music for the guests. In this hall, the guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5, either sitting or standing as they discussed various matters. Those who wished to temporarily escape the hustle and bustle would enter the balconies attached to the hall to look at the scenery in the garden and the crimson moon in the sky. Audrey Hall, who had just finished the opening dance, was originally standing on the second floor of the hall. She stared blankly at the huge crystal chandelier hanging down from the ceiling and the candles on it. However, when she realized that many people were itching to come over and invite her for a dance, she cleverly left and stepped onto the corridor that led to the dining hall. How boring! But I can't not participate. Sigh, can't they just let me observe in silence? I have to say, some people have really rich expressions when they dance. It reminds me of courting animals. Audrey looked down at her toes and began to pace in boredom. At this moment, she saw a figure approaching from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly slowed down and straightened her back, instantly transforming back into the elegant and quiet Miss Hall. "Hello, Baron Grammer." Audrey greeted him with a perfect smile and etiquette. Baron Grammer, who had sparse eyebrows and light blue eyes, smiled and bowed. "Hello, Miss Hall. You are the brightest and most dazzling jewel of this ball." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Baron Grammer walked towards the hall while Audrey continued to approach the dining hall. After taking a few steps, she suddenly frowned. Her green eyes were filled with puzzlement. Baron Grammer is a little different from usual. In the past, whenever he saw a beautiful lady or madam of a higher status than him, he would shift his gaze to the side, not daring to look at them directly. Then he would constantly steal glances, but today he appears very confident. Also, the smell of his perfume isn't right. In the past, when he attended all sorts of gatherings, his body would always emit the last note of amber. It's pure and light, not ostentatious but noble. That is to say, he would spray the perfume a few hours in advance, allowing the front and middle notes to evaporate before the banquet. But just now, the fragrance on his body was the middle note of amber, dense and elegant. Audrey's footsteps became slower and slower. As a spectator who had completely digested the potion, her sensitivity to details was not something other Beyonders could compare with. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her bright green eyes froze. Could it be Zillings in disguise? Creeping hunger has the ability to change a person's appearance. The more Audrey thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Her heart was in her mouth as she felt nervous and flustered. If it's really Rear Admiral Hurricane, what does he want to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to this ball. Otherwise, I could let her secretly observe Baron Grammer. No, I have to warn Father. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found Earl of Hall, who was conversing with the cabinet's chief secretary and others. She outlined an impeccable smile, walked over and held Earl of Hall's arm. She said to the others, "Gentlemen, may I borrow Earl of Hall for a few minutes?" "Beautiful lady, that is your right," the gentleman replied in a friendly manner. Audrey pulled Earl of Hall to the nearest balcony and found a secluded corner. She said to her plump father, "Father, I have something to tell you." Earl of Hall originally had a doting smile on his face, but when he saw his daughter's serious expression, he turned serious as well. "What is it?" "I met Baron Grammer just now, but he's different from before in certain details. For example, the scent of his perfume is in the middle of amber. It used to be at the end, such as—" Audrey spoke of the differences she had observed. This could be explained by his sensitivity and attentiveness. After describing what had just happened, she deliberated and added, I heard Viscount Glait mention that Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has the ability to change into another person's appearance. Isn't he in Bakeland recently? Earl of Hull listened quietly, and his expression became unusually solemn. But he quickly smiled and comforted his slightly flustered daughter. I'll take care of it. Go find your mother and stay with her. She's in the lounge in this hall. Okay. Audrey nodded obediently. On the way to the lounge, she looked back at her father and saw Earl of Hull conversing softly with a noble. His expression was rather solemn. Audrey's heart involuntarily tensed up again. She felt that she had to do something to prevent her father, mother, and brother from getting hurt. After surveying her surroundings, she changed directions and left the dining hall. She entered a corridor and found the tiny prayer room in the Duke of Negan's house with familiarity. She pushed the door open and locked it behind her. Looking at the symbol of the Lord of Storms in front of her, she subconsciously found a secluded and dark corner. Audrey sat down and leaned forward. She clasped her hands together in a praying gesture and pressed them against her forehead. Then she chanted softly in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck." Chapter 190. Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein was discussing with his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa, about the latest popular plays. He sincerely invited them to watch them at the theater next Sunday night. I think the newspapers have said enough. The Return of the Count is definitely a play worth watching live. It has already been performed dozens of times in Bakeland, and every single one of them was sold out. I don't think we should miss this opportunity. The lack of entertainment made Klein unwilling to give up. After all, he was someone who followed the trends and watched plays in his previous life. Of course, if it wasn't to maintain my image, I'd rather go to a tavern to play billiards. Renting a place to play tennis isn't bad either. I can consider that. It's a leisure activity for the middle class. With my current physique, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I can easily handle most opponents. Forget it. I can only think about it for now. I'll investigate the people and things related to Lenivus in the morning, and I'll practice combat in the afternoon. I'll check some of the houses with red chimneys before returning home in the evening. I'm really a busy man. Klein thought, trying to find joy in his misery. Seeing that Banson was already tempted, Melissa was still a little hesitant. He smiled and added, "It said that the most popular supporting character in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. All right, no matter what, we have to go to the theater to watch a play." Melissa pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly, but her eyes were much brighter than before. Klein was about to respond when he suddenly heard a low buzz in his ears. He felt dizzy for a few seconds. "Someone is praying to me." He put his right hand behind his back and chuckled. "Then I'll wait patiently for the opening of the ticket booking day. All right, I'll go back to my bedroom and write a report. We have to dive into the sea of knowledge, too. I hope we don't drown in it." Banson gave a self-deprecating laugh and returned to the dining room with Melissa. Klein went up to the second floor, locked the bedroom door, and sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited an incantation, and went above the gray fog. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, his figure suddenly appeared at the head of the long bronze table. A crimson star that was constantly shrinking and expanding was reflected in his eyes. Klein raised his right hand, spread his spirituality, and touched the star that symbolized justice. With a boom, he saw a distorted and blurry scene. He saw Miss Justice wearing a beige, regal dress, sitting on a chair in a dark corner. Her hands were clasped together against her buried forehead. At the same time, a slightly tender and tense sweet female voice overlapped with each other, echoing in the air. "The fool who doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your gaze. I pray that you will listen. I met someone who looked like the Zillings at the ball hosted by the Duke of Negan. He disguised himself as Baron Grammar, and his motives are unknown. From certain details, I discovered that Baron Grammar is different from the past. This made me recall the beyonder power of Zilling's mystical item that allows a person to change their appearance. Klein listened attentively and analyzed carefully. Finally, he understood what Miss Justice had described. Zillings had used the special power of creeping hunger to sneak into the Duke of Negan's ball. But he didn't expect that a certain noble lady was a spectator who remembered Baron Grammar's past characteristics. Thus he was unknowingly exposed. What is this fellow trying to do? And what should I do? I've been experimenting with sacrificial rituals that don't use spiritual materials for the past 2 days. I discovered that I can create something similar to the Door of Summoning, but I can't open it. I'm thinking of finding some time to head to the underground market to buy some materials with spirituality for a second experiment. Miss Justice definitely wouldn't bring any spiritual materials with her when attending the ball. Klein pondered for more than 10 seconds and began to respond to Justice's prayer. In the small prayer room of the Duke of Negan residence, Audrey repeatedly prayed a few times before finally stopping. She straightened her clothes and walked quickly to the door. She knew that she couldn't disappear for too long, or else her father and mother would worry and misjudge the situation, resulting in an incorrect response. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath. With a perturbed and uneasy heart, she reached out her right hand, which was wearing a white veil glove, and unlocked the door. After leaving the small prayer room, she walked along the corridor back to the dining hall. Seeing the guests approaching with wine glasses and plates, her vision suddenly blurred as she realized that she was surrounded by an illusory fog. In the middle of the thick, grayish-white fog was an ancient, high-backed chair. Sitting on the chair was a mysterious existence whose appearance and figure couldn't be seen clearly. It was a mysterious existence that looked down on everything. "Mr. Fool," Audrey nearly blurted out in surprise. Following that, she heard a familiar, deep voice. I got it. The voice was still echoing, but the gray fog had already disappeared. In front of Audrey was still the long table with food and alcohol. It was still the lively scene of people toasting each other. The perturbed and uneasy feeling in her heart suddenly disappeared. She subconsciously straightened her back, looked around calmly, and walked into the dining hall with light footsteps. She then walked towards the lounge, above the gray fog in the towering palace. After responding to Miss Justice, Klein began to consider how to convey the matter to the hanging man. It's definitely not possible for me to repeat it myself. It would be inappropriate. How can a mysterious existence personally act as a messenger? He deliberated for dozens of seconds before he suddenly had an idea. He conjured the scene and voice of Miss Justice's prayer, turning it into a movie scene that was covered in mosaic. With a tap of his hand, Klein projected the scene that was repeatedly replayed onto the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man, Bakeland, Cherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. In a simple and unadorned room, the hanging man, Alger Wilson, was studying the investigation reports from the past few days, trying to find any traces of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Diagonally above his right hand was a stack of paper filled with distorted symbols. Just as Alger leaned back and rubbed his eyes, he suddenly realized that the scene before him had turned illusory. It was a thick, grayish-white fog. In the depths of the endless fog, there was a high-backed chair that seemed to exist forever. Sitting on the high-backed chair was a faint figure, Mr. Fool. Just as this thought surfaced in Alger's mind, he saw a blurry figure in a regal dress appear in the hazy, grayish-white fog. She maintained her praying posture as she kept narrating. I met someone suspected to be Zillings at the ball held by the Duke of Negan. He disguised himself as Baron Grammar, and his motives are unknown. I noticed from certain details that Baron Grammar is different from before. This made me recall the beyonder power of Zillings's mystical item that can change a person's appearance. Alger was first alarmed before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He pressed his hand to his chest and lowered his head. "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Before he could finish his sentence, everything he had seen and heard vanished, as though it had never appeared. Staring at the desk with Roselle's diary and investigation report, Alger's pupils constricted. He once again felt the power of the Fool. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, the former headquarters of the Church of the Storm. Although it was more than 1,000 years ago, it didn't stop the believers from treating it as one of their holy lands. However, Mr. Fool still silently descended and gave a response after more than 10 seconds of silence. Alger picked up his items and turned to leave. He was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Diocese of Bakeland, Spellsinger of God Ace Snake. To Alger Wilson, killing Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings with his own hands was the best development. But if he couldn't do it, being able to confirm his death was also acceptable. After passing Miss Justice's description to the hanging man, Klein left the mysterious space above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. He wasn't in a hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality. Instead, he sat in front of his desk, unfolded a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and began writing. According to the urgent intelligence I received, Zillings used the powers of a shepherd to disguise himself as Baron Grammer and sneak into the Duke of Negan's ball. His motives are temporarily unknown. Klein wasn't worried that Mr. Aztec would suspect him. He was wondering how someone in Tingen City could quickly find out about what had happened in Bakeland because there were telegrams in this world. I'm not sure if this will interest you, but I think it's necessary to let you know. Klein quickly ended and folded the letter. Then he rummaged for the ancient copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and blew hard. The huge, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again. It remained standing there, not minding that its head had burrowed into the roof. Klein resisted the urge to use his clown powers. He didn't turn the letter into a flying dagger, and he obediently threw it to the messenger. He blew the copper whistle again, ending the summoning. Klein composed himself and went through the matter in his mind again. What he could do now was only what he had done. Although Klein could also use the summoning ritual to bring the flaring sun charm to Bakeland, it was too dangerous. Zillings was a sequence 6 wind-blessed, and he had the mystical item, Creeping Hunger. Secondly, it was too troublesome. He had to first get the flaring sun charm above the gray fog. Thirdly, it would easily ruin his image, so he rationally gave up on the idea. Actually, it's not a big problem. The Duke of Negan is the most powerful noble outside of the royal family. He's the big shot behind the Conservative Party. There's definitely no lack of high-ranking officials among the people attending the ball today. I'm the first to refuse to believe that there isn't a powerful beyonder protecting him. Zillings is the second. Well, if it wasn't for this factor, there's no need for him to disguise himself, since Miss Justice has already discovered it ahead of time. Allowing the nobles to be prepared, the matter won't become too serious and spiral out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Aztec's messenger is. If he can use the spirit world to travel, there's still hope of him making it in time for the main course. If it's as slow as Daly's messenger, then I can only guess the truth from the news. Klein nodded indiscernibly and threw the matter to the back of his mind. There was nothing more he could do anyway. Chapter 191. In the ballroom of the Duke of Negan's mansion, Zillings, who was disguised as Baron Grammer, held a glass of blood-red Ormer wine as he leisurely stood behind the railing of the corridor on the second floor, admiring the men and women on the dance floor, as well as the gorgeously dressed ladies and madams. But his eyes didn't contain any lust. They were as calm as the surface of a frozen lake. Occasionally, he would glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, or at the Duke of Negan, who was chasing after the beautiful figures with his eyes a few steps away. The Duke was dressed in a well-ironed Navy Admiral's uniform, with red ribbons on his shoulders connected to numerous medals of honor. He liked to dress like this on formal occasions to commemorate his decades of glorious military career. However, his waist was already bloated, and his body was filled with fat. His sharp and astute grayish-blue eyes were only left with turbidity and lust. But due to his good maintenance, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, mouth, and forehead were rather shallow, and his black hair was still lush. This was Palace Negan, the current Duke of Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the elder brother of Prime Minister Gwisid, and one of the few richest and most powerful people in the Kingdom of Rouen. At the same time, he was also the target of Zillings's secret infiltration into Bakeland. Assassinating such an important figure really makes me tremble with excitement. Zillings retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept this commission, not only because the price offered by the other party was attractive enough, but also because he loved to take risks and challenge difficult things. If I succeed in the assassination, my reputation will spread throughout the northern and southern continent, surpassing that of the Four Kings. Furthermore, I will receive a card, one of the cards created by Roselle the Great, that contains the secrets of the gods. Zillings suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked down at his left hand. Creeping hunger had already turned transparent. It was impossible for anyone to tell that Baron Grammer was wearing a glove just by touching it with the naked eye. This really is a magical item. If not for it, I wouldn't have been able to become one of the pirate admirals at Sequence 6. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Zillings suddenly felt a sense of pity. After so many years as a pirate, he had seen and come into contact with many Beyonders, including the members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonia Sea. Therefore, he knew that compared to a real shepherd, Creeping Hunger was still lacking in many aspects. First of all, switching states was too slow, requiring at least a second. As for a real shepherd, it could change in an instant. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use 1 to 3 powers from when it was alive. As for how many and which ones it was completely up to luck. It was fixed after the first grazing. As for a real shepherd, he could choose 3 of them. He didn't need to roll dice like he did at a gambling table. Finally, Creeping Hunger could only graze 5 souls at the same time, while a real shepherd could have up to 7. Of course, both had the same limitations. They could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use the corresponding Beyonder powers of the soul and their own Beyonder powers. And if they wanted to use a new soul to replace an existing soul, the process was irreversible. There was no chance of regret. After 7 to 8 years of adjustments, Zillings finally settled on 5 souls. Their powers complemented each other, making their master appear rather terrifying. And it was because of the constant adjustments and experiments over the years that there were rumors among the pirates that Rear Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent and capable of anything. Amidst the passionate dance music, Kalangos rehearsed his next move in his mind. In the end, he sighed regretfully in his heart. Finally, he sighed regretfully. It's a pity that I haven't found that traveler in the past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything tonight. If he could capture the woman suspected to be a traveler, Zillings definitely wouldn't hesitate to feed one of the 5 grazed souls to Creeping Hunger. To him, the powers of this sequence pathway were very useful. Zillings glanced at the huge crystal chandelier that hung down from the ceiling and decided not to wait any longer. The soul he currently controlled only had one ability, the ability to change his appearance and figure. It didn't have the ability to fight other Beyonders, but as this Beyonder power was very useful in many things, Zillings couldn't bear to replace it. The good thing was that no matter which soul he controlled, Zillings could use his wind-blessed Beyonder powers at the same time. Finally, he pretended to chase after the graceful figure of a certain noble lady, allowing his gaze to sweep past the Duke of Negan and the men around him. The Duke of Negan is a devout believer of the Lord of Storms, and he's a key figure in the Church of the Storm's influence on the kingdom's situation. He definitely has the protection of Beyonders from the Church of the Storm. And although the Negan family isn't an ancient family that has existed for more than 1,000 years, be it wealth or power, they're ranked at the top of the kingdom. They definitely seek the sequence potion formula in secret and seek the allegiance of Beyonders. Zillings's thoughts surged as he eliminated the gentlemen belonging to the nobles and officials. He locked onto a man who was always beside the Duke of Negan. The man wore a black tuxedo, had brown hair and blue eyes. He was almost expressionless as he vigilantly watched his surroundings. Zillings nodded indiscernibly and pressed his right hand forward slightly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept across the dance floor, blowing out the candles on the crystal chandelier. Just as the light and darkness intersected, just as everyone's attention was drawn to it, a few thin wind blades, under the cover of the strong wind, struck the metal chain that hung the crystal chandelier, striking the same spot. Creak! Amidst the jarring, shattering sound, the huge crystal chandelier fell straight onto the dance floor, smashing into the ground with a loud clang. Screams rang out one after another, and many guests were injured by the flying shards, letting out cries of extreme fear. Taking advantage of the darkness and chaos in the hall, the glove on Zillings's left hand squirmed and changed, condensing a golden surface. His expression was filled with dignity, and his gaze pierced through the darkness as he stared at the man beside the Duke of Negan. Suddenly, Zillings's eyes lit up like two bolts of lightning. The Beyonder in charge of protecting the Duke of Negan immediately let out a tragic cry as he fell to the ground, clutching his head. He kept rolling and struggling. With a swoosh, Zillings's figure tore through the darkness and rushed towards the Duke of Negan. However, the target reflected in his dark and deep eyes wasn't the slightest bit flustered and was instead filled with confidence. The Duke of Negan's tall and fat body stood rooted to the ground, looking down at the attacking assassin. He raised his right hand, pushed it forward, and spoke in ancient Hermes in a deep voice. He said in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." Silently, Zillings came to a sudden halt. His surroundings seemed to be filled with transparent walls or flowing with an extremely viscous liquid. This made him look like an insect in amber or a prisoner in a prison cell. The leader of the conservative faction of nobles, the hereditary Duke, Palace Negan, was actually a Beyonder, a rather powerful one at that. The Duke of Negan spoke in a deep voice again as he waved his right hand. Whip. Pa. Pa. Zillings seemed to have been struck by an invisible whip. His clothes were torn, his flesh split open, and his bones were exposed. Right on the heels of that, the Duke of Negan leaned forward, clenched his right fist, and said solemnly, "Death!" Pa. He waved his arm, and his entire body left afterimages as he slammed into Zillings's body. His fist accurately struck the target's head in an unavoidable manner. Crack! Zillings's head shattered, but everything around him shattered as well. The Duke of Negan remained standing in the same spot. It was just a dream. At some point in time, this pirate admiral had switched his powers and entered the state of a nightmare. And unlike a normal nightmare, he could still move after dragging someone into a dream. Zillings's figure silently appeared behind the Duke of Negan, his dark and cold eyes locked onto him. His right fist was wrapped in a whirling gale as it stabbed at his target's back like a sharp blade. Whoosh! Amidst the raging wind, Zillings's right fist penetrated the Duke of Negan's body and penetrated his heart. However, the Duke of Negan's figure rapidly faded and became transparent like a summoned spirit. This nearly invisible shadow rippled and dissipated. The Duke of Negan appeared in front of the double doors on the other side of the corridor, a scrutinizing smile on his face. Another Beyonder. They made preparations ahead of time? Ambushing me? How is that possible? A thought flashed through Zillings's mind. Although he was unwilling to accept this reality, he still calmly responded. The glove on his left hand squirmed, revealing fine, dark, golden scales. His pupils turned faint and vertical. Immediately following that, an invisible wave swept out in all directions. The gentlemen and ladies simultaneously fell into an uncontrollable fear. They left their hiding places and ran around aimlessly. The scene became abnormally chaotic. This made the Beyonders not dare to act rashly, afraid that they would hurt their family and friends. Seizing this opportunity, Zillings ran at high speed with a hurricane swirling around him, smashing through the door of a lounge and the oriel window. With a clang, he lunged out of the house, and with the help of the wind, he flew quite a distance and flew out of the Duke of Negan's mansion. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Zillings immediately ran towards the forest opposite. It was a municipal park. He had already explored the surrounding terrain. As long as he got rid of his pursuers, he could change his appearance and blend in with the more than 5 million people of Bakeland. This was also the reason why he dared to take on such a difficult mission. After a while, a strong wind blew towards the Duke of Negan's mansion. The Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Diocese of Bakeland, the Spellsinger of God, a snake, flew over with a few mandated punishers. He didn't have time to inform the other Beyonders. Alger was one of the people who arrived with Archbishop Ace, but he was in a very bad mood because he saw the broken window and his colleagues who had just chased out of the house. Chapter 192. Passing through the forest and crossing the artificial lake, Zillings managed to shake off his pursuers with the blessings of the wind. He surveyed his surroundings, intending to pretend that he was escaping by diving into the Tussock River before turning around and running into Bakeland's economic center, Hillston Borough. At that moment, his vision suddenly blurred as he saw the various colors in the darkness become abnormally rich. The green trees turned greener, the bright red fruits turned redder, and the dark water turned darker. Everything was like a canvas that had been splashed with paint. And in the sky, where the crimson moon was blotted out, there were countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. There were bright lusters of different colors that contained mysterious knowledge. Zillings realized that he had stopped and was floating in midair. Beneath his feet was the constantly rising dark water surface, and beneath the water surface were pale-skinned palms that were grabbing outwards. Oh no! Zillings knew that he had been ambushed. And the ambusher definitely wasn't weak. A gigantic humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him. This monster was 4 meters tall, and its eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames. The white bones were illusory and hazy. Zillings stared at his enemy without any emotion as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. At the same time, the glove on his left hand emitted a resplendent light, as though it was made of pure gold. Zillings leaned back and spread out his arms, as though he was embracing the sun. A pure, blazing light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the gigantic skeleton. The entire oil-like world trembled violently as the pale palms beneath the dark water surface evaporated one after another. This was the Beyonder power of a priest of light. This was a sequence 5 Beyonder power of the sun pathway. This was the nemesis of the undead. The resplendent pillar of light dissipated, and the pitch-black flames in the gigantic skeleton's eye sockets were instantly extinguished. Then it turned transparent and dissipated into the air. Before Zillings could use the Priest of Light powers to shatter the oil-like world again, his expression froze. He saw another huge skeleton on his left. It was almost 4 meters tall, and its eye sockets were burning with black flames. It was exactly the same as the monster from before. Then the same skeletal monsters appeared one after another around Zillings. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 100 of them. Over 100 pairs of eyes burning with black flames cast their gazes at the target at the same time. Below him, the dark water rose higher and higher, almost touching the soles of Zillings's feet. Pale, illusory palms grew out one after another and waved around, trying to grasp at the life-saving straw. Spread out and chase after them. Try to surround them. Ace Snake, the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, gave an order and rose into the air amidst the sudden hurricane, flying in the direction where Zillings had fled. Duke of Negan and the others didn't join the ranks of the mandated punishers. Maintaining their status, they stood by the window and watched from the balcony. Only then did the ordinary nobles, who were running around in panic, slowly calmed down, due to the darkness and the incessant shouts. They didn't know what exactly had happened. All they knew was that the Duke might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson gritted his teeth and ran out of Duke of Negan's mansion. He circled around the municipal park opposite and rushed to Hillston Borough. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he wasn't willing to miss it. Suddenly, he heard a voice carried over by the wind. "There's no need to chase after them. There's no need to chase after them." It's Cardinal Snake's voice. Alger ran a few more steps before he stopped and turned to look at the sky in confusion. He saw Archbishop Snake, who was wearing a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm, hovering above the woods and artificial lake, staring diagonally down. Alger frowned. Without the time to think about the reason, he ran at high speed towards the cardinal. As he got closer, he could see more clearly with the help of his seafarer beyonder powers. The squarish face of the Spellsinger of God was expressionless, but his posture indicated his seriousness. The white hair that peeked out from under his black bonnet fluttered in the wind, accentuating his abnormally stern silver eyes. Alger retracted his gaze and ran out of the woods. The cold surface of the lake that shimmered with crimson moonlight suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a tall figure appeared near the shore. This figure had a unique wide chin, and his brown hair was tied into an ancient warrior's bun. His dark green eyes were cold and empty. Zillings, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Alger was first stunned, then he was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes, suspecting that the darkness had caused him to hallucinate. Before he could react further, he suddenly saw Zillings's face rapidly rot, to the point where yellowish-green pus flowed out, and his flesh and blood fell off piece by piece. Pa! 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 All that was left of Zillings's face was white bones, and his two empty eyeballs fell out of their sockets, smashing onto the ground by the lake. With a cracking sound, Zillings completely fell apart. His clothes were spread over him, blocking the rotting flesh and white bones, as well as the shimmering light. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 pirate admirals, Zillings, had died in a bizarre manner in front of Alger. This horrifying scene was deeply imprinted in Alger's mind, making him suspect that he was having a terrifying nightmare. What happened? Didn't Zillings successfully escape? Why did he die so strangely and simply here? What did he encounter to lose his life in such a short period of time? He's a Sequence 6 wind-blessed, the owner of Creeping Hunger. Who did it? Why did they kill Zillings? Just as Alger couldn't help but have countless thoughts flash through his mind, he heard the magnetic voice of Spellsinger of God, a snake. Did you tell anyone else about this information? Does anyone else know about this information? Alger instantly regained his composure, looked at Zillings's corpse, and explained in a prepared manner, "I just received the information and reported it to you." "As soon as I received the information, I reported it to you, Archbishop." At this point, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If Ace Snake hadn't gone for a stroll by the Tussock River, making me spend quite a bit of time looking for him, Zillings might not have been able to escape Duke of Negan's mansion. Of course, he didn't dare voice such grievances in front of a high-sequence beyonder. All he could do was respectfully and humbly continue describing. He could only respectfully and humbly continue describing. The personnel who received the information directly were even sacrificed, and those who were in transit did not open the letter. I can confirm this, but I can't be sure if the source of the information was leaked. Since we know of it, it's possible for others to know as well. As Alger spoke, he began guessing who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, the person or organization that commissioned Zillings to assassinate Duke of Negan. But since Zillings has successfully escaped, and there's no possibility of him leaking anything, there's no reason to kill him. If it were me, I'd let Zillings lie in ambush, and when everyone thinks that he has escaped from Bakeland, I'd carry out another assassination. Besides, Zillings has always trusted himself. He wouldn't tell anyone about the assassination plan ahead of time. Duke of Negan has recently been holding gatherings for the few bills in September, so there's no need to worry about the lack of opportunities. Apart from Zillings himself, no one can be sure when and where he will take action. Unless it's a prophet. The possibility is very low. Another faction? Impossible. Miss Justice discovered the problem on the spot and used the method of praying to Mr. Fool to transmit the information. Other than us, it's impossible for any other organization to receive the news at the same time Mr. Fool. Alger was alarmed as he thought of a possibility. The one who did it was Mr. Fool's blessed. He happened to be in Bakeland, so he happened to help. The more Alger thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was close to the truth. Only the members and subordinates of Tarot would know the information immediately. Only a blessed of the Fool taking action would make people feel that the matter was strange and lacked a motive. As his imagination ran wild, Archbishop Snake fell silent for a moment before saying to the other mandated punishers who had rushed over, "Zillings is dead. Kilangos is dead. A high sequence beyonder killed him, or he used a sealed artifact of the same grade. However, this is rather dangerous, and the possibility isn't high. After preliminary observation, I believe it's a high sequence beyonder of the death pathway, perhaps a member of the charismatic order. But it's not the one I know. It could also be a member of another secret organization. The motive is unknown. The charismatic order originated in the southern continent, and it was said that it was a secret organization established by some descendants of death in an attempt to resurrect death. After the southern continent was invaded and colonized, they were nearly destroyed, but they tenaciously survived and developed into the various countries of the northern continent. High sequence beyonder. Yes, only a high sequence beyonder can kill Zillings in such a short period of time. A blessed under Mr. Fool is already a high sequence beyonder. That's a demigod. Alger looked at the pile of rotten flesh and bones again. He was in a very detached state, as if he had lost all his emotions. He was staring blankly at everything in a daze. If one day I betray Mr. Fool. He suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, the horrifying scene of Zillings, rapidly rotting, appeared in his mind. Alger couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time he relaxed. Since I can't escape or resist, I can only choose loyalty. Phew! With Zillings dead, no one can threaten me with that secret anymore. He exhaled and completely calmed down. In the Duke of Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall, who was accompanying her mother and the noble ladies to discuss the assassination, saw her father, who had a beautiful mustache, appear at the door. She found a reason to leave the lounge and went to the balcony of the hall. "Father, what's the matter?" Audrey looked at Earl of Hall with her emerald eyes. She had inherited the color of her eyes from her mother, not her father. Earl of Hall chuckled. "The matter has been resolved, my child. You don't have to worry any more." Did you tell anyone else that Baron Grammer was an impersonator?" "No." Audrey shook her head firmly. "I only told an existence that was close to a deity," she added silently in her heart. She thought for a moment and described the matter in detail. "After telling you, I went to the washroom first and then went to Mother's. You can ask her." "Okay." Earl of Hall nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Instead, he mentioned Zillings is dead. He was killed. "Who?" Audrey was surprised and excited. "I don't know. We can't even guess why the murderer wanted to kill Zillings. It's really incomprehensible." Earl of Hall paused and said, "It might be a person or it might be an organization, a secret and powerful organization." Chapter 193. Audrey's eyes darted around as her thoughts wandered. She immediately analyzed many things. Mr. the Hanging Man once described that Zillings is a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he knows of his plans. Apart from me, who discovered it ahead of time, there shouldn't be anyone who knew that he would assassinate me tonight. I only told Father and Mr. Fool that Baron Grammer is suspected to be Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's disguise. Although the Duke of Negan's mansion has a telegraph line that can transmit information in a timely manner to find help, there's no need to hide it. Father's confusion means that the powerhouse who killed Zillings isn't within their expectations. In summary, the person who killed Zillings is almost certain to be one of Mr. Fool's dependents. Furthermore, only our tarot special mode can create a strange situation with an unknown motive. Zillings is a sequence 6 wind blessed, and he also has the mystical item, Creeping Hunger. To be able to kill him quickly and without leaving any traces, only a high sequence beyonder known as a demigod could do, right? Or could it be that he used a sealed artifact that's rumored to be extremely dangerous? Regardless of the possibility, it's enough to show that Mr. Fool's dependents are abnormally powerful, as expected of Mr. Fool. Regardless, I've provided a clue. Mr. the Hanging Man has to fulfill his promise and give me the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. This should be the first official operation of our tarot, right? One of the 7 pirate admirals, Zillings, died as a result. Seeing his daughter in deep thought with some excitement, Earl Hall, who was also a handsome man in his youth, coughed lightly and warned her sternly, "Audrey, I know you're very interested in mysticism. Audrey, I know you're very interested in mysticism, and I usually indulge you, but you absolutely cannot be involved in this matter. You can't even ask about it. You will be led by the Queen at the end of the year and officially introduced to social occasions. As an adult, you should clearly remember that a terrifying beyonder or a secret, powerful organization is often equivalent to danger. Do you understand?" "I know, Daddy." Audrey replied in a sweet voice, "I was just a little curious." "You can't even be curious." Earl Hall couldn't help but smile helplessly after emphasizing this sentence. "N.N." Audrey nodded obediently. "Anyway, I know the whole thing better than you do." She made a face in her heart. Earl of Hall thought for a moment and smiled warmly. "No matter what, you are the hero tonight and the savior of the Duke of Negan. At least half of Zillings's death is due to you, and the same goes for the bounty. Of course, if no one admits to killing Zillings, claims responsibility for this matter, and takes the initiative to claim the bounty, then the remaining half will belong to you. In total, it will be £10,000. Yes, the bounty set up by the Republic of Intis, the Fasak Empire, and other countries and organizations can also be claimed. After conversion, it should be £20,000. The Duke of Negan just promised to give you his holiday manor in Desi Bay. It includes a large rubber forest, and I don't know the exact amount of income, but it's definitely not low. He spent £8,000 to buy it back then, and he even built a house and bought improved crops. With a fortune of £300,000, Audrey could be considered wealthy, but a bounty that was close to or even exceeding £40,000 was still a huge sum of income for her. Many aristocratic ladies' dowries couldn't even reach this amount. In August, in a marriage alliance between an aristocrat and a merchant, Miss Mary Albury, the daughter of a millionaire, only had a dowry of £80,000. "I've never considered the bounty," Audrey muttered from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. If she were to claim the bounty and let her name spread, then the Hanging Man would easily be able to determine who Justice was. That won't do. As a member of the tarot, I have to remain mysterious. Audrey looked at her father and organized her words. "Father, I'm a little scared. Why? What happened?" Earl of Hull asked with concern. "If it is made known that I discovered Zillings pretending to be Baron Grammer, I'm afraid that his subordinates will seek revenge on me. I'm afraid that the person who instigated him to assassinate the Duke of Negan will target me." Audrey tried her best to make herself look pitiful, weak, and helpless. "I'll hire someone to protect you," Earl of Hull replied before nodding slightly. "But there's really no need for you to take on this risk. Besides, the person who killed Zillings took away Creeping Hunger. Of course, to a high-sequence beyonder, this isn't a sufficiently convincing motive. I'll inform the Duke of Negan to hide this matter and get him to find someone else to claim the bounty. He'll then privately compensate you later." At this point, Earl of Hull said with a beaming smile, "As expected of my daughter." "As expected of my daughter. You earned £40,000 so easily. That's more than a tenth of your current wealth. The £300,000 was something he had divided out in advance. It was his daughter's property, and when she got married, he would add another portion. "Am I as good as you used to be, father?" Audrey asked in delight. Earl of Hull shook his head and laughed. "Much better than me. My first profit from business was only £60. Audrey immediately became abnormally happy. A bounty of £40,000, her father's praise, the sense of accomplishment of causing Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's death and completing an impressive task, the pride of being a member of the Tarot, and the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland that she would obtain from the hanging man later made her not only feel double the joy, but triple, quadruple, or even quintuple it. "I really want to report it to Mr. Fool immediately and get his confirmation." "No, that won't do. A mysterious powerhouse with unknown motives killed Zillings. Now, there must be someone secretly observing me and searching for clues. I can't show any signs of abnormality. Pooey, there's nothing abnormal about me to begin with, as long as I don't attempt to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. If it's really done by Mr. Fool's adorer, he definitely knows the outcome and doesn't need me to report it. Do I need to share the bounty with that adorer? No matter what method I use to pay £20,000. It'll definitely attract attention. I can't take the risk. Besides, it's always been the hanging man asking Mr. Fool for help, so he should be the one paying. Yes, he claimed to have many of Roselle's diaries. I'll try my best to gather more diaries and thank Mr. Fool for responding to my prayers. He definitely won't be interested in vulgar money." Audrey quickly decided on what to do next. In the Duke of Negan's mansion, in a private study, the fat and tall Duke sat in a high-backed chair behind the table, smoking a cigar as he looked at Spellsinger of God Al Snake and the kingdom's prime minister, Aguisid Negan, and the others opposite him. From the feedback we received, it's currently impossible to determine which high-sequence Beyonder did this. Aguisid had just rushed back from the king's place. Archbishop Snake nodded as well. We've also used Beyonder means to confirm that it's not one of the high-sequence Beyonders we're familiar with, nor one of the charismatic order. There's enough reason to believe that it's a mysterious powerhouse we're not aware of. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he used a dangerous sealed artifact. Duke of Negan held a cigar and said, "Perhaps it's not just a high-sequence Beyonder. Maybe he's not just a high-sequence Beyonder. There might be a secret organization behind him, one that we don't understand well enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to ambush Kalengos so accurately. Maybe one of the participants at tonight's ball is one of them." His younger brother, Prime Minister Aguisid, said solemnly, "Regardless of the possibility, we have to be careful. Regardless of which possibility it is, we have to be careful. We have to figure out the identity of the high-sequence Beyonder as soon as possible. We have to figure out his motive for coming to Backland. We have to figure out if he's only here to kill Kalengos, and why he wants to kill Kalengos. A high-sequence Beyonder wandering around Bakeland that wasn't under their control was enough to attract the attention of the kingdom's government and the 3 churches. Although Sequence 4 and 3 Beyonders might not be able to withstand the bombardment of the warship's cannons, there was no need for them to face it head-on. They had too many strange abilities. Therefore, this was an existence even more dangerous than an ironclad warship. Just from the title of demigod, it was obvious. Spellsinger of God A-Snake immediately stood up and said, "I'll make the arrangements immediately. I'll also contact the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. His Majesty will also get the military and intelligence agencies to cooperate," Prime Minister Aguisid promised. In a hotel in the North Borough of Bakeland, the bronze-skinned Aztec who had a mole by his ear sat under a gas lamp, staring at a glove placed in front of him. The glove was very thin, as though it was made of human skin. It was as though it could transform back into a hand as long as it was filled with flesh and blood. After watching for a while, Azek suddenly revealed a pained and contorted expression as he muttered to himself, "That's right." He whispered to himself, I think I've worked with them before." Klein didn't sleep well the entire night because he hadn't received any reports from Justice and the hanging man, nor had he received a reply from Mr. Aztec. He was constantly worried about the outcome of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's matter. He must have caused quite a stir, preventing Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man from contacting me rashly. But why hasn't Mr. Aztec replied? He wasn't involved, or did something happen? He was injured by Zillings? Klein covered his mouth and yawned as he boarded the trackless public carriage to Zitland Street. Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been killed in Bakeland. Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been killed in Bakeland. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paperboy's voice. This was also an invention of Roselle the Great. After a moment of surprise, Klein hurriedly took out a penny and passed it out the window to buy a copy of the Tianjin Morning Post. Many passengers made the same choice. When he opened the newspaper, Klein immediately saw the headlines. The great pirate Zillings has been killed in Bakeland by the Duke's bodyguards. Zillings is dead? Mr. Aztec did it? Klein fell into deep thought as he lampooned himself. Chapter 194. The news regarding Zillings wasn't long. It only stated the time, location, person, and outcome. As the saying goes, the shorter the content, the bigger the matter. What happened in the capital, Bakeland, at 8 or 9 last night was revealed in Tianjin City's newspaper this morning. This world's information exchange speed isn't too slow. This is all thanks to Roselle the Great's outstanding contributions. Yes, it must have been the nobles and members of Parliament who attended the ball who leaked the news to reporters they were on good terms with. Some of the reporters then sent the sensational news back to their respective newspaper headquarters in other counties and cities via telegram. Morning newspapers are usually set up at night, printed in the middle of the night, and distributed in the morning. It's just in time for urgent adjustments to be made and published in time. Just based on this news, the Tianjin Morning Post can sell at least 1,000 more copies today, and this is only considering the city's urban area. Klein's thoughts wandered as he calmed down. Since Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings is dead, it means that even if Mr. Aztec was injured, it wouldn't be too serious. If it was more serious, he would definitely have been captured by the mandated punishers or the Duke of Negan's Beyonder bodyguards. And in such an emergency situation, Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man would definitely find every opportunity to report to me. The fact that the latter didn't happen is enough to prove that the situation is under control. Yes, if Mr. Aztec doesn't reply to my letter before midnight, or if Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man don't pray to me, I'll blow the copper whistle again to summon a messenger and send a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention away from the newspaper and looked around the public carriage. Most of the people who could afford to take such transportation were literate. Influenced by the extra, many people had bought the Tianjin Morning Post. Now, a few people who knew them were discussing in hushed voices. A long, long time ago, the Pirate King and his admirals were already harming the sea routes. Apart from retreating, when facing the fleets of various countries, they didn't think much of armed merchant ships. Although Zillings was listed as one of the 7 pirate admirals less than 10 years ago, he was the first pirate to be killed by the government. Frankly speaking, I'm very curious. What was he doing in Bakeland? When pirates leave the sea, death is a foreseeable thing. I hope there will be more detailed reports in the future. Lord Storm, I want to know which of the Duke of Negan's bodyguards killed Zillings. His bounty is 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. If I had 10,000 pounds, I would resign immediately and buy 2 or 3 small to medium-sized plantations. I would invest in some colonial companies and railway companies and enjoy a fixed income every year. This is only the kingdom's bounty. Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, as well as some business organizations have placed a bounty on Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. I desperately wish for a newspaper to list all the bounty amounts. £10,000? Klein was dazed for a moment. Even with his current salary, which could be considered generous, he would have to stop eating and drinking for nearly 20 years to save up that much money. If only I knew. Forget it. There's nothing I can do. It's impossible for me to claim the bounty. He folded the newspaper dejectedly and looked out of the carriage window. At this point, he finally confirmed that the matter regarding Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings had come to an end. All that was left was to tie up the loose ends, such as the batch of Roselle's diary that the hanging man would pay. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough, Furs Wall, who was wearing a veil, and Zayo Dericha were walking along the street towards the nearest Varvat Bank branch. Money always disappears without us realizing it. Furs sighed. Zayo nodded in agreement. That's right. Fortunately, the book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, is rather popular. There are still royalties coming into my account. Otherwise, I would have to find a clinic or hospital and become a doctor again. Furs sighed in satisfaction and worry. Zayo was silent for a few seconds. She carefully asked, "Will the investigation of Zillings affect your identity as an author? After all, we might be targeted by the mandated punishers or the Nighthawks." "No, you're the only one who will be targeted." Furs chuckled. "You were the one who sent someone to the police station. You were the one who sent the letter. You're also the one who is rather famous in the gang circles and on certain streets in East Borough. As for me, Furs Wall, I've always been a popular best-selling author." Zayo was stunned for a moment. "So, you've been accompanying me all this time?" Furs flicked her hair and chuckled. "Don't you find this an interesting experience?" This experience has given me quite a bit of inspiration for my writing. My next novel will be about a sudden murder case that leads to all sorts of stories." Zayo was momentarily at a loss for words. All she could do was continue walking forward. She accidentally forgot to turn and was pulled back by Furs. At that moment, they heard the paperboy shout, "Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been killed in Bakeland." "Ah, what?" Zayo and Furs looked at each other in bewilderment. When the paperboy came closer and repeated it a few times, they suddenly came to their senses. "What, Zillings is dead?" Furs couldn't believe her ears. "He's actually dead. How did he suddenly die?" Zayo, who was hiding from the possible pursuit of the ferocious pirate, was shocked and dumbfounded. Shouldn't this be a normal procedure? First, they would find clues and confirm Zillings's goal. Then, they would gather powerhouses and ambush him. Finally, the pirate would be killed. In the end, Zillings died before the first step was completed. He died so simply. Furs and Zayo looked at each other like two marble statues. After nearly a minute, Zayo rushed to the paperboy and bought a copy of this morning's Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 newspapers with the largest circulation in the Rouen Kingdom. Oh, Zillings is indeed dead. He was killed by the Duke of Negan's bodyguard. Goddess, the Duke of Negan's bodyguard is... Zayo automatically silenced herself and didn't say the powerful beyonder at the end. Furs looked at her friend with pity. "You actually completely believed the description in the newspaper. All right, perhaps someone else discovered Zillings's goal ahead of time. The mandated punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and the Military Special Department worked together to complete a successful ambush." Zayo suddenly froze and exhaled. "We don't have to worry about anything anymore. We can return to our normal lives, but we have to try our best to avoid the police station from before." She glanced at Furs and asked nervously and worriedly, "How much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us?" "Under such circumstances, how much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us? I know that a few £100 isn't a lot to her, but we didn't really complete the task." "No, at least we made Zillings take the initiative to appear. The reason why he was in such a hurry to act and fell into the ambush is definitely because of us." Furs comforted her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, Even if she doesn't give you everything, she will at least give you half. I hope that's the case. Zio took a deep breath and muttered in anticipation. I wonder who will claim the 10,000 pounds bounty. How enviable. If I had that amount of money, I would have long reached sequence 7 or 6. Yet, I've missed opportunities time and time again. Furs also felt wistful. Finally, she warned, Zio, let's not look for Miss Audrey for the time being. Let's wait for her to contact us. There are too many details we don't know about Zillings's death. Rashly looking for Miss Audrey might put us in danger. Zio first nodded before saying in surprise, How do you know I want to go to Queen's now? Take a guess. Furs was amused. After a busy morning, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company and reported to Dunn Smith. Captain, the people I'm in charge of investigating related to Lenevis are all fine. They're all innocent victims. They're not involved in any supernatural matters. Dunn placed his elbows on the desk and said, Then stop for the time being. Wait for the others to finish their work before focusing on the suspects. We can't put all our manpower on this matter. We have to prevent other unexpected incidents. All right. Klein was about to stand up and enjoy his lunch when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Please come in, Dunn said in a mellow voice. With a turn of the knob, the door opened. Roshan peeked her head out. Captain, someone is here to commission a mission. Commission mission. This is directed at the Blackthorn Security Company, not the Nighthawks. So, who came to us by accident? Klein muttered to himself in enlightenment. Dunn thought for a moment. You can go and listen, but if it's too troublesome, you can just reject it. He straightened his shirt, vest, and watch chain before he walked out of the office. He passed through the partition and approached the sofa area in the reception hall. Klein and Roshan followed him curiously. 2 ladies were sitting on the sofa. They were both wearing black bonnets and long black dresses. One of them had a plump figure and fair skin. Her face was covered by a fine black veil hanging from her hat, and her appearance was vaguely discernible. Looking at her, Klein suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Just as he was thinking back, he heard another thinner lady say, The mission we want to entrust is to follow and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes. Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly remembered where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady who did not speak was Maynard's wife, the daughter of the leader of the new party. She couldn't accept her husband's death and didn't want to accept the police department's conclusion. So she privately asked the security company to reinvestigate? Chapter 195. Madame Sharon. Dunn obviously knew Baron Coe's widow, Tingin's most famous socialite. Maynard's wife turned her head to look at the thin lady who accompanied her to the Blackthorn Security Company. She didn't say a word. The thin lady, who was also wearing a black dress and black hat, deliberated for a moment before saying, Yes, Madame Sharon. She's the wife of the deceased Baron of the Coe family. She. After stuttering for a few seconds, the thin lady suddenly blurted out angrily, She's a whore. Upon hearing the foul language, Klein suddenly recalled the filthy film he had seen, as well as Madame Sharon's seemingly timid but actually calm demeanor. This made him believe in the relevant rumors, and he pitied the deceased Baron. It's not that Madame Sharon can't remarry, but this kind of promiscuous behavior. Sigh, there's probably a patch of grass in front of the old Baron's grave. Dunn's expression didn't change. He sat on the sofa opposite her and said in a mellow voice, But this has nothing to do with whether she's a criminal or not. You and I both know that Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingen. Following her and monitoring her could easily lead to unsolvable problems and terrible consequences. She's a criminal, the thin lady said angrily. She caused my brother's death, but her lovers put a lot of pressure on the police department. They had no choice but to conclude that my brother suddenly died from drinking too much and having too much sex. They're all criminals. Those. Klein pitied the old baron for a second and figured out the thin lady's identity. She was Maynard's sister. That's right, such a scandal would definitely not be brought along with a maid. It's better to be a family member. He nodded in enlightenment. Madame Maynard patted the back of the thin lady's hand and added in a low and cold voice, "She's a criminal. If you suffer any losses because of this, I'll help you settle it and make up for your losses." This tone, as expected of the daughter of the leader of the new party, if not for the fact that the police department is very confident in the results of my mediumship, I'm afraid they would have succumbed to her pressure. Klein lampooned. Dunn was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said, "All right, I have another question. You seem to be very confident that we'll be able to find something?" The thin lady nodded. "The tobacco merchant, Viceroy, introduced us to you. He praised you as the cream of the crop in this industry, capable of accomplishing tasks that others cannot." "Tobacco merchant Viceroy? Who is this?" Klein instinctively looked at the captain and found that Dunsmith's eyes were also filled with confusion. "I'm so stupid. Why would I expect Captain to remember something like this? After all, I don't even remember it myself." He sighed to himself. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the two elite mercenaries, the thin lady added another sentence. "You've saved his kidnapped son." "So it's him. That kidnapping case allowed me to discover clues to the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein was enlightened. Dunn also nodded slightly. "I understand." Seeing this, the thin lady stated her conditions. "Follow and monitor that bitch for 2 weeks. Even if you can't find any evidence of her crimes, record who visited her house and whose house she visited. We'll pay £50 for it. And if you can find any evidence of her crimes or clues, we'll pay you an additional £200. That's a huge commission." Klein suddenly recalled that he had only used £7 to get Detective Henry to gather so much information on the house with the red chimney. For a moment, he felt a little ashamed. Dunn thought for a moment and said, "No problem. No problem. We can sign the contract now. You'll need to pay £20 in advance. Captain, we've been short on manpower recently. There's the big Lenivas case." Klein didn't expect Dunsmith to agree to this mission, even though he was rather tempted. Madame Maynard nodded slightly. "No problem. I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me." Dunn smiled without saying a word. He turned to Roshan. "Go and draft a contract." After the contract was signed and the deposit was accepted, Dunn watched Madame Maynard and the thin lady leave the Blackthorn Security Company. He turned to look at Klein and said, "I'll leave this mission to you." "I'll leave this mission to you." Huh. Klein was at a loss. Dunn smiled. "Don't you want to learn how to track and monitor people? This is a good opportunity for practice. It just so happens that the part of the Lenivas case that you're in charge of is over." "All right." Klein didn't decline. As soon as he agreed, his thoughts began to spin. According to the rules, half of the mission reward has to be handed over to Mrs. Oriana and the team's treasury. The rest will be split equally among the team members. And this time, it seems that I am the only one who will take over this mission. Regardless of whether the investigation was successful or not, he would receive a minimum income of £25, and he would still receive his salary. If he could really find some clues, he would receive a whole £125. Captain is so wise. Dunn glanced at him. "Look for Leonard and Fry in the morning to learn how to track and monitor people. Put the combat lessons in the afternoon on hold for the week." I think you should have grasped it by now. I'll send someone to inform Gawain." "Look for Leonard and Fry to learn how to track and monitor people? Why does it feel a little unreliable?" Klein was stunned. In his mind, the only method Leonard would use was to play the Fanapotter zither, recite beautiful poems, seduce Madame Sharon into bed, and then track and monitor her from a close distance. Fry's temperament was very special. He was cold and gloomy. No matter where he was, he would be watched. How could someone with such an image be tracked and monitored? As his thoughts raced, Klein answered seriously, "All right." "All right." Dunn nodded slightly and walked towards the partition. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and hesitated. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you remember that tobacco merchant? What's with the kidnapping case?" "So, Captain, you didn't remember anything just now. You don't understand anything. How can you act so calm and confident?" Klein covered his face with his hand. According to Leonard's guidance, Klein wasn't in a hurry to track Madame Sharon, even though he knew that she lived on Olsner Street in the East Borough. Without understanding the target's movement patterns, it's easy to cause problems by following her rashly. Furthermore, it's difficult for a single person to monitor everything, unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, or go home. These were Leonard's exact words. Hence, Klein followed his instructions and headed to the Hound Tavern. He found a gang leader and spent £5 to get his men to monitor Madame Sharon and record her daily movements. Luckily, this can be reimbursed. Why does it feel like it's being subcontracted? On Friday afternoon, Klein received the investigation report provided by the gang leader. Calling it an investigation report was obviously an insult to professional private detectives. None of the gang leader's men could read, so they used pictures and symbols as a substitute. Then their semi-illiterate boss, who had only attended Sunday school for a year, organized and explained the information. Klein's head throbbed as he read, and it took him a long time to finish reading. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon hasn't been going out much recently, and there aren't many guests. It's probably because of the death of Member of Parliament Maynard. Those gang members are quite capable. They actually managed to get in touch with Madame Sharon's maid. Well, she's going to attend the Conservative Party's banquet tonight. She might be home late, or she might not be home at all. This is an opportunity to put it into practice. Klein quickly made up his mind. He planned to sneak into Madame Sharon's house and search it secretly. With the end of the Lenevis case, the suspension of combat classes, and the end of the Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings incident, Klein only had two things to do. One was to investigate the house with the red chimney, and the other was to track and monitor Madame Sharon. Hence, he was relatively free. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Aztec's reply. There was only one sentence in the letter. "I've obtained creeping hunger, and I've recalled some things." This allowed Klein to confirm that Mr. Aztec was the one who killed Kalengos. He finally confirmed that the teacher who had lost his memory and had a long lifespan was a high-sequence beyonder. However, he didn't dare to ask what Mr. Aztec had recalled with the help of creeping hunger, because Aztec obviously didn't want to say. If he was willing to share, he would have described it directly in the letter. In his reply, other than greeting, Klein only reminded Mr. Aztec that creeping hunger craved for the flesh and soul of the living, so he had to find a safe way to seal it. In addition, Justice and the hanging man still hadn't prayed to him, but Klein wasn't worried anymore. He understood that the two members were worried about the possibility of surveillance, so they didn't dare to recite the honorific's name rashly. At night on Olsna Street, the gas lamps illuminated the smooth road, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky. Klein, who had sneaked out, used the clown's balance and agility to silently climb over the walls of Madame Sharon's house. He passed through the garden and came to the side of the house. He climbed the water pipe and slowly made his way to the balcony on the second floor. To Klein, who had never succeeded in climbing trees when he was young, this was considered another way of making history. Taking out a tarot card from the pocket of his black trench coat, Klein inserted it into the gap of the balcony door, and with a gentle pull he opened the latch. The servants are very careless. They actually didn't add an additional lock. Otherwise, I would have to try climbing through the window. Klein muttered silently as he dashed into the house. Based on the information provided by the gang leader, he easily found Madame Sharon's bedroom, twisted the knob and snuck in. As he carefully closed the door, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. It reminded him of a woman's fragrance that could make one's blood boil. Klein was momentarily dazed and he even felt a slight reaction from his body. He immediately used meditation to calm himself down and complained to himself, "You're right." Chapter 196. After a few seconds, Klein activated his spirit vision and looked around the room. Under the crimson moonlight, Madame Sharon's bedroom was luxuriously decorated. There was a thick carpet, a spacious space, a blanket made of velvet, a table with all sorts of skincare products and cosmetics, and jewels that shimmered with different luster. In the cloakroom that was half open, there were thin clothes and suspender stockings that were casually thrown on the rocking chair, as well as many ornaments that were embedded with gold threads. All of these entered Klein's eyes. The most eye-catching thing in the entire room was an unfinished oil painting. It was a naked Madame Sharon herself. Her brown hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her brown eyes were like the eyes of a deer in the forest. They were pure and moist, but her arched eyebrows, tall nose, and coquettish lips gave her the charm of a mature woman. The two were mixed together in a contradictory manner, but they exuded a shocking charm. Looking down her neck, Klein only took a glance. He didn't take a closer look. He wasn't pretending to be serious. He had even seen her dirty photos, so why would he be afraid of little bunnies? His attention was attracted by the paints, plates, paintbrushes, and a silver-plated full-body mirror beside the oil painting. Such a combination, such placement, and such a relationship made him have a strange thought. The artist of this oil painting was Madame Sharon herself, and not some artist she had hooked up with. A charming and pure girl with an alluring appearance, an outstanding figure, and a charming and innocent girl taking off her clothes and looking at herself in the mirror while describing her beauty. Such a scene feels weird. Isn't Madame Sharon too narcissistic? Klein mumbled silently. He retracted his gaze and began searching for possible evidence of a crime. According to Leonard and Fry's teachings, he wore black gloves the entire time. Every time he searched, he had to remember the original appearance so that he could recover it later. For a seer, this wasn't difficult at all. If he forgot, he could easily recall it using dream divination. Of course, before he left tonight, he had divined for himself. There was no danger, and it would be rather smooth. This is what a qualified charlatan should do, even if I'm already a clown. Klein mocked himself. He spent nearly 20 minutes searching Madame Sharon's bedroom, but he didn't find anything worth paying attention to, nor did he see any spirituality glow. Finally, he stopped in front of the safe in the corner of the room. It was iron gray and 1 meter tall. It was thick and heavy, giving off the feeling that it was extremely sturdy. It seemed that even explosives would not be able to break it. It really has the characteristics of the age of steam. There must be an extremely complicated mechanical combination inside. Klein tried to open the lock, but he failed shamefully. He pushed the matter of the safe to the back of his mind. He took off his left glove and the topaz pendant on his wrist. He gripped the silver chain and allowed the spirit pendulum to fall. Klein got rid of the heat brought by the fragrance in the room and entered a meditative state. His eyes darkened as he muttered to himself, "There's a secret room or a hidden compartment in this room. There's a secret room or a hidden compartment in this room." After 7 times, the color of Klein's eyes returned to normal. He looked at the topaz pendant and saw that it was spinning counterclockwise. This is a negative. Klein nodded indiscernibly and left Madame Sharon's bedroom. Following the previous procedure, he quietly searched the study, living room, solarium, and other places, but he did not find any valuable clues. The reason why he did not use the dowsing rod searching method was that he had no idea what he was looking for. He took out a silver vine-patterned pocket watch and opened it to confirm the time. Then he walked back to Madame Sharon's bedroom. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out the ritual silver dagger. It surged with spirituality and fused with the power of nature, sealing the entire room. He wanted to summon himself. He wanted to use his spirit body to enter the heavy safe and check the items inside. "I don't need to know how to pick locks," Klein mumbled in Mandarin. Since he was praying to himself, the entire procedure could be simplified. There was no need to be too particular. Therefore, Klein took out a candle mixed with sandalwood and lit it with spirituality. That was how he set up the altar. I summon in my name the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated in Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality surged out and merged with the candle flame to form a grayish-white, palm-sized screen of light. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the howling, and entered above the gray fog. Looking at the door of summoning behind the high-backed chair at the ancient long table, Klein was about to respond when he suddenly froze. Since I'm already here, I might as well do a divination to see if I can find any clues. Here, other than eliminating the interference, my powers are still strengthened. Also, the environment I'm in makes the divination equivalent to using Madame Sharon's belongings. He sat down and conjured a piece of goat skin and a fountain pen in front of him. What should I divine? Klein fell into deep thought. Is there a problem with Madame Sharon? No, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has a problem. Was Madame Sharon involved in a crime? That's not strict enough. As a socialite, she mingled in political circles. It's normal for her to be involved in dirty and unverifiable matters. Also, what defines a crime? Is it the law of the Kingdom of Rouen, the Republic of Intis, or my own free testimony? As his thoughts churned, Klein didn't want to waste any more time. After all, his body was still in the real world. Therefore, he decided to confirm the relevant divination he had done previously. He picked up the fountain pen. Without needing to write, a divination statement appeared on the goat skin in front of him. John Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. This was the divination that Klein had done when he went to Maynard's house to help the police do spirit channeling. The answer back then was negative. Holding the silver chain, the topaz pendant almost touched the words on the goatskin. Klein half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement. John Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. John Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. After repeating it a total of 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils suddenly constricted. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, and the clockwise rotation meant that it was positive. Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. Klein stared at the pendulum that was slowly calming down. His heart was in turmoil. Back then, my divination was affected by someone. It was disrupted. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, a rather powerful beyonder? Or did she have the help of such a person who plotted Maynard's death? To get rid of this strong contender for the mayor's position, to get rid of the new party's future House of Commons Member of Parliament? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein wrote a new divination statement. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. He repeated it 7 times, and it was still the pendulum. With the help of his current environment and the information he had on Madame Sharon, Klein completed the divination and saw the answer. The answer was that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. The answer was positive. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Klein's heart tightened. Without further delay, he responded to his own summoning and pushed open the mysterious door. After the confusion and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon's bedroom and himself. Klein floated and flew to the heavy safe. He reached out his right hand and carefully put it in. Since Madame Sharon was a beyonder, he had to be wary of any traps she had set up in the safe. And in his spirit-body state, which was mixed with some of the mysterious space's power and most of his spirituality, Klein didn't need to do any divination. He could get a hint just by approaching danger. Most divination relied on his astral projection to travel the spirit world to obtain revelations. Simply put, it came from his own spirituality. A nearly transparent palm passed through the thick metal door. Klein didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. After scanning the entire place, he suddenly pounced forward, his entire spirit body burrowing into the safe. He saw that the safe was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was filled with standard gold bars, thick banknotes, and even more valuable jewelry. The second layer was filled with documents that lacked covers. Klein puffed up his cheeks and blew a few times, but he didn't manage to open them and see the contents. I'll try again with Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. Klein had previously experimented with it when he used his spirit body to envelop the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle. The two items could pass through obstacles and become half real, half illusory existences. The bottom layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo. The photo was of a handsome young man, Madame Sharon's former lover. They were forcefully separated, and Madame Sharon had no choice but to marry the old baron. Thus, she began to fall into depravity, sleeping with one man after another. But deep in her heart, there was still a pure land. Every night, when it's quiet, she would take out this photo and rub it with tears streaming down her face. Klein instantly imagined a sorrowful and tragic romantic drama. However, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The young man in the photo seemed to, possibly resemble Madame Sharon, Madame Sharon's younger brother? She's a Beyonder. F***CK. Could she also be from the Demonist pathway? Just like instigator Trissy. An idea suddenly flashed through Klein's mind, giving him a shock. Why did Trissy stay in Tingen previously? Was it because she had a companion here? Klein carefully observed the photo and found that the young man resembled Madame Sharon more and more. His nearly transparent face made a grimace. He felt that he couldn't face the filth from before. Calming himself down, Klein searched the surroundings of the safe to see if there was anything else hidden. Although he couldn't pick up any paper, the feeling of passing through objects and air was different. Items of different densities also felt different. As he searched, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the side of the safe near the wall. It was a mezzanine. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein crawled in. His vision reflected ointments, incense, herbal powder, and other items. He also saw a statue of a deity carved out of white bones. The statue was the size of a palm, and it vaguely depicted a beautiful woman. Her hair was very long, extending all the way to her ankles. Each strand was clear and thick like a venomous snake. At the top of each strand of hair was a carved eye. They were either closed or open, densely packed together. Klein jumped in fright. He smelled something sinister and hurriedly retreated from the mezzanine. He finally understood why his divination of the secret chamber and the hidden compartment had failed. Chapter 197. Klein exited the heavy safe and only calmed down when he realized that there was nothing wrong with it. That white-bone statue is very sinister. Although it's not dangerous, it makes me feel uneasy. Could it be the so-called primordial demoness? The evil deity that's on par with the hidden sage, dark side of the universe, and the true creator? Klein recalled his conjecture about Madame Sharon and immediately understood which existence the white-bone statue could represent. Just as he was thinking, his spirituality suddenly stirred, and he had a bad feeling. Klein quickly flew to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside the house. He saw a carriage quickly and steadily driving towards the main entrance under the illumination of the gas lamps. Madame Sharon is back? His heart stirred, and he figured out the source of his premonition of danger. Considering that Trissy had only become a woman after becoming a Sequence 8 instigator and was likely a Sequence 7, and that Madame Sharon had been active in Tingen's upper-class social circle for many years and was likely stronger than Trissy, Klein didn't dare to take the risk with the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle. Rationally, he decided to retreat. This was because there was a limit to the number of sealed artifacts he could use. Furthermore, he didn't know how long it would take to trick the mutated sun sacred emblem out again. It wasn't a critical juncture, nor was there no other way. Klein didn't want to waste it. Furthermore, he would be faced with the problem of how to explain himself afterwards. He couldn't possibly tell Dunn that a kind-hearted powerhouse happened to pass by and helped him, right? As for why he didn't use Aztec's copper whistle, it was because Klein wasn't sure if the summoned messenger had combat strength. What if it only looked fierce and only knew how to deliver letters? The things I found just now are enough for a Nighthawk team to be mobilized. Why should I fight Madame Sharon alone? I could have beaten her up as a group. Klein emphasized in his heart and ended the summoning. He whooshed back above the gray fog and enveloped himself with spirituality before returning to his body in the real world. He quickly extinguished the candle and removed the wall of spirituality. He dashed out of Madame Sharon's bedroom and returned the way he came. However, there was no time to restore the latch to the balcony door. He slid down the water pipe and climbed out of the garden from the wall opposite to the main entrance. Klein sneaked all the way to the next block before taking an expensive night rental carriage to Zutland Street. Madame Sharon slowly returned to the second floor in her black dress. She dismissed the maidservant and opened the door to her bedroom. Her pure and watery eyes suddenly froze, reflecting strands of nearly transparent, barely visible filaments. They did not have the luster of spirituality and were like the hair of a diseased human. If one did not know of the existence of these things in advance or had very special eyes, no one would be able to discover them. At this moment, those thin threads were all broken and fell to the ground. Madame Sharon squinted her eyes and looked at the heavy gray safe. 36 Zutland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn, who was leisurely reading the newspaper with his legs crossed, looked at Klein, who had appeared at the door of his office, with an odd expression. He sighed silently. "Weren't you going to try infiltrating Madame Sharon's house tonight to conduct a preliminary search?" "Did you discover a problem?" Klein nodded solemnly. "Yes. I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the Demonist sect." "A member of the Demonist sect?" Dunn put down the newspaper and mulled over the phrase. He asked solemnly, "What did you discover?" Klein did not sit down. He leaned forward and placed his hands on the edge of the desk. "I first saw a picture of a young man, but he looked very similar to Madame Sharon. If he were to change into female clothing, put on makeup, beautify, and Photoshop, he would look like Madame Sharon." Klein could not help but lampoon inwardly. "Similar to instigator Trissy?" Dunn's gray eyes flickered as he came to a realization. They had previously determined that Trissy was a member of the Demonist sect. "Yes." Klein nodded with mixed feelings. He changed the topic and said, "Later, I used divination skills and found a white bone sculpture in Madame Sharon's safe in my dream. It was a beautiful woman, but her hair reached her ankles. Each strand was as thick as a venomous snake, and there were eyes at the top. It was rather strange." "Captain, isn't this the image of the primordial Demoness?" Due to the lack of security clearance, he had very little information on the Demonist sect. Dunn thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. "This is the image of the primordial Demoness. We have to take action immediately and restrain Madame Sharon." Klein immediately agreed. Yes, if Madame Sharon is a mid-sequence beyonder of the Demonist sect, I don't think she wouldn't have noticed that someone had infiltrated her bedroom. At this moment, he suddenly had a doubt and blurted out, "What's wrong?" He blurted out, "Captain, why don't the 7 Orthodox deities have concrete images and only use symbols to represent them? But the evil deities I've come into contact with all have humanoid appearances. The true creator is like that, and so is the primordial Demoness. Is this one of the differences between Orthodox deities and evil deities? Why is there such a difference?" Klein silently added another question, but he wisely didn't say it out loud. "This is the difference between Orthodox deities and evil deities." Dunn gave an affirmative answer. Then he got up and walked to the coat rack. "We can't delay any longer. I'm worried that Madame Sharon will escape." At this point, Dunn paused. "Call Kenley. The 3 of us will take action. We can apply for a sealed artifact. Madame Sharon might not only be a sequence 7. "Captain, that's wise of you." Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right." All right. Then he asked curiously, Captain, which sealed artifact do you want to use? Captain, which sealed artifact do you want to use? Dunn recalled and deliberated for more than 10 seconds. 3-0217. As there weren't many sealed artifacts behind Cheney's Gate in Tingen City, Klein quickly remembered what the captain wanted to apply for. Number 0217. Name, Spirit Medium's Mirror. Danger level 3. There's a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Only operations involving 3 or more people can apply. Security clearance level, official Nighthawks and above. Sealing method, placed in darkness without light. Description: the back of this mirror is coated with mercury. There are 3 small cracks on the front. When the first investigator looked at the mirror, he saw a long-haired, crying woman. Then he saw the woman climb out of the mirror. According to many experiments, the image reflected in the mirror is different most of the time. Even if the same person looks at it repeatedly, they will encounter different things. The danger levels are different, but the person looking at the mirror is always prioritized. Among them, the most dangerous situation is seeing yourself. If no one looks at this mirror under the premise of light, it will automatically produce an image every 3 hours. It doesn't have the characteristics of being alive. Appendix: this mirror originally belonged to a spirit medium. It was a very ordinary mirror, until one day this spirit medium strangely committed suicide while looking at it. Indeed, behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate, there aren't many sealed artifacts that can be used for battles between Beyonders. 3-0217 is a good choice. Klein didn't say anything else. He immediately ran to the Nighthawks recreation room and shouted for sleepless Kenley. Tonight, Royale would be on duty at Cheney's Gate while Leonard would rest. Seekatron would patrol Raphael Cemetery and other places. The new members would only arrive on Sunday, so Dunn could only choose between Fry and Kenley. Considering that Madame Sharon belonged to the Demonist sect and didn't have much to do with the dead, he chose the latter. After a few minutes, Dunn returned from underground with a mirror wrapped in a thick black cloth in his hand. To be honest, if I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to tell that it's a mirror. There's no part of it that's exposed. Klein and the short Kenley went forward. You'll be in charge of using sealed artifact 3-0217. Dunn handed the mirror to Kenley. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly realized that he was a Sequence 8 Beyonder, and he had the ability to fight head-on. He couldn't just hide in the corner and provide support. Man, I'm a little nervous. He touched the slumber charm and other items in his pocket to make sure that he was prepared. The only problem is that I didn't bring my cane to make it easier to climb. Yes, I can borrow Kenley's. He has a mirror and a pistol. That's enough. As Klein was deep in thought, the 3 of them went downstairs and took a rental carriage to Olsna Street. Along the way, Kenley glanced at sealed artifact 3-0217 in his hand and said with a taut expression, "That's right." He said with a slightly tense expression, "This is my first time participating in such a dangerous operation." Under normal circumstances, Nighthawks wouldn't use sealed artifacts when dealing with Beyonder matters. Previously, when they went to Morristown to resolve the supernatural incident, they had applied for the mutated Sun's sacred emblem to prevent any accidents from happening. As it was too far away, the rescue wouldn't be able to make it in time. But this time the target was almost certain to be a mid-sequence Beyonder. "Don't worry. Perhaps Madame Sharon has already escaped," Klein said with a smile. Frankly speaking, he wasn't any less nervous than Kenley. Dunn rolled his gray eyes and looked at him helplessly. "Let's try our best not to let Madame Sharon escape." 20 minutes later, the 3 Nighthawks arrived at Olsna Street. They saw the garden and Madame Sharon's house in the darkness. They were quietly lying there as if nothing had happened. Klein took out the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and quickly did a divination. "There's danger inside. There's danger inside." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. The amplitude and speed were medium. This meant that there was danger inside. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Chapter 198. There's danger, but it's not high or low. This means that Madame Sharon is still in the house and hasn't escaped. Klein was stunned for a moment before he understood the reason. He had used the method of summoning himself to transform into a rather strange spirit body to search the safe and the inner compartment. He hadn't forcefully opened the lock, nor had he triggered any hidden mechanisms or other items. Therefore, it was normal for Madame Sharon to not realize that her secret had been discovered. She would only think that a thief had broken into her house, or that a private detective had been entrusted to infiltrate the house and investigate without any results. Under such circumstances, it was logical for her to not be vigilant enough and continue staying at home. She would lose her cool at the slightest situation and react excessively. She wasn't like the Madame Sharon that Klein knew. She was a social butterfly who could calmly pretend to be afraid and pitiful. She was a member of the Demonist sect who had hidden her identity as a Beyonder for many years. If the telephone had been invented, Madame Sharon would definitely have called a particular lover to whine and complain about the security in Tingen City. She would have even hinted at Madame Maynard. Klein imagined a scene and told Dunn and Kenley about the results of his divination. This is the deduction that is closest to reality. Dunn pressed down on his half-top hat and looked at Madame Sharon's 2-story building with his gray eyes. Let's not rush in. Why? Kenley, who was holding sealed artifact 3-0217, subconsciously asked. He was filled with fear towards the spirit media mirror in his hand, afraid that something would happen to the sealed artifact. Dunn put on his black gloves and glanced at Klein. Do you still remember the matter of capturing instigator Trissy? Yes. Klein thought for a few seconds and said, She seemed to have sensed our approach in advance and reacted in time, successfully escaping. I still remember that when I answered the captain's question, I suggested using firepower to cover the area. That was the safest and most reliable method. But I can't use it this time because there are still many innocent servants in Madame Sharon's house. If I inform them in advance and get them to evacuate in time, they will definitely alarm Madame Sharon. And according to Leonard, Trissy can turn invisible, so I have to assume that Madame Sharon possesses similar Beyonder powers. Klein made many connections. Dunn looked up at the crimson moon in the sky. Very good. Your answer is very good. Your intuition in this situation is quite sharp. I'll try to drag her into a dream from afar. If I succeed, you and Kenley will go in and subdue her. You can decide whether to kill her or not. If you can't control her, get rid of her. Your safety is the most important thing. Captain, whenever a critical moment approaches, your thoughts are always so clear. I was waiting for you to say that. Klein praised in his heart. Over the past 2 months, he had more or less figured out the characteristics of their Beyonder powers from his conversations with Dunn, Leonard, Fry, and the others. As a nightmare, Dunn Smith could freely enter the dreams of every sleeper in Tingen City at home or in the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein didn't ask about the exact method as it involved the secrets of each sequence. As for the ability to drag someone into a dream, there was a limit to its range. It usually only appeared in a direct confrontation. However, Klein had heard from the captain that such a Beyonder power didn't have to be used face-to-face. Within 100 meters, it could be used to a certain extent. However, it required time and a process that couldn't be completed in one go. It was like coaxing a child to sleep. At that moment, Dunn wanted to drag Madame Sharon into a dream from afar and complete the initial control, creating the best situation for Klein and Kenley. All right. Kenley agreed with the captain's plan. Without further ado, Dunn found a corner and leaned against it. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and buried his head. His black windbreaker and half-top hat seemed to blend into the night. In a luxurious and gorgeous bedroom, Madame Sharon lay on a comfortable rocking chair. She was naked, completely exposing her fair and outstanding figure to the air. She would occasionally turn her head to look at the full-body mirror, admiring her alluring reflection. As she looked, her face blushed, and her eyes looked like they were about to tear up. There was a strange sense of affection in her dazed expression. On the table beside her was the white-boned statue. Her long hair, that was as thick as a snake, seemed to become gentle in the warm light and pink atmosphere. Gradually, Madame Sharon looked at the full-body mirror less and less frequently. Her head nodded and her eyelids drooped. As time passed, Klein suddenly thought of something. How is the captain going to inform me and Kenley in time after dragging Madame Sharon into a dream? As long as I leave the nightmare state, Madame Sharon will wake up and be alerted that something has happened. I wonder if the captain can give us hand signals while dreaming? Klein looked at Kenley, who was pacing back and forth restlessly. He wanted to discuss this matter with him to divert his attention. At that moment, his mind suddenly went blank. He saw a huge crimson moon and Captain Dunn Smith, who was wearing a black windbreaker. He also saw the dumbfounded and short Kenley. Klein suddenly realized that he was dreaming. I've been dragged into a dream by the captain, so that's how I can inform him. He wanted to cover his face, but he could only maintain his dazed state. He said in a daze, "Captain." Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Madame Sharon has entered a dream. Madame Sharon has entered the dream. You can take action now." After saying that, he emphasized another sentence. "Remember, you have to be careful. You can't be reckless. I'd rather miss it than take the risk." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of Klein shattered inch by inch. His vision once again reflected Dunn Smith, who was leaning against the wall with his head buried and his fists clenched. On the other side, Kenley, who had stopped pacing, opened his eyes. The two of them looked at each other, nodded at each other, and entered into their mission state at the same time. Although this was Kenley's first time encountering a rather dangerous mission, he was more experienced than Klein. He had participated in many official operations, so he quickly adjusted himself and became calm and sharp. Of course, this also had to do with the addition of the night to the sleepless. This was also one of the reasons why Dunn sent Kenley instead of Fry. "Let's go." As a sequence 8, Klein took the lead and gestured to his teammates to follow him. Kenley didn't object. He held the mirror wrapped in thick black cloth tightly, lightened his footsteps, and began to follow. Klein led him to the spot where he had climbed over the wall. He extended his hands and grabbed onto the cracks and protrusions. In a few moments, he had climbed to the top of the wall. He maintained his exaggerated balance, turned around, bent down, and reached out to catch the shaman's mirror that Kenley had thrown at him. The moment he touched it, Klein's spiritual perception tightened. It was as if what was behind the black cloth wasn't a mirror, but a door that led to a dangerous and bizarre world. Indeed, every mystical item that needs to be sealed has a sinister side to it. Klein sighed inwardly as he watched Kenley climb up using all 4 limbs. To make it easier for him to move, Kenley placed his cane beside Dunn, and Klein didn't dwell on it. They passed through the garden and came to the side of the house. Just like before, he followed the water pipe and climbed to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Then he almost instinctively hung his legs, and his body hung upside down as he caught sealed artifact 3-0271 once again. Kenley looked at it in surprise, then nodded in understanding. At this moment, Klein was shocked. He exerted strength from his back, and with a push of his left hand, he easily flipped back up. What happened just now? Why was I able to do that? It felt like instinct. Could this be the ability of a clown? He recalled what had just happened and felt that he had better displayed the characteristics of a clown in practice. When Kenley climbed up easily as well, Klein returned the spirit medium mirror to him and pulled open the unlocked balcony door. Kenley carefully untied the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact 3-0271 and let the mirror face down on the floor tiles. One of the rules of using the spirit media mirror was not to aim at oneself or one's teammates. After stuffing the black cloth and pulling out his revolver, Kenley followed behind Klein. They walked quietly through the corridor and arrived in front of Madame Sharon's bedroom door. Klein adjusted the revolver, activated his spirit vision, and reached for the doorknob with his left hand. He remembered that the outcome of the divination was that there was danger, so he didn't dare to be careless. The reason why he didn't do another quick divination on the spot was because he knew that the sinister statue of the primordial demoness was in the room. At such a close distance, he would definitely be disturbed. Without the gray fog, he wouldn't be able to get a clear and accurate answer. And with Kenley beside him, he couldn't enter the mysterious space. The door opened silently, and Klein and Kenley saw the warm glow of the gas lamp. Then they saw Madame Sharon on the reclining chair and her alluring body. Madame Sharon wasn't asleep. She was leaning on the chair with a faint smile on her lips as she looked at the two unexpected guests. Subconsciously, Kenley flipped his palm and shone the spirit medium mirror at Madame Sharon. Klein was stunned for a moment before he blurted out, "No." He remembered very clearly that on the other side of the recliner, there should have been a full-body mirror, but now he did not see it. In the blink of an eye, the spirit medium's mirror had locked onto Madame Sharon. However, Madame Sharon blurred and turned into a full-body mirror. Kenley saw himself in the mirror, as well as sealed artifact 3-0271. He saw that it was reflecting him. A figure appeared in the spirit medium's mirror. It was the expressionless, cold, and silent Kenley himself. Meanwhile, Klein's hands and feet tightened at the same time, as if they were entangled by countless invisible threads. Her beautiful silhouette was outlined inch by the full-length mirror, and Madame Sharon, who was draped in a nightgown, appeared. She glanced at them and chuckled. "If it wasn't for the statue being beside me, I would be sleeping and waiting for you to kiss me awake." At that moment, Klein suddenly spoke in a deep voice, saying a word in ancient Hermes. "Crimson." His left hand, which had been in his pocket at some point in time, moved nimbly and easily pushed out the slumber charm. Chapter 199. The silver charm suddenly turned cold, like a crystal formed from layers of snowflakes. Klein shivered, and his mind cleared up. His fear and panic seemed to be temporarily frozen. He quickly injected his spirituality into the charm, then used his finger to push the thin silver piece out of his pocket and let it fall by his feet. Dark red flames appeared in midair, and the faint but continuous sounds of explosions reverberated. A tranquil and deep feeling spread and enveloped half of the bedroom. It enveloped Madame Sharon and sleepless Kenley, as well as Klein himself. The slumber charm was an item that didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Under normal circumstances, it needed to be thrown at the enemy. That way, the person in question would only be affected by the aftershocks and wouldn't be unable to resist the temptation of falling asleep. But now, Klein's arm was bound by countless invisible threads. He couldn't throw the charm, so he could only use his own slumber in exchange for Madame Sharon's slumber. But he had already considered and prepared for such a situation. This was because it involved his uniqueness, which was different from most mid-sequence and low-sequence beyonders. In that instant, Klein's eyelids drooped, and he fell into an abnormal sleep. He entered a dream. Madame Sharon and the dazed Kenley also slowed down and paused. In this abnormal state, Klein quickly found himself in the dream. He rationally knew that he was in a deep sleep. He was able to stay awake when it came to forceful dream invasions and hypnotic effects. It was the same when he encountered Dunn's nightmare powers, and it was the same when he was channeled by Daly. Kacha! Klein forcefully broke out of the dream and woke up. He felt the countless threads binding his arms, legs, and body relax slightly. They were no longer tight. Madame Sharon, who was beside the full-body mirror, looked lost, as if she was about to break free from the effects of the slumber charm, but she hadn't really woken up yet. Kenley collapsed to the ground. The spirit medium's mirror was nearby, and his revolver was bounced to the side of the door. Chance. Klein seized the opportunity when the threads relaxed and extended his left palm. He snapped his fingers and lit up a light blue spirituality flame. He then used it to burn the countless threads in front of him. At the same time, he raised the revolver in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 silver demon hunting bullets flew out of the barrel and toward Madame Sharon. Klein didn't confirm the outcome. He bent his knees, exerted strength from his back, and rolled towards Kenley, using this opportunity to break the threads that were wrapped around him. The main reason he fired the shot just now was to inform the captain outside that something had happened inside. He wanted to tell Dunn Smith that something had happened inside and that he was in a state of battle. He also wanted him to come to the rescue as soon as possible. Of course, if he could hit Madame Sharon directly, that would be the best outcome, the best development. However, Klein didn't believe that a Beyonder who might be a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 would be that easy to deal with. With a leap, wisps of light blue flames ignited in the air. They were the thin threads that had been ignited. In this dreamy scene, 2 silver demon hunting bullets accurately hit Madame Sharon's body. Kacha, kacha! Madame Sharon was wearing a translucent nightgown. Her faintly discernible body collapsed like the crimson moon in the lake. The full body mirror beside her cracked, and most of it turned into shards the size of a thumbnail. A small number of shards remained on the mirror frame. All of them resembled palms, oddly shaped palms. Substitute? The Beyonder power of the Demonist sequence. Klein glanced at it from the corner of his eye. He had already rolled to Kenley's side. As the threads had been torn by his actions, the light blue flames in the air didn't spread over. At that moment, Madame Sharon disappeared. The sleeping Kenley stretched out his hands and strangled his own neck. Spittle flowed out of his mouth, and his tongue stuck out. He refused to let go. However, Klein's spirit vision didn't detect anything strange nearby. He suddenly thought of a description in the information on sealed artifact 3-0271. The most dangerous situation was to see himself. Could it be that Kenley saw sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting himself through the full-body mirror? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without thinking, he took out a silver charm. It was triangular in shape. It was a requiem charm. Crimson. Klein said the words in ancient Hermes as he injected his spirituality into it and threw out the charm. Then he pressed down with his left hand and touched the spirit medium's mirror. He had used the corner of his eye to confirm that the sealed artifact was facing down and wouldn't reflect himself. The triangular silver charm burned with icy blue flames, and a gentle and peaceful darkness engulfed Kenley, including Klein himself. His anxiety dissipated, and Kenley's strangling suddenly slowed down. Klein no longer felt like he was on the battlefield. Instead, he felt like he was standing in front of an oriel window at home, looking down at the quiet street in the middle of the night. His body and mind were at peace. This was the change that Klein had hoped for. At that moment, he entered an extremely peaceful state. It was as if he was the only person left in the world, and nothing else existed. With the help of this feeling, an instinctive thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Madame Sharon is going to attack my right waist. This was the precognitive ability of a clown in battle. Without hesitation, Klein grabbed the spirit medium's mirror and rolled to the left. As soon as he moved, a dagger burning with black flames silently stabbed towards where he had just been, stabbing towards the right side of his waist. Madame Sharon's figure was outlined once again. As he rolled, Klein suddenly raised the spirit medium's mirror and shone it at Madame Sharon. Apart from rescuing his companions, the main reason he had approached Kenley was to pick up the sealed artifact. Otherwise, he didn't think that he would have been able to hold out against Madame Sharon until the captain came to his aid. The flaring sun charm could be used against Beyonders, but it wasn't as effective as bullying undead spirits. Furthermore, The other party wouldn't just stand there and let him use the charm. If it really didn't work, Klein could only take the risk and use the Aztec copper whistle. Explanations could wait until his life was saved. However, the development was better than Klein had expected. Madame Sharon chose to assassinate him and didn't interrupt his attempts to use the Requiem charm or hold down the spirit medium's mirror. Hence, Klein instantly came up with a simple plan. He didn't dodge the aftermath of the Requiem charm and used it to increase the clown's precognitive ability. Then he would seize the opportunity to dodge the attack and use the spirit medium's mirror to reflect the enemy. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a translucent nightgown, missed her attack. Just as she was about to chase after her agile opponent, she suddenly saw a mirror with 3 small cracks. The water in the mirror rippled, and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, and it draped down to cover her face. Klein shook his left hand, and the spirit medium's mirror slid forward tens of centimeters along the carpet, its face facing upwards. A pale hand reached out from the mirror, and the woman in a white bedsheet-like dress crawled out of the mirror and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression turned slightly gloomy. Her brown, innocent eyes were tainted with a layer of darkness. She was surrounded by 7 black flames. With a whoosh, a black flame flew out and hit the woman in the white dress, whose face was covered by her long hair. Whoosh! The woman began to burn, and she let out a painful moan before quickly vanishing. Whoosh! 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 The black flames were like bullets as they shot towards Klein. Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly rolled, not daring to stop for even a moment. However, his tumbling movements gradually became sluggish. This was because the thin, almost invisible threads had once again entangled him, slowing him down and affecting his movements. This was the nemesis of a clown's combat ability. A black flame brushed past Klein's face and landed on Madame Sharon's huge bed. However, it didn't burn, as though it could only affect things with life or spirituality. Before Klein could rejoice that he had dodged the attack, a premonition flashed through his mind. Thus, he suddenly pulled his spine and changed from a forward roll to a side roll. A transparent ice spear suddenly appeared and stabbed into the carpet, stabbing into the spot that Klein had originally planned for. The white frost spread and affected Klein, whose movements were affected by the threads. He suddenly shivered and his body stiffened. Although he could still move, his movements were rather sluggish. Seeing Madame Sharon's new black flames swirling around her and a transparent ice spear forming in her hand, Klein didn't hesitate anymore. He reached into his pocket and grabbed Aztec's copper whistle. Ho, ho, ho! At that moment, Kenley broke free from the effects of Requiem and slumber. He crawled up and looked at Madame Sharon with a hollow gaze. His face seemed to be shrouded in a shadow, silent and eerie. Thud, thud, thud. Kenley pounced towards Madame Sharon, who was closest to him. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and shot out the black flames around her at Kenley. Poof, poof, poof. The black flames disappeared like snowflakes. They didn't cause any effect. Klein was stunned at first. Then he raised his right hand and fired at Madame Sharon's current position. Bang! Madame Sharon dodged in advance and threw out the ice spear, but it only pierced Kenley's clothes. It didn't penetrate the target's skin, so it didn't freeze him. Bang! Klein fired again. Madame Sharon dashed to the side of the broken full-body mirror and picked up a palm-sized fragment. She continued to move around nimbly, dodging the bullets. She used the irregular fragment to shine at Kenley, who was pouncing at her again, causing his figure to be reflected in the mirror. Then, as Madame Sharon dodged, she swiped at the mirror with her palm covered in black flames. At that moment, Klein had run out of bullets. He had no choice but to throw the revolver, letting the shell fall onto the carpet along with the revolver. Just as he rolled to pick up Kenley's revolver, he suddenly heard his teammate scream. Kenley stopped, bent over, and began vomiting. He spat out bile, a bright red heart, and his lungs and stomach that were burning with black flames. Chapter 200. The pulsating organs, the yellowish-green liquid, the silently burning black flames, and the human body falling forward were all reflected in Klein's eyes and deeply imprinted in his mind. Up until now, the most dangerous situation he had experienced was when he had to deal with Ray Bieber, whose digestion process had been interrupted. But even such a dangerous and terrifying monster had only caused serious injuries to the participants. No one had been sacrificed. The only teammate Klein had lost, old Neil, and the official Beyonder deaths he had witnessed all stemmed from the loss of control. The murderer was either mysterious and indescribable, or it pointed to an evil god. It had nothing to do with the specific mission. Now, for the first time, he had seen the sacrifice of a teammate in a mission. Such a death stemmed from a single wrong choice. The Nighthawks were fighting against madness, but at the same time, they were fighting against danger. One mistake, and there might not be a chance to make up for it. With a boom, Klein's thoughts exploded. He seemed to be greatly agitated. He half squatted on the ground, raised his right hand, and fired at Madame Sharon. The silver demon-hunting bullets passed through countless invisible threads and shot at her head and her translucent nightgown. Suddenly, Madame Sharon moved in another direction as if she was being pulled by something, dodging Klein's crazy shots. Only when all 5 bullets in the revolver had been fired, and when he heard the sound of an empty revolver, did Klein snap out of his daze and regain his ability to think. His heart tightened. He didn't even have time to reload the bullets. He threw away the revolver and grabbed a stack of tarot cards. Pa! Madame Sharon's body jerked to the side. She saw a card fly past and stab deep into the surface of the dressing table. The corners of her lips curled up, and her beautiful brown eyes were once again dyed with a dark luster. Just then, her waterfall-like brown hair suddenly flew up, as if it was blown by an invisible force. Madame Sharon was stunned. She wanted to dodge again, but she was too late. The magician's card that Klein threw pinned her hair to the wall. Pa! Madame Sharon forcefully tore her hair and rolled forward. Her body quickly disappeared from Klein's sight. Invisibility again. Klein held the tarot cards between his fingers and moved slowly, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he understood why Madame Sharon had given up on attacking and why she had slowed down. According to normal development, if Klein didn't use the Aztec copper whistle, he wouldn't have been able to fight against this terrifying witch. That's right. It must be the captain. He was overjoyed. His eyes turned, and he subconsciously looked at the window. At the same time, he came to a conclusion. Madame Sharon wanted to escape. She already knew that we had companions who could drag her into a dream. But she didn't know if there were other Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind members. Although she was powerful, she wasn't a powerhouse who could destroy a team of Beyonders alone. With a thought, Klein flicked his wrist and threw the tarot cards toward the window. So. He threw out 5 cards in a row. 3 of them sealed the window, and 2 of them turned into flying daggers that slashed at the door. Crack! Pa! Pa! Amidst the sound of glass shattering, 2 tarot cards stabbed deeply into the half-open bedroom door. As he wished, Klein heard the sound of dodging. He flicked his wrist again, and with the intuition of a clown, he threw the cards toward a spot on the side of the door. The cards tore through the air and approached the spot at high speed. They had no choice but to drill into the hard wall. However, a figure quickly appeared in the air. It was Madame Sharon, who was wearing a translucent nightgown and had brown hair and brown eyes. The moment Madame Sharon was exposed, her eyes lost their luster. She seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep while standing. Captain! Klein swept his gaze, but he wasn't in a hurry to throw the cards. He knew that Madame Sharon would soon break free from the dream. If he couldn't deal a fatal blow to her in 2 to 3 seconds, she would forcefully escape. A nightmare at such a distance would be easy to break free from. Bending his knees, Klein suddenly rolled to the side. He sprawled on the ground, extended his right hand, and grabbed the edge of the spirit media mirror that was facing upwards. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he threw sealed artifact 3-0271 at Madame Sharon before he was reflected in the mirror. Madame Sharon's body trembled, and the luster in her brown eyes quickly returned to normal. Her gaze also found focus. Before she regained consciousness, a layer of crystalline and solid frost appeared on the surface of her body. However, she didn't see the flying cards or the silver demon hunting bullets. She only saw a mirror moving closer and closer. She only saw her pure and charming face reflected in the mirror. Her beautiful face suddenly became distorted. Wrinkles appeared on it, along with bloodstains and rotting patches. No, Madame Sharon let out a shrill scream, as though she had just witnessed the death of her lover. Her skin quickly turned green, and yellow pus flowed out from the corner of her eyes. In a flash, Madame Sharon burned with a silent black flame from the inside out, as though she was expelling something. Then a thick layer of frost formed on the surface of the black flame, as though it was making a coffin. Invisible threads intertwined and finally superimposed a color visible to the naked eye. They wrapped layer after layer of frost, as if forming a huge cocoon. Thud, thud, thud. Sealed artifact 3-0271 landed on the ground, rolled forward a few times, and stopped beside Madame Sharon's gigantic cocoon. At that moment, there was a clang. Dunn broke through the window frame and flipped into the room. He glanced at the lifeless Kenley and his expression sank. At that moment, the cocoon cracked open, and the ice coffin disintegrated inch by inch. The black flames turned into fluorescent light and scattered in all directions. Madame Sharon's skin color returned to normal. Her eyes were slightly tired, but there was nothing abnormal. Her eyes reflected Klein, who was still half sprawled on the ground, as well as Dunn Smith, who was pressing his hand against his glabella and closing his eyes. Invisible ripples spread out, and Madame Sharon's eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Under Dunn's black windbreaker, there were venomous, snake-like things squirming. Knowing that the captain wouldn't be able to control Madame Sharon for long, just like how he had dealt with Monster Bieber, Klein rolled again and grabbed the revolver that he had thrown on the carpet. It was his revolver. He took out 3 silver demon hunting bullets with his left hand and stuffed them into the bullet holes with familiarity. Pa! Klein closed the cylinder and stood up. He held the gun with both hands and aimed at Madame Sharon's glabella. Bang! He controlled his body with the powers of a clown and pulled the trigger. The silver demon hunting bullet flashed and accurately hit the fixed target. A bloody mark appeared on Madame Sharon's glabella, but the bullet seemed to have passed through many layers of invisible obstacles and lost most of its power. It couldn't open her skull. Klein fired 2 more shots without hesitation. He saw Madame Sharon's eyes suddenly open. Bang! Bang! A rain of blood scattered along with the white spots. The beautiful Madame Sharon had turned into a female corpse that would give every man nightmares. Her substitute had been used up a long time ago. Huff! Huff! Klein's hands drooped, and he pointed his revolver diagonally as he panted heavily. Madame Sharon, who only had half a head left, fell to the ground. Her figure was still outstanding, and her skin was fair and supple. Dunn straightened his body and opened his eyes. He put down his hand that was pressing against his glabella. His expression was pale. He wasn't injured, but he seemed to have lost a lot of blood. If she hadn't wanted to kill 1 or 2 people before escaping, and if sealed artifact 3-0271 hadn't reflected her, we might have only been able to injure her. Dunn slowly walked forward and walked to Klein's side. His voice was abnormally deep. If it wasn't for my uniqueness, both Kenley and I would have been killed in the first 10 seconds of the battle. Klein turned his head to look at Kenley, who was lying quietly in the black ashes, and exhaled. "Captain Kenley, I know." Dunn replied in a hoarse voice. "I made a mistake. I was deceived by Madame Sharon. I didn't expect her to leave the dream. He paused for a moment before continuing with a serious expression. However, you have to get used to it. It's normal for Nighthawks to die during missions. Perhaps I'll be next. Klein remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Kenley, who was nearby, opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. May the goddess bless you and grant you true peace. Dunn came to Kenley's side and drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then he squatted down and closed his teammate's eyes. May the goddess bless you and ensure that there will be no more danger or madness in the peaceful night. Klein also drew the crimson moon and prayed silently in his heart. After a few seconds, he forcefully retracted his gaze and asked in a deep voice, Captain, do we need to mediate the spirit now? Dunn nodded indiscernibly. Don't try to ask about the primordial demoness. It's very dangerous. I'll stand guard by your side and not let any accidents disturb you. Klein didn't delay any further. He took out all sorts of materials and quickly set up the altar to begin mediating the spirit. After reciting the incantation, he took a step back and used dream divination. Madame Sharon's accomplice. Madame Sharon's accomplice. After repeating it 7 times, Klein entered the dream and saw Madame Sharon's spirit in the gray world. He touched the transparent, illusory spirit body, and the scene before him suddenly changed. Somewhere in the night, Madame Sharon, who was dressed in a long black hooded robe, handed an ancient bronze book to the round-faced instigator Triss. When she heard his question about the term witch, she chuckled in a slightly neurotic manner. Haven't you always been weird? It's strange that all the higher-ups are women. It really is the demoness sect. Leonard's guess is completely in line with the truth. He does have a huge secret. The corresponding sequence, 7 for assassin and instigator, is witch? What a scam, Klein thought. Following that, the scene changed. He saw a deep hall and a narrow window high up. He saw a woman draped in a white, holy robe. With her back facing Madame Sharon, she smiled. As long as we get close to the primordial one, we can be sanctified, become stronger, receive salvation, and escape the final apocalypse. Madame Sharon lowered her head and asked curiously, But why do we have to become a woman? Is it because the primordial one is a woman? Do women symbolize destruction and calamity? The woman, whose back was facing Madame Sharon, prevented Klein from seeing her face, calmly replied, No, men are the same. No, it's the same for men. They are synonymous with war. These are 2 similar sequences. Chapter 201, Synonym for War. A sequence close to the demoness pathway. Which one would it be? As Klein looked at the holographic movie-like scene, he recalled the sequences he knew. As he was only an official member of the Nighthawks, there was a lot of information that he couldn't access. He was practically clueless about the names and corresponding characteristics of the mid- and high-sequence sequences. He only knew of the Priest of Light and Unshadowed that he had peeked at from the eternal blazing sun, as well as the Dawn Paladin, Guardian, and Demon Hunter of the God of Combat Pathway, as well as the Spirit Guide and Gatekeeper that Daly and Dunn had revealed. Therefore, it was difficult for him to accurately determine if a sequence pathway was synonymous with war. All he could do was eliminate it. For example, the God of Combat Pathway didn't seem like war, but individual battles. As his thoughts raced, Klein narrowed the range to 5. The first was the Arbiter sequence that was jointly controlled by the Augustus family of the Rouen Kingdom and the Castilla family of the Fenapotter Kingdom. However, Klein felt that this was the least likely one. This was because the corresponding sequence 8 of Arbiter was Sheriff, and sequence 7 was Interrogator. It seemed to be developing towards judgment, and judgment, not war. The second was the pathway represented by the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire of the 4th Epoch. Its modern name for sequence 9 was Lawyer. It was good at discovering and exploiting loopholes in the rules and weaknesses of its opponents. It had excellent eloquence and logical reasoning. This was the pathway that Klein believed to be the second lowest. He suspected that the development of this sequence was to use the rules and walk in the shadows of order. Of course, war was also one of the shadows of order. The third was the hunter pathway that was controlled by the Einhorn family of the Faesac Empire, the former royal family of the Republic of Intis, the Sauron family, and the secret organization Iron and Blood Cross Order that had appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries. Klein believed that it was highly likely. The internal information of the Nighthawks described the hunter as an excellent tracker, an excellent trap expert, and an excellent hunter. The corresponding Sequence 8 name was Provocateur, and Sequence 7 was Pyromaniac. All of these were related to killing and war. The fourth was the criminal pathway of the ancient organization that followed the devils, the Blood Sanctify sect. Just from the name of the sequence, Klein felt that it was quite possible. The fifth was the prisoner pathway in the hands of Rose School, which was famous for its bloody sacrifices. The reason was the same as the previous one. Just as Klein was lost in his thoughts, the scene changed again. Madame Sharon had just finished showering. Her hair was wet, and her face had a refreshing and alluring charm. I couldn't see the face of the white-robed woman who led Madame Sharon to become a demoness. It should be because my psychic abilities aren't strong enough. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention on what was in front of him. Madame Sharon flipped her hair, and there seemed to be water droplets sliding down her face. She looked at the man waiting on the bed and snickered. "Do you need me to help you deal with Maynard?" The middle-aged man on the bed frowned and shook his head. "Unless you can guarantee that you won't leave any traces. But that's impossible. What else can you do?" Seeing this man, Klein was stunned for a moment, but he soon felt that it was within his expectations. The middle-aged man's photo often appeared on the front page of the Tinjin City Honest paper. He was the current mayor who was seeking re-election, and he was a member of the Conservative Party. Madame Sharon smiled and didn't delve into the topic. She pulled her nightgown halfway and walked to the bed. The scene changed one after another. Klein saw many members of Parliament, businessmen, and government employees that appeared in the city's newspapers from time to time. They were either discussing how to collect donations, or discussing how to bypass the Campaign Act to bribe voters, or promising protection and solving problems. Madame Sharon played the role of a broker. This is actually a documentary. Madame Sharon introduces you to the upper circle of Tinjin City. But why are there beds in so many scenes? Many nobles and members of parliament know that Madame Sharon has many lovers. But why do they look like they can't resist the temptation? Is this Madame Sharon's sequence power? Klein was deep in thought as he finished reading. He speculated and lampooned silently to himself. After the mediumship, he confirmed that none of the people in Tinjin City's upper circle knew Madame Sharon's true identity. They didn't take the initiative to collaborate with her to murder Maynard. In other words, Maynard's death was Madame Sharon's own doing? Why did she do that? There was no need for her to take the risk, right? Of course, from Madame Sharon's point of view, she had the beyond her power to interfere with divination, and she could also create a seemingly harmless, joyous, sudden death. Killing Maynard wasn't too risky and would easily expose herself. However, her motive was obviously insufficient. It didn't match with the risk she had to bear. Could it be that she needed to act? But she could have found a target with a less sensitive status. That way, she wouldn't have needed the help of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. More importantly, Madame Sharon should have been able to tell that Maynard's wife hated her and was filled with indignation. There was a high chance that she would send someone to investigate her. Then, why didn't she move the white bone statue and other sensitive items ahead of time? For example, bury them somewhere in the garden? Why was she so confident in the safe, the mezzanine, and the corresponding arrangements? In his confusion, Klein saw that Madame Sharon's spirit had yet to dissipate, so he seized the time to perform another dream divination. The content of this divination was Madame Sharon's true motive for killing John Maynard. After reciting it, Klein entered the dream again and saw a new scene. Madame Sharon was holding a glass of red wine that looked like blood. She was wearing a loose nightgown as she paced back and forth in the room. Finally, she finished the rest of the wine in one gulp, as if she had made up her mind. The scene quickly dissipated. Klein was even more confused because Maynard's death seemed to have been Madame Sharon's own doing. She wasn't instigated by anyone. Strange. Klein mumbled to himself. He tried using other divination statements a few more times, but the answers he received were the same. Seeing that Madame Sharon was gradually turning transparent and turning illusory, about to disappear, Klein thought for a moment and made the final channeling. The sequence potion formula of the Demoness pathway. The sequence potion formula of the Demoness pathway. Klein recited the new divination statement and quickly entered a dream with the help of cogitation. He originally didn't want to do this divination, because he believed that the Demoness pathway was the type that spread disaster and caused pain. Even if he obtained the corresponding potion formula, he wasn't willing to sell it to others and become an indirect murderer. But he suddenly thought of something. Through his understanding of the spectator potion formula, he suspected and confirmed that Daxter Guderian was a member of the psychological alchemy. Therefore, in order to better deal with the demonesses in the future, it was necessary to understand the characteristics of their sequence pathways. After Hood Eugen died, Daxter Guderian hasn't contacted me. Psychological alchemy must have sent a stronger member to investigate, so he didn't dare to do anything. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein once again saw the deep hall and the woman draped in a white holy robe. Madame Sharon lowered her head, and all she could see was her legs, a pair of flawless legs. Soon, she heard a beautiful voice that sounded like a song. Pleasure is the name of the Sequence 6 potion, and it is also the goal of your advancement. If you succeed, you will be the Demoness of pleasure. Inescapable and irresistible pleasure is a type of pain. This is a maxim that you must follow. As long as you complete your advancement, apart from the improvement in all aspects of a witch, you will also become more beautiful. You will be adept at seduction, and you will be adept at giving unforgettable pleasure to the opposite sex or the same sex. You will be able to create strange silk threads like a spider and make full use of them. Then an ancient book made of silver appeared in front of Madame Sharon. After it was opened, the formula was written on one side while the ingredients were placed on the other. Main ingredients: a pair of eyes of a succubus, an adult widow spider's silk gland. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of black mandara juice, all the remaining hair of a succubus, 10 grams of powder from a phaenopoder fly, 5 grams of ashes from a real mummy. The scene changed once again. It was the same deep hall, the same white robe with a high slit, and the same woman whose face couldn't be seen. However, the difference was that Madame Sharon had returned to her original appearance, the young man in the photo. A beautiful female voice echoed in his ears. This is the name of the Sequence 7 potion. I believe you must be very surprised. Yes, I can't believe it's called a witch. Madame Sharon said agitatedly. Remember, to get closer to the primordial, we have to become more and more like her. She is a woman, and so do we, the beautiful female voice replied. You can either give up or accept it. After becoming a witch, you will become a real woman, and your looks and charm will be greatly improved. You will have the ability to turn invisible and use a substitute. You will have basic mastery of various black magic, and you will be adept at interfering with the divination of others. You will also receive the blessings of black flames and frost. Main ingredients: all the blood of a black abyss demonic fish, agate peacock's egg. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of golden mandara juice, 3 scales of a shadow lizard, 10 drops of daffodil juice. Scenes flashed by. Klein saw the instigator formula and the assassin formula, and he understood their characteristics. When he wanted to continue the divination, Madame Sharon's spirit completely dissipated. After exiting the ritual and returning to reality, Klein packed up the ingredients and removed the wall of spirituality. He told Dunn Smith everything he had learned from the spirit channeling without hiding anything. Then he expressed his doubts about Madame Sharon's murder of Maynard. Pleasure doesn't need to kill people of high status and status. Yes, we have to investigate where Madame Sharon has been all these years and figure out her true background. We have to find the deep hall you saw. Of course, we have to report this to the Holy Cathedral and let them make arrangements. We can't leave Tingen as we please. Dunn nodded slightly and looked around. Go to the first floor and check if the servants are still asleep. If anyone has woken up and noticed the commotion here, bring them over and sign a confidentiality agreement. I'll be in charge of the second floor. He had already found a black cloth and covered sealed artifact 3-0271. Upon hearing this, Klein was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why the servants and attendants didn't rush over during the intense battle. It was because the captain had put them into a deep sleep right from the start. Klein's body was still cold and stiff. He could only slow down his footsteps and walk forward very slowly. When he passed by the bedroom door, he reached out and pulled out the 2 tarot cards embedded in it. He wiped them and put them back into his pocket. After leaving the room, he walked towards the staircase. After taking a few steps, he suddenly thought of a problem. How could he confirm that the person was asleep? Should I try each one of them with divination? That's troublesome. Captain is a nightmare, an expert in this field. I have to ask him if there's a quick and simple way. As soon as he thought of it, he turned around and continued moving towards the bedroom door while resisting the cold and stiffness. Before he even got close, his gaze pierced through the open door and saw the broken full body mirrored diagonally opposite him. There was still a small part of it hanging from the frame, and there were cracks on it the size of a palm. In the cracked mirror, the black-cloaked Dunn Smith was half-sprawled beside Kenley's corpse. It was unknown what he was doing. Suddenly he raised his head. His gray eyes were dark and deep, and the corner of his mouth was stained with dark red blood. Dark red blood. Klein subconsciously turned around and moved away from the door, leaning his back against the wall. Chapter 202. Leaning against the wall, Klein looked at the darkness across the corridor and instinctively held his breath. What was the captain doing? What's wrong with Captain? Is he drinking blood? Is he showing signs of losing control? His mind was a mess, and he was unable to think effectively. 10 seconds later, Klein gritted his teeth and used the clown's control over his body to silently move to the staircase. Then he deliberately increased his pace and walked back, arriving at Madame Sharon's bedroom door once again. Looking in, Klein saw the captain standing there, using layers of black cloth to wrap around sealed artifact 3-0271. His expression was solemn, his gray eyes deep and his face clean. What he saw just now seemed to be an illusion. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw that there were no changes to Kenley's corpse. It was still the same as before. He secretly took a deep breath and asked, "Captain, how do I know if the servants are asleep? It doesn't seem like I can accurately judge them with my astral vision alone. They will have different emotional reactions due to their dreams and will appear in corresponding colors." Dunn Smith held the spirit medium's mirror and was silent for a few seconds before saying in a hoarse voice, "Sorry, I forgot. I made too many mistakes tonight. You don't have to check. I'll make sure." He raised a hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. Then he closed his eyes and let the invisible ripples spread to other rooms and to the first floor. Whether he was asleep or not could be seen clearly in front of the nightmare. Klein looked at this scene in a daze. He slowly lowered his eyes and bit the inside of his lips. "Captain, you really just wanted to send me away. What the hell are you doing? Do you know what you are doing?" He abruptly turned his head and looked at the window, only to see the crimson moon hanging high in the sky, as if it hadn't changed for thousands of years. After calming down for a while, Klein used the tarot card's revolver and half-top hat as a cover before carefully inspecting Kenley and Madame Sharon's corpses. They maintained the appearance they had when they died. Their skin turned pale at a speed faster than that of a normal person, and there were even traces of purple. It's a little strange. They seem to be missing something. It's not a specific thing, but a certain feeling. Klein muttered to himself. He felt the cold wind blowing through the broken window, making his hair stand on end. At this moment, Dunn opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "They're still asleep, but a few are close to waking up." "That's good, that's good." Klein looked at the captain, not knowing what to say. Dunn looked around and said, "Deal with the items at the scene, then go to the nearest police station and get someone to come over. Go back to Zutland Street on the way and get Fred to help." Klein gave the captain a deep look, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Yes. With Dunn's help, he quickly cleaned up the scene and left Madame Sharon's house through the front door. After passing through the garden and coming outside, Klein couldn't help but look back. He saw that the building was still quietly creeping in the darkness, without a single ray of light. He turned around with a heavy heart and quickly found the nearest police station based on his impression of it. This was common knowledge that every Nighthawk had to remember. Knock, knock. Klein knocked on the metal door. Not long after, the police officer on night duty carried a lantern and walked through the small courtyard. He pulled open the door and examined it curiously. "What's the matter?" Klein couldn't force any expression on his face. With a sullen expression, he took out his identification and showed it to the police officer. "There's been a serious murder case at 15 Olsna Street. Get your partner to help immediately." The police officer raised the lantern and scrutinized his identification. Then he closed his legs and saluted. "Yes, sir." After dealing with this matter, Klein took a rental carriage back to Zutland Street. Along the way, he sat in the dark carriage, his thoughts in a mess. "Kenley is dead. I remember he was just engaged. His parents are still alive. What was Captain doing just now? Could it be that he was thirsting for blood? Or does he have another motive? His memory is still so bad, and there's no obvious improvement. This means that there aren't any signs of him losing control. But I've known about the acting method for some time. Does the lack of improvement in my memory mean that there's a problem in the dark? No. Captain must still be trying to figure out how to act as a nightmare. Right, one of the main reasons for Kenley's death is sealed artifact 3-0271. It was given to him by Captain. What am I thinking? It was a necessary choice back then. It was also Captain's suggestion to use sealed artifact 3-0271. Calm down, calm down. I can't let my imagination run wild, and I can't wait to prevent the situation from worsening. I'll send a letter to Madame Daly later and see if she knows what this means. Even if she doesn't know the exact answer, she'll definitely understand the danger involved and inform the Holy Cathedral in time. This should be able to nip the problem in the bud and allow Captain to return to normal. No, there might not be a problem with Captain. Maybe I've misunderstood something. Let's see what Madame Daly has to say. When the rental carriage arrived at 36 Zutland Street, Klein had already thought of a countermeasure and made a decision. He was no longer as flustered and helpless as before. He followed the stairs and climbed to the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company with heavy footsteps. He took out his keys and opened the door. The familiar setup and setting before him made him feel a lot more at ease. It was just like how he felt every time he went to the captain for help. Taking a deep breath, Klein arrived at the recreation room of the Nighthawks. He saw Fry reading a book in solitude under the light of the gas lamp. He turned his head to look at Klein. His cold and gloomy face revealed obvious concern and nervousness. What happened? Where are Captain and Kenley? Klein replied in a hoarse voice, "Kenley is dead. Kenley is dead. He was killed by Madame Sharon. We've all made mistakes. Captain is guarding the scene. He wants you to go over and help." Before they set off, Dunn had briefed Fry on the situation. He told him that if they didn't return within 2 hours, he was to immediately send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral. Similarly, as they were applying for sealed artifact 3-0271, they had to enter Cheney's Gate at night. Therefore, Royale, who was on guard duty, knew what their mission was. According to the internal rules of the Nighthawks, they had to obtain the permission of the captain to open Cheney's Gate at night. If the captain was around, only the captain could enter. Fry was taken aback. He sighed softly and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He put on his coat and hat and walked towards the door. When he brushed past Klein, he suddenly said softly, "You don't have to blame yourself. You don't have to blame yourself. Mistakes are unavoidable. We always believe in our teammates." Yeah. Klein closed his eyes. His vision seemed to blur. He and Fry first headed underground to inform Royale. Then they locked the main door of the Blackthorn Security Company and rushed to Madame Sharon's house on Olsna Street. By the time they moved Kenley's body and Madame Sharon's grotesque corpse that was missing half a head, it was already past midnight. Dunn, who was wearing a black windbreaker, stood at the door of the morgue. He looked inside silently. After a long while, he turned his head and said to Klein, "Go home first. You should go home first. You just went through a fierce battle. You must be very tired." "All right." Klein didn't decline. He pursed his lips and glanced at the captain. He quietly left the Blackthorn Security Company and took a rental carriage back to Daffodil Street. Just like the last time, he easily entered his bedroom and locked the door from the inside. Pulling out the ritual dagger, Klein created a wall of spirituality that sealed the room. He then sat in front of his desk and spread open a piece of paper. He picked up a fountain pen and hurriedly wrote, "Dear Madame Daly, I've noticed that there's something wrong with the captain recently. He's been quietly." At this point, Klein suddenly stopped writing. His mind was blank. He didn't know how to continue or how to describe it. "Pa!" He abruptly threw away the pen, grabbed the paper in front of him, crumpled it into a ball, and slammed it on the table. Klein closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. He didn't move for a long time, as if he had become a statue. After a full 5 minutes, he sighed, put down his right hand, and used his spirituality to ignite the waste paper. He watched it turn into ashes and fall into the trash can. After organizing his thoughts, Klein spread out a new piece of paper and wrote, "Dear Madame Daly, we've just finished a mission and tragically lost a teammate. Here's the situation. Back then, I realized that my spirit vision was unable to confirm if the servants were asleep, and that it would be troublesome to divine each and every one of them. So I walked back to ask the captain. At that moment, through the reflection in the mirror, I saw the captain sprawling beside Kenley's corpse. There was dark red blood around his mouth. I'm not sure what happened, nor do I know what state the captain is in. I hope you can give me an answer." After he finished writing, Klein read through it with a heavy heart and folded the letter. Following that, he set up a ritual, activated his spirit vision, and summoned Daly's messenger. He summoned the strange face with no eyes, no nose, and only a mouth. Looking at the red tongue filled with irregular fangs and the 5 thin, pale fingers at the tip of the tongue, Klein silently handed the letter over. When everything returned to normal, he sat down again and continued writing. This time he wanted to ask Mr. Aztec. "In a recent mission, something strange happened to my superior. In a recent mission, something strange happened to my boss. He sent me away and half knelt next to his teammate's corpse. His mouth was covered in dark red blood. In your memory, have you ever experienced something like this? How can I help my superior?" Chapter 203. After folding the letter, Klein took out the copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew hard. Silently, he saw illusory white bones on the desk being thrown out one by one, turning into a fountain and forming a huge monster. It was still nearly 4 meters tall and was still covered in a faint light. Its head was still sticking out of the roof, and it didn't seem any different from before. Klein flicked his wrist and threw the letter up. He saw the skeleton monster grab it, firmly. He blew the copper whistle again and watched as the messenger disintegrated into illusory white bones. One by one, they fell like rain and disappeared from the surface of the desk. After doing all this, Klein calmed down a lot, but he didn't stop trying. He moved his chair back, stood up, and took 4 steps counterclockwise before going above the gray fog. The majestic palace and the ancient mottled long table reflected in his eyes, as though they hadn't changed for thousands of years. Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool and silently removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, conjuring a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen. He wanted to divine Captain's situation that night. After some thought, Klein wrote the first divination statement. Dunn Smith's abnormality will put me in danger. In mysticism, divination that involved one's own safety was the hardest to be disrupted by external forces. It was an instinct of one's spirituality. In other words, as long as there wasn't a particularly strong interference, Klein could obtain a relatively accurate result when it came to divination that involved one's own safety. This was also the reason why he had divined for danger for the mission, despite knowing that Madame Sharon had the ability to interfere with divination. He knew very well that Madame Sharon wasn't strong enough to effect such divination. And now, in order to determine Captain Dunn Smith's situation, he decided to eliminate all interference and do a divination above the gray fog. Holding the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein silently recited the divination statement 7 times, closed his eyes, and entered a state of cogitation. After stabilizing himself for a few seconds, he opened his eyes. His darkened eyes had returned to normal. He looked at the topaz pendant, and his heart gradually sank. This was because the spirit pendulum was spinning clockwise. It wasn't small, nor was it slow. This meant that the answer was yes. This meant that Dunn Smith's abnormality would put him in danger, and the danger was not low. Closing his eyes, Klein erased the previous content and wrote a new divination statement. The reason for Dunn Smith's abnormality. He put away the topaz pendant and leaned back in his chair. As he silently recited the divination statement, he used cogitation to enter a dream. In that hazy, illusory world, he could not see or discover anything. Apart from the haze, there was more haze. This means that there isn't enough information, and the divination failed. Klein opened his eyes and looked at the goatskin on the long bronze table as he muttered bitterly and helplessly. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. He knew that this was the result of the intense battle, the continuous use of rituals, and the repeated divination. Enveloping himself with spirituality, Klein fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. He had a few nightmares that night. The end of the dream was either Kenley vomiting out his innards or Dunn Smith with dark red blood around his mouth. The next morning, Klein, who was about to be on duty at Cheney's Gate, arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company early. At this time, Roshan, Mrs. Oriana, and the other clerks had yet to come to work. Klein passed through the partition and looked at the open door. He saw Dunn Smith in the captain's office. Dunn had taken off his coat. He was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest. He sat in his seat, holding a cup of coffee in his hand as he stared blankly at the wall in front of him. His hair was slightly dry, and his gray eyes were dim. His chiseled face was clearly haggard. Even for a captain who had experienced many similar things, losing 2 teammates in a row in such a short period of time was unbearable. Klein's heart ached as the shattered mirror surfaced in his mind. He saw Dunn's half-sprawled body and blood-stained face. Klein clenched his teeth, turned his head, and looked to the side. 10 seconds later, he controlled his expression and knocked on the captain's office door. Dong, dong, dong. Dunn put down the coffee cup, and his gray eyes became deep again. He took a silent breath and said, "I have already reported this matter to the Holy Cathedral, and they have also given a preliminary reply. The church will compensate Kenley's family with £3,000, and the police department will give £1,000 as compensation. That's a total of £4,000. To most middle-class people, That's an amount of wealth they wouldn't be able to accumulate in their entire lives. Kenley's weekly salary is £7, and his annual salary is £364. With bonuses and additional income, it'll be at least £380. For £1,000 is equivalent to 10 years of his income. With such wealth, he'll be able to earn at least £200 a year. It can barely make up for the damage Kenley's death caused to his family. Although money can't replace feelings, or Kenley, this is the only effective method at the moment. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but he finally sighed. There's only so much we can do. The Church of the Evernight Goddess was very conscientious in this aspect. Dunn tugged at his collar and said in a low voice, "Go underground and swap places with Royale." "All right." Klein nodded slightly. He turned around and walked towards the door. He heard the captain add something that sounded like he was talking to himself. He heard the captain add, as though he was talking to himself, "We'll send Kenley home later. Send Kenley home." How will his father, mother, siblings, and fiancé react? Klein's heart tightened. He was actually glad that he didn't have to face that kind of sadness. He knew that he was trying to avoid it, but he was really afraid of seeing Kenley's parents' grief-stricken eyes and his fiancée's soulless expression. He was afraid to see their resentful expressions, and he was afraid to hear their sobs. He quickened his steps and arrived in front of Cheney's gate. He silently completed the handover with Royale. He sat in the duty room, occasionally taking out his silver pocket watch and watching the time pass. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly heard a series of illusory voices. He glanced at the 4 black dots on the back of his hand and knew that Justice, the hanging man, or the sun were praying to him. But he couldn't respond in time. All he could do was endure until the notification ended, until he received another prayer, and until he returned home the next morning. Just as he took out his keys to open the door, Klein saw Bella wiping the dining table. His sister, Melissa, and brother, Banson, were walking down the stairs in their outdoor attire. "Didn't you just attend Mass last week?" Klein asked curiously. Banson smiled. "I can understand the memories of someone who hasn't slept the entire night." "Ah." Klein was even more confused. "Today is the first day of tickets for the return of the Count," Melissa explained. Klein smacked his forehead and took off his hat. "I've been too busy recently and forgot about it. Especially these 3 days," he added with a sigh. Melissa looked at him with concern and said, "Your breakfast is in the kitchen. Go to bed after eating." Banson and I were thinking that since we're going out, we might as well go to St. Selena Cathedral to attend Massachusetts, all right? Klein waved goodbye to his brother and sister. After a simple breakfast, he returned to his bedroom. After finishing his preparations, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He saw the crimson stars corresponding to Justice and the hanging man expanding and contracting in an illusory manner. Stretching out his right hand, he emanated his spirituality. A blurry scene appeared before Klein's eyes as he heard Miss Justice's prayer. "I pray that you will listen to me. Because of the Zillings incident, my father hired a beyonder to protect me, and there's also surveillance in the dark that I don't know about. It wasn't easy for me to find an opportunity to pray to you. I wish to apply for leave for next week's gathering. I believe that all of this will soon fade away." Klein subconsciously glanced at the blurry scene and saw the fog, the giant bathtub that seemed to be rippling with water, and Miss Justice wrapped in a towel. He retracted his gaze and began listening to the hanging man's prayer. The other party's description was different from Justice's, but they were praying for the same thing. He also wanted to apply for leave due to the lingering effects of the Zillings incident. Klein nodded slightly and responded to their prayers. "Got it." Right on the heels of that, he sent a thought to the crimson star, corresponding to the sun. The upcoming gathering is temporarily cancelled. City of Silver. Derek Berg was listening to instructions on the training grounds. The sky above his head was still dark, and from time to time, a bolt of lightning would flash across to illuminate everything. Suddenly his vision blurred. He saw the thick fog, the ancient palace that looked like a giant's residence, and Mr. Fool sitting high in the depths of the gray fog. The upcoming gathering is temporarily cancelled. The voice was still echoing, but everything in front of Derek had returned to normal. He wasn't surprised by this miracle, because Mr. Fool would give him such a reminder before every gathering. Derek subconsciously looked up at the woman in front of him. She was a member of the City of Silver's 6-member council, Shepherd Lovia. This terrifying expert's expression was constantly changing between a smile and a callous one. He also told every youth present that they would join the patrol team to clear out the darkness monsters nearby. This was no longer a training mission. Elder Lovia didn't notice anything abnormal. Her condition is getting stranger and stranger. Is it because the soul she grazed has an evil spirit that's equivalent to a high sequence beyond her? Derek's thoughts wandered. Klein returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. He dreamed of what had happened over the past few days. Suddenly, he felt someone shake him, and he woke up. Opening his eyes, Klein saw a giant skeletal hand. The giant hand paused for a moment, threw the letter it was holding onto the bed, and then disappeared. Mr. Aztec's reply. Enlightened, Klein picked up the letter. Chapter 204. Klein unfolded the letter in anticipation and nervousness and read Aztec's reply. The scene you described made me think of some possibilities. I thought of vampires and mutants. Before dragons and giants retired from the stage of history, natural vampires were already close to extinction. They were only occasionally discovered after that. The vampires that we usually discuss, the vampires in folklore, are closer to Beyonders. I remember that there's a pathway that has a sequence potion called Vampire. If your superior is already in a half-crazy state, then it's very likely that he mistakenly consumed this potion. With potions from 2 different pathways mixed together, half-crazy is an inevitable outcome. Yes, I vaguely remember that the Evernight pathway, which is also the sleepless pathway you mentioned, can be interchanged with the death pathway and the giant pathway at high sequences. But this doesn't include the vampire pathway. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of your superior consciously accepting it. After all, vampires have a long lifespan, excellent physique, and excellent appearance. Compared to these benefits, a half-crazy state isn't unacceptable. Klein was taken aback. He never expected Mr. Aztec to provide such useful information. The death pathway refers to the corpse collector pathway. It can be interchanged with the sleepless pathway at high sequences. This is a secret I learned from Roselle's diary, but I didn't expect it to be interchanged with the giant pathway at sequence 4 and beyond. The giant pathway is the one controlled by the City of Silver, which is now the god of combat pathway. I've always suspected that the Giant King, Ormer, is the ancient god of combat. Yes, Roselle the Great's diary described the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat as incompatible as fire and water. Could it be because their sequences can be interchanged at high sequences? Based on this guess, the hatred between the 3 oldest churches, the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, can be explained to a certain extent. This is because the Sailor, Bard, and Reader pathways they respectively control can be interchanged at high sequences. Yes, in the Pale Era at the end of the last epoch, the main culprits behind Death's fall were probably the Evernight Goddess and the God of Combat. The captain's usual state was very normal. Other than having a bad memory, he didn't show any signs of madness. He could rule out the possibility that he had consumed the vampire potion. Mr. Aztec has recalled many things recently. Could it be that creeping hunger really stimulated him? Klein nodded slightly and continued reading. Alien is not the name of a race, but a description of many similar creatures. They are no different from human beings under normal circumstances, but they have instinctive, twisted, and repressed desires in their hearts. As long as they are stimulated by certain scenes or certain objects, they will burst out and turn into monsters. They will satisfy their desires of bloodthirst and killing. When everything calms down, they will return to normal, and every time they explode, they will become colder and more merciless. In the end, their minds will be completely twisted. The most common example that I can recall is werewolves. They are usually equivalent to humans and can't be identified with most beyonder powers. But during the full moon, the twisted desires in their hearts will intensify, and their bodies will also undergo certain changes. Your superior might be a hidden mutant. The death of his teammates triggered his nature. The above are all my personal guesses. As my memories are incomplete, I can't guarantee that there aren't any other possibilities. Perhaps the precursor to losing control that you guessed can also be explained. And regardless of whether he consumed the vampire potion or is a mutant, there's no way to save him. Of course, some people have guessed that mutants were originally normal humans, but they were cursed or corrupted by evil gods and devils. That's why they would turn into different monsters under certain circumstances. In addition, I'm not sure if a precursor can be treated. I suggest that you report it directly to your superior's superior. I hope it's not too late. Putting down the letter, Klein looked at the desk with a heavy expression and thought for a long time. He had to admit that the possibility of a mutant existed, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of it being a precursor to losing control. I can only wait for Ma and Daly's feedback. I sent the letter last night, so she should have received it yesterday morning. If she replied in time, I would have seen it last night or this morning. It's almost noon. That little messenger doesn't dare to approach Cheney's gate? Or is Ma and Daly held up by something else? Klein shook his head. He still felt exhausted, so he relied on cogitation to force himself to sleep again. In the hazy world, he suddenly woke up and realized that he was dreaming. Then he saw Dunn Smith appear in front of him in a thin black trench coat. According to the normal reaction of a dream, Klein slowly called out a summon. "Good morning." "Captain," Dunn nodded slightly. "Leonard discovered a clue while investigating the Lenevis case. He needs your help. The mystery prior sent by the Holy Cathedral will only arrive tomorrow morning due to a malfunction on the steam locomotive." "All right," Klein replied in a fleeting tone. Dunn thought for a moment before adding, "You don't have to return to Zutland Street. Go directly to 62 House Street. Leonard will wait for you there. Thank you for your hard work." Just as he said that, Klein's dream shattered inch by inch as he subconsciously opened his eyes. House Street. Isn't this the street where the Divination Club my classmate Welch and the Aurora Order member are? So many things have happened recently. One thing after another, as if something is brewing. Klein slowly got up and thought. He first went to the bathroom to clean himself up before changing into a white shirt, a brown vest, and a thin black trench coat. He picked up his half-top hat and went downstairs to the living room. It wasn't even 11 yet. Banson and Melissa hadn't returned yet. Klein told Bella that he didn't need to worry about his lunch. Following that, he took a public carriage to House Street and saw the midnight poet, Leonard Mitchell, with his messy hair, standing in front of Unit 62. In September, when the weather turned cold, Leonard was still wearing a thin white shirt and a pair of beige trousers. His green eyes swept the area and said, "That's right." His green eyes scanned the area and said, "This might very well be a house rented by Lenevis under an alias." "How did you find out?" Klein asked curiously. Leonard pointed to his head. "Since you've received clues from Hoodugin and suspect that Lenevis might be related to that member of the Aurora Order. The cloth merchant Cirrus Arpus. I can only change my line of thought since my normal investigations didn't yield any results. I'll start searching through the Aurora Order." Previous reports showed that Sirius had dealings with many residents of House Street. I checked them one by one and found some problems. "What's the problem?" Klein nodded slightly. Leonard raised his eyebrows. "It's a very obvious problem. The tenant rarely appears here. After Hanas Vincent died, he claimed that he was going to the southern continent to do business and never returned. His information is very authentic, and the police didn't find anything. That can only be considered a coincidence, Klein said with a frown. Of course, it's just a coincidence. But when I asked the surrounding residents about Lenevis's photo, an old man felt that he looked similar to the tenant of Unit 62, except for the glasses. Leonard took out a black and white photo from his pocket. Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein lampooned and followed Leonard into Unit 62 of House Street. According to his request, he began to divine if there was a hidden compartment or secret chamber. And the result was that there was a hidden compartment or secret chamber in this house. Klein wrote down a new divination statement and sat on the sofa. He closed his eyes as he recited it. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a dream. His vision was hazy. In the hazy world, Klein saw an oak bookshelf and rows of books. He saw one of the books being taken away, and the wooden surface beside it suddenly opened, revealing a hidden compartment. The scene quickly disappeared. Klein opened his eyes and said to Leonard, "Don't worry." In the study, he wrapped the topaz pendant around himself and followed Leonard into the study. He saw the oak bookshelf that he had dreamed of. "Take out that book. There's a hidden compartment in the place it's covering." Klein pointed to the book that was closest to the side. "Oh, it's here. I searched the entire house and found nothing. I had no choice but to return to Zutland Street to ask for help," Leonard mumbled as he walked over and took out the book that Klein had pointed to. He fumbled around for a while and finally found the mechanism. He opened the hidden compartment. There was a letter quietly placed in the hidden compartment. Letter? Lenevis hid a letter here? Klein was very surprised. He had divined if there were any dangerous items hidden in the letter. After receiving a negative answer, Leonard reached out to grab the letter and tore open the unaddressed envelope. Pulling out the letter, Leonard shook it and unfolded it. Klein leaned over and focused. He saw the first few paragraphs of the letter. "Ha ha ha, congratulations. Congratulations on finally finding this letter. This means that you're not too stupid or too slow. You're qualified to participate in this game of life and death that I've designed. Child laborers who die prematurely, factory workers who rarely live more than 10 years due to the environment and hard work, and female workers who risk serious illnesses for a meager salary. I see that every factory is shrouded in endless resentment, causing the surroundings to become oppressive and dark. This is the worst of times and also the best of times. Our game will begin under such a backdrop. Idiots, get ready. I'm about to give you a hint." Chapter 205. Upon seeing this, Klein and Leonard raised their gazes from the letter at the same time. They looked at each other and mumbled. That's right. They looked at each other and mumbled. "He's probably a lunatic, right?" "Lenevis is a latent lunatic. He really is a lunatic with delusions and an antisocial personality." Klein's thoughts raced as his heart tightened. He hurriedly looked back at the letter. "Ladies and gentlemen, my hint is that I've planted a bomb in Tingen City, a bomb that will grow stronger over time. Go find it and finish it before it explodes. If the game fails, the entire Tingen City will be reduced to ruins with a boom. Trust me, I'm not lying about this. Lenevis, who loves to surprise his friends. Bomb." Klein looked at Leonard and muttered to himself. Leonard aimed the letter at the sunlight and flipped it around, but he didn't find any other clues. Bomb should just be a synonym. I've never heard of a bomb that can constantly grow stronger. Klein frowned and replied thoughtfully, "No, what I mean is that this might be a bomb in the sense of mysticism. No, what I mean is this might be a bomb in the sense of mysticism. For example, some evil ritual that constantly accumulates power." Leonard tilted his head as if he was listening to something. His expression suddenly turned solemn. His green eyes narrowed as he nodded and said, "Perhaps your guess is correct. Isn't there a description at the beginning of this letter? Child laborers who die prematurely, factory workers who rarely live past 10 years due to the harsh environment and hard work, female workers who risk serious illnesses for a meager salary, and factories that are shrouded in endless resentment. This might be the source of power for Lenevis's bomb to constantly grow stronger. Yes, it's very possible. Klein's emotions tensed up. We have to report this to Captain immediately. Leonard smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. Don't be so nervous. You should know very well that Lenevis is a swindler. His description of not lying might be a lie in itself. Of course, no matter what, we have to return to Zitland Street and inform the captain. It would be best if we could request the Holy Cathedral to send a mysticism expert over to find the location of the altar through the abnormal gathering of resentment. He seemed very familiar with it. But why did he need Hood Eugen's help to set up a similar altar? What role could a psychiatrist play in such matters? Klein did not object. He left 62 Howe Street with Leonard and took a rental carriage back to Zitland Street. As soon as he entered the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein saw two familiar faces. One was voluptuous, while the other was skinny. They were Maynard's wife and sister. They still wore black dresses and black hats, and covered their faces with black veils. The two ladies were about to talk to Roshan when they suddenly saw Klein coming back. So they turned around and greeted him. You guys are indeed the most elite in this industry. Mrs. Maynard nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I'm very satisfied with this outcome, and I admire your style of doing things. This is the reward you deserve. The skinny lady handed a light brown paper bag to Klein. There was a thick stack of cash in it. There were 10 pounds, 5 pounds, 1 pound, 5 soldi and 1 soldi. A total of 230 pounds, the skinny lady said simply. Klein was not in the mood to care about money at the moment. He immediately threw the bag to Roshan and said, Give this to Mrs. Oriana. I believe the two esteemed ladies won't count the money wrongly. At this moment he glanced at the Tingen City Honest paper in Mrs. Maynard's hands. There were two pieces of news on the front page. The old baron's widow dies after being involved in Maynard's murder. Mayor Dennis accepts responsibility and resigns. He apologizes for the deterioration of security in Tingen City over the past 3 months. They've finally come to an agreement on Madame Sharon's case. I haven't had the time to read the newspaper today. Klein nodded at the two ladies and followed Leonard through the partition to the captain's office. How is it? Did you find any clues? Dunn Smith closed the document and raised his head. He looked at Klein and Leonard with his deep gray eyes. We found a letter left behind by Lenevis. Leonard didn't elaborate and directly handed the letter that was filled with madness and provocation to the captain. Dunn unfolded the letter and quickly scanned through it. At the end, he rubbed his temples. When he was done, he rubbed his temples and said, What a lunatic! He's only a sequence 8, at most a sequence 7. Klein agreed sincerely. Lenevis is a dangerous person who can cause great damage to society's stability. Even if he's weak, we can't underestimate him. Following that, he described his and Leonard's conjectures. Dunn touched his receding hairline and said, That's what I think too. I'll immediately send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral and get them to send mysticism experts over to assist us. No one knows how dangerous Lenevis's so-called bomb is. We have to be careful. I'll arrange the follow-up actions after the Holy Cathedral gives me a reply. Klein and Leonard looked at each other and nodded in unison. All right. While the captain was sending a telegram to the Holy Cathedral, Klein returned to the reception hall and took a copy of the Tingen City Honest paper from Roshan. He stood at the partition and focused on reading the two pieces of news. The widow of the old baron of the Coe family, Madame Sharon, is suspected of being involved in the sudden death of Maynard. The police received a tip and were dispatched during the night. They discovered that Madame Sharon and her accomplices had knocked out the servants and attendants and were practicing devil worship in her bedroom. They refused to surrender and attempted to resist, resulting in the death of a heroic police officer. In the end, Madame Sharon and her accomplices paid the price with their lives for their evil deeds. Mayor Dennis resigned due to the deteriorating security in Tingen City. He also announced that he won't be participating in next year's election. For the next few months, Deputy Mayor Harry will take over the mayor's duties. A heroic police officer. Is that how Kenley is described? Klein sighed. He knew that this was the best way to handle the situation. According to the internal rules of the Nighthawks, in order to prevent evil forces from taking revenge on their families, even if they were to be sacrificed, their names couldn't be mentioned by ordinary citizens. After silently folding the newspaper and placing it back at the reception desk, Klein suddenly saw another visitor enter the door. She was also a lady, but she wasn't very old. She was in her early 20s at most. She wore a ruffled hat and a loose dress. She had a smooth forehead, long blonde hair, green eyes, and a melancholic yet calm demeanor. She was quite a beauty. The most eye-catching thing about her was her bulging belly. She seemed to be more than 7 months pregnant. Klein froze for a moment. He felt like he had seen this young pregnant lady somewhere before. Suddenly, he heard Leonard blurt out in shock. Miss Magos. Magos. Yes, the young lady who was seduced by Lenevis. She was pregnant with Lenevis's child, and as a result, she had some mental problems. She said that her child could hum and whistle in her mother's womb. Klein suddenly understood. He wasn't surprised that Leonard knew Magos. During the investigation of the people and items related to Lenevis's case, this lady's photo had been seen by every Nighthawk. Klein had known her even earlier. Back then, her aunt, Madame Christina, who had been cheated of all her savings by Lenevis, had brought her to the divination club to ask for help. She had even asked if the child in her belly was considered a related item. At this moment, Magos, who heard Leonard's voice, looked at the two of them with slightly listless eyes. She greeted politely, "Hello." "Miss Magos, what are you doing at the Blackthorn Security Company? Is there anything you need me to entrust you with?" Klein asked as he took 2 steps forward. He was puzzled by Magos' sudden visit. He felt that it was very, very, very coincidental. He had just discovered the letter left behind by Lenevis, and Magos came looking for him? Magos rubbed her belly and smiled faintly. "I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of coming to Zitland Street. I suddenly wanted to come up and take a look. Her mental problems are getting worse." Klein recalled that he hadn't activated his spirit vision in time the last time and hadn't been able to confirm Magos' condition. Hence, he lifted his teeth and was about to knock lightly to the left. At this moment, he suddenly froze. Thoughts that were more intense than the previous one flashed through his mind. "I can't look. I can't look. I can't look. I'll die. I'll die if I see it. I'll die if I see it." Klein stood rooted to the ground like a statue. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was as if he had experienced the deepest and darkest nightmare, and he almost couldn't wake up from it. Suddenly he understood something. It wasn't that he hadn't been able to activate his spirit vision in time, but that his spirituality had sensed an unimaginable danger, causing him to subconsciously slow down. He had missed the opportunity and forgotten what was going to happen next. Back then, Klein hadn't completely digested the seer potion and hadn't advanced to sequence 8. His spirituality's obstruction was very subtle and hard to detect. It was like an instinctive action that he wouldn't pay too much attention to. But now, the spirituality's warning, based on the clown's premonition, was so clear and obvious. After more than 10 seconds, Klein finally broke out of his cold sweat state. He turned his head to look at Leonard and realized that the midnight poet's face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly, Klein understood what the bomb Lenevis mentioned was. It was the baby in Magos' stomach. It was the baby he left behind. Klein immediately thought of the description in the letter and Hood Eugen's reply. He suddenly remembered a passage in Roselle's diary. "The industrial revolution that I started with my own hands, the age of steam and machinery that I forged with my own hands, will become the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god." Klein's pupils constricted as he thought of a possibility, but he instinctively refused to acknowledge it. "No, that's not right. The baby in Migos's stomach isn't the son of an evil god, nor is it an evil god that's trying to be born. No. How could Hood Eugen do something so stupid? Although his psychiatrist powers could indeed help Lenivis hide it from Migos and make her a tool for pregnancy in a semi-conscious state. No. The accumulated resentment of child laborers, dead female workers, and factory workers who didn't live past 10 years didn't help the son of an evil god grow rapidly. No, I can't look directly at a god. Chapter 206. Klein subconsciously put his hands into his pockets, one holding the flaring sun charm and the other the Aztec copper whistle. He acutely sensed that the cold but gentle beyonder sensation of the latter had disappeared, as if it was being suppressed by an invisible force. On the other hand, the former was still warm and comforting. Using this sense of comfort, Klein entered a semi-meditative state and got rid of his panicked emotions. He no longer had any hopes of getting lucky. He turned his head and signaled to Leonard Mitchell with his eyes and pouted at Migos. Then he relied on his clown powers to control his expression and smiled at Migos. "Do you want coffee, black tea, or nothing at all?" Migos rubbed her stomach as if she was listening to something. "A cup of warm water. I suddenly feel like talking to you about Lenivis. I feel like you know a lot." "Who told you that?" Leonard was no longer his usual frivolous and carefree self. His smile was rather stiff. Migos suddenly giggled. "My child told me. He knows a lot. He's very smart." Klein resisted the urge to curse, turned around, and walked towards the partition. He gestured for Leonard to calm Migos down. Leonard forcefully curled up the corners of his mouth and pointed to the sofa. "That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. We also wish to talk to you about Lenivis." Roshan, who was at the reception desk, looked at everything in confusion. She suddenly realized that she didn't need to do anything. Klein quickly passed through the partition and opened the door to Dunn Smith's office. He slammed the door shut. He looked at the surprised Dunn and said in a deep voice, "Captain, something big has happened. I know what the bomb Lenivis was talking about. Dunn stood up and pointed outside. "Migos?" He had clearly heard Leonard's shocked voice, but he couldn't see the cold sweat and fear in the eyes of his two teammates. Klein nodded and quickly explained that's not the case. "I tried to activate my spirit vision to observe Migos to confirm her mental state, but my spirituality stopped me from trying. It kept telling me not to look. I'll die if I see it. This reminds me of the saying, don't look directly at God. Even if the baby in Migos' womb isn't an evil god attempting to descend or the son of an evil god, it's definitely a mythical creature. Captain," thinking back to the black altar in Hood Eugen's memories, his powers as a psychiatrist, and the tragic world described in Lenivis's letter, "I feel that my guess might be close to the truth. Lenivis obtained ritualistic magic related to the true creator from the Aurora Order members, and with Hood Eugen's help, he made Migos a vessel to nurture a certain power. This power would use the resentment, depression, and gloom around the factory to grow rapidly until it matured. Or rather, the ritual itself needs the resentment, depression, and gloom to succeed." Dunn thought about it seriously for more than 10 seconds and nodded with a serious expression. "I'll immediately seek help from the Holy Cathedral. I hope the baby in Migos' womb can still wait. Of course, we can't do nothing. Tell Leonard to hold Migos back and try not to let her leave the company. Then inform Mrs. Oriana and Roshan to evacuate all non-combatants. I'll head behind Cheney's gate after sending the telegram. We have to be prepared for the worst. That is, the baby in Migos' womb is about to be born before the help from the Holy Cathedral arrives. As the captain of the Tingen Nighthawks, I have the right to use Saint Selena's ashes in times of crisis." Saint Selena's ashes. High sequence Beyonder's ashes. Cheney's gate's seal core. Klein calmed down a little as his thoughts raced. As he said, Captain, we can also seek help from the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind. They should have similar holy relics. At this point, an idea suddenly flashed in Klein's mind as he muttered to himself. That's right. He muttered to himself. Lenevis's case was previously handled by the mandated punishers. During that period of time, one of their senior members lost control. Old Neil, and I helped him deal with it. As he murmured, his voice suddenly became louder. Captain, can you ask the mandated punishers if the member who lost control had followed or monitored Megos? You suspect that his loss of control was due to the contamination of the baby in Megos' womb? During the reinvestigation, Megos was also under their charge. Dunn replied solemnly, We can't delay any further. Go look for Mrs. Oriana and the rest. I'll quickly send a telegram and seek help from the Holy Cathedral. Then I'll send a telegram to the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind. Yes, I'll also send a telegram to the police department. Get them to think of an excuse to evacuate the surrounding citizens. All right. Klein took a few steps out and suddenly thought of something. Megos' visit was so sudden and coincidental. The house with the red chimney flashed across his mind. He hurriedly turned around and said to Dunn, Captain, there's something else. Captain, there's one more thing. Do you remember the coincidences I mentioned? The house opposite the kidnapping case had clues to the Antigonus family's notebook. Ray Bieber didn't manage to escape Tingen in time. Han-Ass Vincent was exposed due to a coincidence. Another member of the Aurora Order happened to encounter me and lost his life. Wait. These coincidences are all relatively subtle and hard to detect. But today, Megos suddenly came to us after we found Lenevis's letter. It's too obvious and direct. This coincidence is already too obvious and can't be hidden anymore. I think the person behind this might be on stage soon. Also, why did Madame Sharon take the risk to kill Member of Parliament Maynard? Is this also a coincidence? Dunn thought for a moment and replied seriously, I'll add this to the telegram. Klein didn't waste any more time. He pulled open the door and walked straight to the accountant opposite him. Mrs. Oriana was working on the budget for the last 3 months of the year. She wanted to complete it ahead of time so that Captain wouldn't forget about it again and be unable to submit it in time. When she saw Klein enter, she smiled and greeted him. Little Moretti, what are you going to be reimbursed for this time? Klein exhaled and said, Mrs. Oriana, you're on leave today. Mrs. Oriana, today is a holiday. Go home immediately. Oriana was stunned for a moment. She stared blankly at the solemn face opposite her. A few seconds later, she stood up in a panic. All right. Klein quickly added, Go to the clerk's office and the armory and tell the others about this. I'll inform Roshan. Okay. Oriana didn't pack much. She picked up her bag and ran to the accountant's office. After entering the corridor, she turned around and took a deep look at Klein. She drew the crimson moon on her chest and said, I'm sorry. You will be blessed by the goddess. Thank you. Klein replied silently. He passed through the partition and arrived at the reception hall. He saw Leonard chatting with Megos about Lenevis with a stiff expression. Klein leaned close to Roseanne, took out a cup, and picked up the thermos. Then he whispered, Go home. It's dangerous here. Come back tomorrow. Roshan opened her mouth in shock, but slowly closed it again when she saw Klein's solemn expression. She buried herself in packing for more than 10 seconds, grabbed her handbag, and left the reception desk. When she brushed past Klein, she bit her lower lip and lowered her voice. Actually, I admire the Nighthawks as much as I hate others becoming Beyonders after watching all the civilian staff leave the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein brought the warm water in front of Megos, bent down and placed it on the table. I still have something to deal with. I'll come back later. When he got up, he took the opportunity to whisper into Leonard's ear, Don't worry. Calm her down. Leonard bared his teeth and grimaced before he continued, chatting stiffly. He noticed that Magos was getting a little irritated, her concentration fluctuating from time to time, and her concentration waning. When Klein returned to the captain's office, he realized that Dunn had already gone underground. There was a translated reply from the mandated punishers on the table. Yes, we'll come over immediately. Yes, that mandated punisher who lost control was indeed because of Magos. Klein paced down the corridor, unable to remain calm. He wasn't sure if he was waiting for the captain to come out with the holy ashes or for reinforcements to arrive. Sigh, I wonder if high-level Beyonders know how to teleport. It shouldn't be possible. He paced a few rounds and suddenly felt his body and mind calm down. He realized that the gas lamps on both sides had been dyed a ghostly blue. In the darkness, Dunn walked out along the underground stairs, holding a palm-sized urn with one hand. The urn looked like it was made of pure silver, but it also gave off a bone-like feeling. It was covered in mysterious patterns, and the closer he got to it, the colder Klein felt. It was as if a chill had seeped into his blood. Dunn's face reflected an icy blue glow as he said to Klein, "Go to the back of Cheney's Gate and take a sealed artifact with high offensive power." Go to the back of Cheney's Gate and take a sealed artifact with a strong offensive power. As for which one you choose, that will depend on your situation. I have already instructed Sika and the keepers to be careful and avoid any latent dangers. Among them, there are 3 grade 2 sealed artifacts. Yes, I've taken Saint Selena's ashes, so Sika and the keepers can't leave their positions. At that moment, Fry and Royale were helping out at the Kenley family, preparing for the funeral, while the Bishop of St. Selena Cathedral had gone to the countryside to preach. All right. Without hesitation, Klein turned around and walked underground. When he was about to reach the crossroads, he suddenly stopped. He knew that most of the sealed artifacts behind Cheney's Gate in Tingen City were grade 3. It would be difficult for them to affect the baby in Magos' womb, so they were at least a mythical creature. The mutated sun's sacred emblem should work, but it will take too long, so it won't be of any use. There are only 3 grade 2 sealed artifacts in Tingen City, and they are all very dangerous and can easily kill me. Its power is probably about the same as my flaring sun charm. Yes, I won't hold back later. I'll use the flaring sun charm without hesitation. It's definitely stronger than a grade 2 sealed artifact. After all, it contains the power of the god's blood. Klein's thoughts raced as he nodded indiscernibly. He touched the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle in his pocket and was pleasantly surprised to find that he could feel the latter again, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Klein immediately took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen used for divination and scribbled a short letter. The person who disrupted my fate and took away your child's skull has appeared. He arranged for Magos to enter the Blackthorn Security Company at 36 Zutland Street. Magos might be pregnant with an evil god's child. The situation is critical. He kept the fountain pen and folded the letter. At the crossroads, Klein took out the copper whistle and blew it. A huge skeleton messenger appeared in front of him. Chapter 207. In the deep and quiet underground corridor, the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger disappeared before Klein's eyes with a piece of paper in its hand. It didn't cause any abnormal changes. When there was only the elegant gas lamp on the wall left, he put away Aztec's copper whistle and continued walking towards Cheney's Gate. In the process of writing the letter, he had already decided which sealed artifact he wanted to choose next. First of all, it was almost impossible for a grade 3 sealed artifact to affect the baby in Magos' womb, unless it was an item with a hidden secret like the mutated sun's sacred emblem. But at that moment in time, Klein didn't have the mood or time to explore or study the secret that might or might not exist. Furthermore, sealed artifacts had hidden dangers that would cause great inconvenience to the user, and it might even bring danger. Therefore, Klein directly eliminated the grade 3 sealed artifacts that wouldn't affect the enemy and would instead weaken him. Secondly, the Tingen Nighthawks didn't have any grade 1 sealed artifacts, and there were only 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. This was a secret that Klein wasn't supposed to know, but due to the urgency of the situation, Dunn decisively used the emergency clause and told him the general situation. Dunn Smith couldn't pick up another sealed artifact while controlling St. Selena's ashes, not even one. And the Grade 2 sealed artifacts behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate were 2-030, 2-078, and 2-105. 2-030's name was Inexhaustible Poison. It came from a Beyonder whose sequence name was unknown, who had suddenly gone mad. He had committed suicide by cutting off his wrist, allowing his blood to flow into an ordinary silver cup. However, when his blood was drained, the silver cup wasn't filled to the brim. The liquid inside became crystalline and lustrous, making it extremely alluring. There were even sequence 5 Beyonders who couldn't resist the temptation and drank the liquid, dying on the spot. After the poisoned person died, the venom would seep out from the pores of his skin, bit by bit, and gather together again. Compared to the beginning, it was no more and no less. According to Dunn, the researchers of the Holy Cathedral suspected that high-sequence Beyonders would die as a result, but the problem was that high-sequence Beyonders were almost never tempted by the cup of poison. Furthermore, due to the obvious characteristics of 2-030, it was impossible for them to consume it by mistake. To poison them to death, they had to be captured, controlled, and forced down their throats. But why go through so much trouble? 2-030 would constantly tempt the surrounding creatures to drink it. The user had to be fully focused to resist this power. If they were to relax even a little, they would habitually drink the poison in their hands. Almost at the same time Dunn finished describing it, Klein had already decided not to choose this sealed artifact. 2-078 was known as the Door of Death. Its appearance was that of an ordinary wooden door. Any creature that passed through it would die immediately. No high-sequence Beyonders had participated in the test. It had the characteristics of being alive and would constantly attempt to escape. It could also change its appearance and disguise itself as a door that already existed. If the user made a mistake and allowed it to escape control, then they had to be careful and not pass through any of the surrounding doors. They had to try their best to stay where they were and wait for help, or they could directly shatter the walls and leave. Klein considered using 2-078, but after careful consideration, he believed that the intuition of a mythical creature was definitely very sharp. It should be able to tell which door was the door of death. Therefore, the effects of this sealed artifact wouldn't be too good in actual combat. Finally, he decided to choose 2-105. This sealed artifact's name was Blood Vessel Thief. Its appearance was that of a thick, rigid blood vessel. Anyone who touched it, regardless of whether they were protected or not, would have their lives stolen. It wasn't obvious in the beginning, but if they didn't come into contact with it, then after half an hour, there would be a corresponding external manifestation. According to Dunn, a sequence 5 cultist had lasted for 2 hours, turning from a stout man in his 30s into an old man with a hunched back, wrinkled skin, white and sparse hair, and all his teeth missing. The greatest characteristic of 2-105 was that the person who wore it had a chance of stealing an ability from a target within a certain range. High-sequence Beyonders could also have their abilities stolen, but the chances were relatively small. Within 10 minutes of the sealed artifact's ability taking effect, the person who had it stolen would lose the corresponding ability, while the wearer could use it skillfully. After 10 minutes, the ability would disappear, and the person who had it stolen would have to wait until the next day to recover. Regardless of whether it works or not, at least the chances of winning have increased from 5% to 10%. And I'm the king of yellow and black who wields good luck after all. Besides, our main goal is to nip the problem in the bud and prepare for the worst. We might not necessarily take action. Let's hope that our helpers can arrive as soon as possible. Klein stopped outside the duty room, no longer hesitating. He wasn't too worried about the negative effects of sealed artifact 2-105, because he didn't plan on using it himself. His plan was to give it to Leonard. He had the flaring sun charm, as well as the Aztec copper whistle, which he didn't know if it would still be suppressed. "My dear poet, it's time to show your true secret," Klein muttered as he saw Sika Tron standing at the entrance of the duty room. The white-haired, black-eyed, and quiet part-timer writer was silent for a few seconds. "You guard Cheney's gate. I'm stronger than you, and I'm also more experienced than you. But you don't have the flaring sun charm." Klein smiled. "Ma, I'm already a Sequence 8. Even this place isn't safe. The sealed artifacts with living characteristics behind Cheney's gate are probably stirring. Yes, if we fail, the people here won't be spared. Ha ha! Our goal up there is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. This might be safer than the vicinity of Cheney's gate." Sikatron slowly pursed her lips and solemnly drew a crimson moon on her chest. "May the goddess bless you." As Dunn didn't have the time to write the document, Klein couldn't enter Cheney's gate directly. He could only watch as Sikatron pushed open a gap and dashed in. After a few minutes, her figure appeared by the door. Her left hand was holding a thick, pale, blood-stained blood vessel. Klein reached out to take it and immediately felt a weak electric current coursing through his body. In the reception hall of the Blackthorn Security Company, Leonard had already recovered from his previous stiff state. He no longer had a strange expression as he talked about the newly discovered house that Lenevis had rented. "Is that so? He never told me." Magos frowned slightly and gave a rather normal answer. After saying that, she grabbed a handful of her blonde hair and threw it into the trash can next to her. Leonard was stunned for a moment. He swallowed his saliva with great difficulty as his palms broke out in a cold sweat. With the blood vessel thief wrapped around his left hand, Klein walked up the stairs and returned to the second floor. He saw Dunn Smith, who was wearing a black knee-length windbreaker, standing at the entrance of the Nighthawk's break room under the blue gas lamp. His eyes were deep and dark, just like when he first met him. "Let me reintroduce myself. Nighthawk Dunn Smith." The voice from the past flashed in Klein's ears. Suddenly, the image of Dunn, who was half sprawled beside Kenley's corpse, and his blood-stained mouth appeared in his mind. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he walked over and raised his left hand. "Captain, I've chosen sealed artifact 2 to 105. I plan on giving it to Leonard." Dunn nodded slightly and didn't ask why. He pointed to his office and said, "The Holy Cathedral sent a telegram. They said that they will immediately send a group of Beyonders over. They want us to try our best to stall for time and wait. They haven't responded to those coincidences yet. I think they haven't come to a conclusion yet. Or the person handling the telegram doesn't know the specific situation and can't guess. You know, we have to hurry. The telegram can't be too long." "Okay." Klein nodded and approached the partition. He looked outside and asked, "How's the situation?" "There are no abnormalities for the time being." Dunn lowered his head and looked at the saint's urn in his left palm. Seeing that Leonard and Magos were having a good conversation, Klein didn't disturb them. He retreated to the Nighthawk's recreation room and faced Dunn diagonally across the corridor. At that moment, Dunn suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I forgot something." "What is it?" Klein replied, puzzled. Dunn turned to look at him. "Daly asked me to explain it to you herself." "Ah." Klein was stunned. He didn't understand what the captain meant. After 2 seconds, without waiting for Dunn's reply, he suddenly came to a realization. The reason why Daly didn't reply in time was that she didn't think it necessary. She directly conveyed the matter to the captain and let him explain himself. This means that there's nothing wrong with the captain. At this critical juncture, Klein suddenly felt a surge of joy from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 208. Dunn sighed. "Back then, I did want to send you away because what I wanted to do involved a secret between the church and the Nighthawks. However, Kenley's death left my mind in a mess, and I could only think of a lame excuse to let you have the chance to see it when you returned." "What secret?" Klein asked in a relaxed manner. He had almost forgotten that there was a suspected descendant of an evil god or mythical creature outside. Dunn deliberated over his words and said, "In the field of mystery there might be a law." Although I haven't read many books, I still know what a law means. This law is called the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility. Beyonder characteristics won't be destroyed or reduced. They will only be transferred from one vessel to another. Klein's eyes widened. Then, realization dawned on him. For example, sealed artifacts, mystical items, or potion main ingredients left behind by Beyonders who lost control. Yes. Dunn nodded solemnly. It's not just Beyonders who lose control. It's the same for normal Beyonders after they die. It's the same. Klein digested Dunn's description and vaguely understood what the captain was doing at that time. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly recalled something. After the suited clown died, a thumb-sized ball of blood with a tinge of blue appeared beside his corpse. Back then, Fry's explanation was that there would always be some strange changes after a Beyonder died. Dunn's gray eyes deepened as he continued. But unlike a Beyonder who loses control, a Beyonder who dies normally doesn't leave behind ingredients or items. It's equivalent to a potion of the corresponding sequence. It just lacks certain supplementary ingredients. Slightly equivalent to a magic ingredient. Slightly equivalent to a magic ingredient. Klein's pupils constricted. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, illuminating the endless darkness. He suddenly understood many things. He understood why the Beyonder pathways wouldn't be severed when the materials were cut off. Apart from using substitutes, he could also simply rely on the remains of the corresponding Beyonder. This was probably one of the reasons why high-sequence Beyonders only gave completed potions. Another reason was to prevent the formula from being leaked through Beyonder means such as divination and mediumship. Various guesses surfaced in Klein's mind. Dunn looked at the door of the Nighthawks recreation room and explained in a deep voice, "A few years ago, I don't remember exactly how many years it was. A few years ago, I don't remember exactly how many years it was. Back then, I wasn't the captain of a Nighthawk team, and I happened to discover this problem. After communicating with Daly, who had just become a Beyonder, I immediately reported it to the Holy Cathedral. The Holy Cathedral asked me to keep it a secret and gave me two choices. That's why I'm the one explaining it, not Daly. The first choice is to feign ignorance, just like most Nighthawk captains and deacons. I'll continue letting the Holy Cathedral arrange for the remains of Beyonders after their natural deaths. The second choice is to give me a special, simple ritual, as well as the corresponding technique. It allows me to directly consume the items that are produced from the accumulation of characteristics within a certain time limit. Yes, this is only applicable to my own pathway. It's only applicable to sequences that are equal to me, as well as sequences lower than that. This will strengthen my Beyonder characteristic, and my strength will also become stronger. I don't know how to compare my dream-related abilities to Sequence 6. That's why I dared to deal with Madame Sharon. Is that so? There's actually such a thing. Klein exhaled slowly. He finally understood why he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation despite racking his brains. It was because he lacked the necessary knowledge. There was no way to make up for it with his imagination. Yes, this is in line with the so-called law of indestructible characteristics. If I keep gathering characteristics like this, will it lead to a qualitative change? Klein's thoughts wandered. Glancing at him, Dunn revealed a bitter smile. I chose the second development, but not to become stronger. If I really want to become stronger, I need to digest the potion as soon as possible and advance. That's the best and most direct way. Yes, Klein agreed from the bottom of his heart. Gathering characteristics of the same sequence or lower sequence of the same pathway might increase the risk of losing control while increasing one's strength, right? Dunn shook his head solemnly and said, "No, this is something left behind by a normal Beyonder, not a Beyonder who lost control. Yes, after learning about the acting method, I re-examined it and realized that it would increase the difficulty of digesting it." "Then why did you continue?" Klein asked in surprise. Dunn reached his right hand into his pocket, wanting to find his pipe, but he realized that he had left it in the office. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "I've said it before, I didn't consume their relics to become stronger." Having said that, he paused. His eyes lost focus as he looked at the gas lamp that was dyed with a ghostly blue luster. He said in a deep voice, "They were all my companions. We experienced many things together. We dealt with monsters in the darkness and crazy cultists together. Someone saved me, and I saved many of them. We walked in the quiet night, and we fought in places where people couldn't see. We fought against danger, and we protected each other's backs. I can't bear to part with them." I remember little Ite broke down in fright and cried after experiencing a dangerous mission for the first time. I remember Adelaide. He was Roshan's father. He once used his arm to block an evil curse for me. I remember Dwayne was a lady with a warm temperament like the morning sun. She was always silently recording what everyone experienced. I remember that although Kenley wasn't tall, he knew many things. He knew how to play the 7-stringed zither, sing, tell stories, and was more like a poet than Leonard. I can't bear to part with them. I wish to continue fighting alongside them, to fight against the monsters in the darkness, to execute those crazy cultists, and to protect Tinjin's city together. So, I chose to consume what they left behind." Dunn's gray eyes seemed to shimmer. His steadiness and solemnity seemed to have crumbled at that moment. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he continued. "In my dreams, they were still with me. Adelaide loved to read and always stayed in the solarium to read. He would always get me to discipline Roshan and make her mature faster, so much so that Roshan always complained that I was becoming more and more like her father. She was always afraid of me. Little Ite was someone who couldn't stay idle. He would go hunting in the forest every day. Dwayne would always stand by her bedroom window and watch us chat. Kenley, who just joined us, made his own 7-string zither and played and sang there. I can't bear to part with them." "Captain," Klein subconsciously muttered, his vision nearly blurred, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe his eyes. He cursed inwardly. "F***CK, Captain, you're bluffing me into crying, but I finally understand why Captain's acting method is so slow." Klein then sighed silently. It's a pity that old Neil lost control and died. Otherwise, he would have brought us a lot of joy. Dunn retracted his gaze and lowered his head to pinch the spot between his eyes. After a few seconds, he raised his head and smiled bitterly. This was a selfish decision. I didn't know what Adelaide, Kenley, and the rest's true intentions were, so I selfishly made the decision for them. I'm really a selfish person. No. Klein shook his head violently. In the sofa area of the reception hall, Leonard watched as Magos pulled out handfuls of hair. His expression stiffened again. Magos kept drinking water from her cup in frustration. Her face was a little distorted as she looked at Leonard. "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable." Leonard was about to reply when he suddenly saw Magos raise her hand to grab at her own face. With a swoosh, she pulled out a piece of flesh. It was a long piece of flesh that was covered in blood. "My face is a little itchy." Magos smiled in embarrassment. The corner of her mouth cracked all the way to her cheekbone, revealing her white teeth and bright red gums. "XXXX," Leonard silently cursed. He felt that the situation was deteriorating too quickly. His lips moved as he tilted his head to listen. Suddenly, his expression changed and turned ashen. He forced a smile and said to Magos, who was clawing at her face and tearing off her flesh, "Don't worry. I'm going to the bathroom." "Okay." Magos' tone became a little erratic. She touched her belly and said, "My child is a little uneasy." Leonard did not reply. He quickened his pace and approached the partition. After entering the corridor, he took a deep look at the saint's urn in Dunn Smith's hands and sighed helplessly. Then his expression turned resolute. "Captain, I'm afraid it's too late. We have to get rid of Magos and the baby in her womb immediately. Otherwise, the entire Tingen city will suffer huge losses. This isn't something that can be avoided by evacuating the surrounding citizens. I know you've already sent such a telegram." Dunn frowned slightly and asked in an unusually serious tone, "Are you sure the situation has deteriorated to such an extent?" "Yes. In less than 3 minutes, Magos will mutate, and her child will be born prematurely," Leonard replied with certainty. As he spoke, he glanced at the thick blood vessel wrapped around Klein's hand and said in a deep voice, "Sealed artifact 2 to 105? Let me use it. I can better utilize its effects." "All right." Klein handed the blood vessel thief to Leonard without any hesitation. This was what he had been prepared to do. At this moment, Dunn Smith tugged at his collar and patted his black windbreaker. He said firmly, "I'll bring Saint Selena's ashes out first. You guys wait for 10 seconds. Remember, only come out and fight after 10 seconds. By then, regardless of whether my condition is good or bad, you guys can't waste any time. Aim your most powerful attacks at Magos and the baby in her womb." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the partition with the urn in his hand. "Captain." Klein's lips were dry as he shouted. "Captain!" Leonard called out in a deep voice as well. Dunn stopped in his tracks and turned around. With a gentle expression, he said in a mellow voice, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'm not alone. Adelaide, Dwayne, Kenley, and the others are fighting alongside me, no matter what danger we face." He paused for a moment and looked at Klein and Leonard with his kind gray eyes. "Don't be nervous. We're protecting Tingen City." The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile that was no different from his usual self. With that said, he didn't stay any longer. He looked outside and passed through the partition with determined steps. Only his black windbreaker fluttered slightly behind him. "Captain!" Klein and Leonard shouted at the same time. They couldn't stop their tears, but Dunn didn't hesitate at all. Chapter 209. Beep, beep, beep. The transceiver in the captain's office suddenly went silent, as if a new telegram was about to appear. However, Klein and Leonard were already too distracted to pay attention to it. Their eyes were bloodshot as they silently counted the ticking of the second hand. 10, 9, 8. At that moment, Dunn Smith entered the reception hall with a square box that looked like it was made of silver and looked like a bone in his left hand. Magos, who was pulling out clumps of blonde hair and scratching out deep gashes, seemed to be agitated by something. She stood up abruptly and pointed at Dunn Smith, who was wearing a thin black trench coat. She screamed shrilly, "Don't you think you're going to die? You're trying to kill my child. You're trying to kill my child." Bang! As the shrill voice reverberated, Klein felt as if he had been smashed in the head by a hammer. He suddenly forgot to count, and his head hurt and he felt dizzy. His vision was instantly dyed red, and there seemed to be some kind of liquid flowing out of the tip of his nose. He instinctively turned his head to look and saw that the corners of Leonard Mitchell's eyes, nose, and mouth were covered in blood. His face was extremely pale, and his body was swaying as if he was about to fall. I seemed to be in the same situation. Klein suddenly retracted his thoughts and continued counting. He skipped 2 seconds. 5, 4. Amidst the shrill voice, Dunn Smith's deep gray eyes were filled with red veins. Every line could be seen clearly. The blood vessels on his face were also protruding like venomous snakes. Crimson water flowed out of his ears. However, he did not feel dizzy because of this. His right hand only paused for a second before, Driven by his strong willpower, he pressed down on Saint Selena's urn and opened the lid. It was extremely dark inside, and in the darkness there were fine grains of bright sand. The scene was dreamy and beautiful, as if the starry night sky had been put into a box. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and the darkness enveloped the entire reception hall. Countless black, cold, and slippery threads appeared in the air. They surged toward Magos and wrapped around her almost instantly. It didn't look like spider silk, but more like the tentacles of some unknown creature. Magos' right eyeball had already been pulled out by herself. It hung under her eye socket with a blood-stained tie. She glared at Dunsmith angrily and shouted, "You must die!" Bang! Dun was sent flying by an invisible force and slammed into the opposite wall. The wall cracked and bricks flew everywhere. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still held onto Saint Selena's urn tightly, not letting it fall to the ground. The countless black, ice-cold, and slippery threads tightened, binding Magos to the ground. Be it the flames that suddenly rose with mold, or the liquid secreted from Magos' skin that was filled with profanity, none of them were able to harm her at all. 3, 2, 1. Klein and Leonard dashed out of the partition at the same time. One of them held a warm, thin piece of gold in his hand, while the other had already wrapped the blood vessel thief around his left wrist. He aimed his 5 fingers at Magos. Magos, who no longer looked like a human, was struggling with all her might. Flesh bulged out from her left and right shoulders, mixed with blood vessels and veins. They were round like a child's head. On these 2 heads, there were cracks spreading rapidly, as if they were about to turn into eyes. Magos suddenly sensed danger. She opened her mouth wide, and the corner of her mouth cracked all the way to her ears. She wanted to use the blasphemous language to curse every enemy that wanted to harm her child. At that moment, Leonard's left hand suddenly clenched, and his wrist rotated half a circle. His pale face swelled to the color of a liver, and the blood vessels on his face protruded like tiny venomous worms. Magos' blasphemous language was stuck in her throat, and she stopped abruptly. She seemed to have lost the ability to speak, as well as the ability to curse others. Klein took this opportunity to say something in ancient Hermes in a deep voice. That's right. Light. If I want light, there will be light. He suddenly felt the thin gold piece in his palm, which was covered in mysterious patterns, become boiling hot. He saw it emit a blinding light, as if it had transformed into a miniature sundae. Right on the heels of that, Klein injected a large portion of his spirituality into it and threw the flaring sun charm at the restrained Magos. The reception hall instantly lit up, and the gloominess and darkness disappeared at the same time. The black threads that were entangling Magos suddenly retracted, as if they were instinctively avoiding something. But before Magos could regain her freedom, she saw sunlight. A huge hole had appeared in the ceiling of the Blackthorn Security Company. The hole penetrated through the roof of the 3rd floor, allowing the blue sky and the blinding sun to shine in at the same time. The thin piece of gold fused with the sunlight above Magos' head and expanded. It lit up a ball of light that was surrounded by countless flames on the spot it had been standing in. Boom! The entire building shook violently, and all the glass on the streets nearby shattered. However, the power of the ball of light was concentrated at its core and didn't dissipate much. It enveloped Magos, and the light was so blinding that Klein, Dunn, and Leonard couldn't open their eyes. Holding back his tears, Klein squinted his eyes and looked over. He saw that the light had already dissipated, but the flames were still soaring. Among them, there were many black ashes dancing in the air. There were no traces of Magos and the baby in her womb, just like the coffee table, cups, newspapers, and sofa in that area. It's done? Before the baby that was suspected to be the son of an evil god was fully formed and born in the real world, I got rid of him and his mother? Klein couldn't believe it for a moment. Based on his gaming experience, it wasn't that easy to deal with such a big boss. Suddenly his hair stood on end. His clown's premonition told him that extreme danger was approaching. Without any time to think, Klein suddenly rolled to the left. At that moment, an abnormally sharp white bone knife as long as an arm appeared out of nowhere and floated in midair. It had an abnormally bewitching beauty to it. Its speed was so fast, and its posture was so difficult to dodge. Whoosh! The clothes on the right side of Klein's chest were sliced in half. His skin was sliced in half, his flesh was sliced in half, and his bones were sliced in half. The wound was so deep that one could almost see his lungs. If he hadn't sensed the danger in advance and dodged in time, this knife would have sliced him into two and killed him on the spot. But even so, Klein stagnated. Intense pain filled his head and drove away his thoughts. At the end of the white bone knife, a figure quickly appeared. If it wasn't for its protruding belly, no one would have been able to tell that it was Megos. Her hair and dress were burned clean. The skin on her face and body were charred black and falling off piece by piece. Her nose had melted, leaving only 2 black holes where it used to be. Her eyeballs were nowhere to be seen, and there were faint white flames dancing in the hollows. The protruding heads on both sides of Megos' shoulders were also burned off. Her left arm had become the white bone knife in her hand. It was bewitching and holy. Clang! As the floor shook, Megos ignored Dunn, Leonard, and the black, cold, and slippery threads that came at her again. She appeared in front of Klein, who had stopped rolling on the ground. She aimed the white bone knife at his neck and was about to slash. Suddenly, she heard a voice filled with strong profanity. Yield! Leonard raised his left hand and used his palm to lock onto Megos. The sealed artifact 2 to 105 wrapped around his wrist turned from thick, pale, and blood-stained blood vessels to a dark red intestine that swelled to the point of bursting. He had used the blood vessel thief to successfully steal Megos' blasphemous words. Now he was trying to control her with her ability. Only an ability of the same level could be effective. Megos, who was affected by the blasphemous words, bent her waist slightly. Her knees kept trembling, and she stopped moving. The countless black threads around her seemed to have discovered delicious prey as they surged forward. Klein took the opportunity to roll in another direction, leaving a trail of crimson blood. However, he had also recovered from the intense pain. He reached into his pocket and took out the last flaring sun charm. He had to get rid of Megos while she was being controlled again. If she managed to hold on until the baby was born, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Megos' head exploded on its own. Her charred skin and flesh splattered in all directions. However, her headless body managed to escape the influence of the blasphemous words. Bang! Megos' charred body turned into a cannonball and shot towards Leonard at the speed of a rocket. As the blasphemous words were forcefully destroyed, Leonard froze on the spot for a moment. At this moment, Dunn Smith was still holding on to St. Selena's urn tightly. His face was abnormally pale, and the cold black threads that were created were still a little short of surrounding him. They were about to dye the surrounding space black. Clang! Megos crashed into Leonard and slammed him into the wall, causing it to collapse. Leonard's bones cracked, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He didn't even have the urge to struggle before he fainted. Megos raised her white bone knife, but the countless black threads that spread out from St. Selena's urn enveloped her again. They wanted to bind her tightly and imprison her on the spot. Klein didn't have time to care about his injuries. He took out the thin piece of gold. Just as he was about to recite the ancient Hermes incantation, a sudden voice rang out in the deep, dark, and quiet room. Wow,